What's up, gang? How the fudge is everybody doing? What's going on? How are we doing, everybody? What's going on? I'm stuffed, man. I ate so much food today. I didn't eat breakfast, but then I went to we're doing Chinese New Year celebration while it's still the weekend and everyone was able to get together. It's Lunar New Year. And I am stuffed. It is almost 10 p.m. at night. I'm very tired, so I'm drinking some coffee. Well, not coffee. It's water drop, but still. Getting some caffeine in there. We've got a prediction up. Let me make sure everything's good, okay? Roddy's in the channel. Rex is in the channel. Okay. Raynor is playing a ladder game still. Hopefully he can wreck that nerd in a few minutes, because we've got to play him versus MARU first up, don't we? And then Rogue versus SERRAL. So I guess we're hoping for MARU to beat Raynor, right, guys? I think MARU Rogue finals would actually be pretty sick. Hey, what's up, Lumos? I wish you're bronze to GM for a whole year. Still haven't played ranked. Maybe today will be the day. Always feel like I need a few drinks to play, then I feel too drunk to want to play. The trick is to just go on, because you're gonna start. It starts you in the middle of the ladder, so it's just calibrating. So you're meant to lose your first 10 games anyway. Ooh, too many players put too much onus on it. Like their first games, they gotta win from the start. The great thing about ladder systems is they find opponents that are your skill level pretty quickly. So it's the joy of the ladder. Thank you, Miss AP, Miss XO. Thank you for the $10. Up, Lathy. My man. My watch tells me I got 3 hours and 51 minutes of sleep. Ooh. Ooh, no. What I could eat before meeting the others. You're going to meet the others, Helix. You're going to wash your hair and then fight some eldritch horrors. What game are we talking about? Alright, in about 3 minutes, I've really got to make sure I focus on getting in the lobbies, guys, because they were starting the game so quickly yesterday. Excuse me. Best part of today, got to play with some dogs, was fun. One of them's like a Jack Russell mix, and it is fucking mental. The dog's like, you wanna play with me? You wanna play with me? Can we play fetch? Can we fucking do shit? Can we do shit? Can we do shit? And I'm like, dude, you need to be catching rats or something, man. You need to be like fucking out there doing some stuff. You gotta fucking... He's like, you wanna... She's like, you wanna go? Come on, let's fucking go. She's fucking G'd up. I was like, damn, this dog needs to get taken for a run. I was just running around with it, throwing sticks with it for a while. $10. Yeah, thanks for that, Miss XO. When did the game start? Well, I meant to start in 2 minutes. And Maru's not on the chat channel yet. Raynor's just finished his ladder game. Let's check his let's check. He was warming up with Terran. He just won a TVP, guys. He did a TVP warm-up game to get ready here for Maru. Nice. What's up, Escovello? Level and ladder has increased. Or it should be the equivalent to the 2023 series. I don't think it's the level increase. It's just metas shift, and it just depends who you're playing against. And also people just, you know, if you haven't played in a while, you might just be a bit rusty. Level, it really just goes up, it goes down. Like some people will say, oh, it's way worse than it used to be. Everyone's really shit. And then other people say, oh, they're way better than they used to be. So I think it's just like what strategies you run into and how well you play. But I think Bronze to GM is all about teaching basics. So 2021 Bronze to GM holds up just fine. And so does 2023. It just depends which style you want to play. So yeah, take your pick of either. Good places to get started. Once you get to about Diamond 2, Bronze to GM has some, I mean, it still helps a little bit, but you really want to start learning more details of the game, and even well before then, you always want to be trying to play whatever excites you, whatever strategies seem fun to you. Yeah, Clem hasn't played TVT in a year and a half, Lazarus. He's been playing Protoss that whole time against Terran, dodging the mirror matchup. And he's really, really good. Honestly, that was a very close series with MARU. Like, MARU got in with a filthy cheese game 1. And then it was a very close series. And even the final game could have gone either way. But interesting to see. How are we doing, gang? This is what I love, guys. No one will say fucking anything in the chat channel in-game, and I kid you not, with no warning, they will host a game, not post a lobby link, and within 6 seconds start the game. So me and every other caster are just sitting here staring at our friends list, making sure we click join the moment that lobby happens. And it could be now, it could be 10 minutes delayed if Maru's a few minutes late, or the guys are taking a few minutes to veto. And I'm like, I'm locked in, man. I'm not missing game 1 of this series. It happened too many times yesterday. I was missing games, Roddy was missing games, everyone was missing games, and I'm like, not today. You took away the exciting decimal plays? I mean, someone's going to donate a non-American currency and it's going to fuck it up instantly. Shout out to Dot for updating that. Yeah, it's so dumb that it just does those decimals, man. It's so stupid. I wish I could stop it. It's okay, Pig. First time pros are playing a tournament. Well, the tournament organizers don't seem to care either. And like yesterday, they would literally finish a best of 5. You'd think we're going to play an ad break. No, 2 minutes later, they're starting the game for the next series. And I'm like, what? Okay, the Chinese guys are dropping some chatter. Let's do some Google Translate. Guys, I'm going to play an ad break now, I think. Just please wait while selecting a map, is what they've said to me. Okay. 稍等，在双子地图。你讲中文水听得懂? Who can understand you when you speak Chinese? I speak. Oh no, they're in. No lobby link. Go, please. Fuck. I speak perfect Chinese. Now I've got to put that in Google Translate so I can trick them. Aha. I'm definitely pronouncing this correctly, by the way, guys. I'm fucking... Sorry, I like trolling people with Google Translate. It makes me happy. Social credit score 100%. I mean, I don't even know what all the different accent marks mean, so I'm just reading the letters and trying to make it sound to my non-Chinese speaking ear vaguely what Mandarin sounds like. It's fucking terrible. Saber's laughing. All right, let's go, guys. How long we got left on the prediction? 38 seconds to get your predictions in. REYNOR versus MARU to start off today. Bloody exciting, guys. Shout yourselves in. Get yourselves excited. Because this is going to be a frigging fun day of StarCraft. I hope. Could be 2 really one-sided matches into a one-sided finals. You just call my dog fat in Chinese? No, I said specifically your dog has a fat ass. I did nothing to do with generally being fat. This is a best of 5, right, guys? I should probably check that, hey? That seems like a thing I should double check. Yeah, semis best of 5, grand final best of 7, and there's a 3rd place match. Oh, hello. All right, ladies and gentlemen, folks, Alligators Marines. I am excited. I hope you are too. We've got MARU for Vitality at the bottom left side of the map. REYNOR in the top right of the map for Basilisk. It's the semi-finals here, the $10,000 Liuli Grand Finals. It's called the 2025 Grand Finals, basically saying it's like, hey, this $10,000 tournament wraps up all of the Liuli Cups from 2025, even though it's being played in early 2026. REYNOR coming into these quarterfinals in a beautiful fashion, or some very good games. Maru, likewise, I think so far has just played the banger series of the tournament in the previous round against Clem's Protoss. I think Reynor comes in as a guy whose forms look pretty good. He did manage to take down Maru in a very close series at Thunderfire, the big $50,000 tournament in China. And I think the final game, Maru committed so hard to an 8-rack Hellbat Marauder and just could not get anything done. Reynor picked him apart so flawlessly with Ling counterattacks. Reynor's gone normal hatch gas pool. This is a command center first for Maru. Just rallying onto that gas. Ooh, double gas. Okay, so command center first into quick tech. This looks like a battle mech build to me, guys. Do you agree? To me, I think, okay, you're doing a greedy start, but then going very quick tech. You still want to get a fast factory and a fast third command center. I have a feeling it's going to be a heavy Cyclone Hellion Banshee opening. Could be pure Blue Flame, actually. Could be like a 2 or 3 factory Blue Flame and then into Cyclones and maybe add the starport a bit later or skip the starport entirely. Yeah, I believe the Grand Finals is today as well, guys. Best of 7 Grand Finals. Other side of the semis is SERRAL versus Rogue. Matchup which SERRAL traditionally is very favored, but I think a lot of us are going, yeah, I know he had a good series yesterday against Beyond, but is he actually going to take Rogue down? Because I don't know, SERRAL's looked a bit more vulnerable. Rogue sometimes plans some very tricky builds. Spoke to a few players about ZVZ recently though, and they were saying, well, it's hard to practice right now. Alright, Reaper will come out and intercept these Zerglings. Two Zergling kills to start. The other 2 Zerglings, of course, hiding to the side. If the Overlord sees the Reaper move out, which does get a tiny glimpse on, the Zerglings will go in. No units here to defend. No wall off. Those 2 Lings are going to have free reign. Third command center spotted as well. Great scout here for Reynor. Reaper has to come all the way home. This is a nice start for Reynor, seeing what's going on. Going for a quick Ling speed. It's a pretty greedy build here for Maru, so Maru would be kind of ahead of the curve. But I think now with all that information, Reynor knows to just hold the drone key down. He's already got exceptionally fast creep. I love that Reynor's the only player currently going creep tumor before inject, because look at how far his creep will get out on this map. And with delayed Hellions, it's going to be especially hard to slow that down. Queen's pushing the Reaper back on the north side as well. Banshee's starting cloak there as well. Someone was asking earlier, did I read wrong? Did Clem play Protoss? Was that a mistake? We said, yep, Clem's been playing Protoss for a year and a half. They're like, well, I guess that's what I get for watching StarCraft only casually. Well, if you go back like a year ago, 9 months ago, there was a ton of uploads of Clem playing PvT against top players, but I don't know, there just haven't been as many run-ins recently. I feel like he's somehow been dodging the Terran players in the brackets recently. But no, you are correct. And we get that question about 50 times a live stream if we are casting Clem's Protoss. So don't worry, you're not the only one. He's mostly a Terran player, so easy to miss. Quick lair here for Reynor. Not crazy fast, but, you know, well-timed. 4th hatchery on the front as well. Maru is going Hellion Banshee behind this. Into 4 gas, and I think the moment that Overlord's gone, we'll see 3 or 4 factories go down. Maybe 2 factories and 2 armories? Yeah, 2 armories off 1 fact. Wow. Okay, Maru definitely wants to play mech. I don't think this should be very surprising for Reynor. Yeah, he builds a Roachhorn. I think he's well prepared for this. Absolutely, this is live, guys. $10,000 online tournament here, held by the Chinese guys that run the Liuli Cup. Ooh, Reynor with a quick runaway. Good call, man. So many players, when they delay spores this long, get caught out and lose 10 drones. He's going to lose none. She does think about turning around. Reynor, transfuse. Oh, I knew Reynor was going to do that. He's like, I don't want to do another spore trick. Let's just use one of our many transfuses. Evo chamber placement's a bit awkward. Creates these weird choke points around his base, but unlikely that really matters too much. We've got a Banshee speed coming in after Banshee cloak. Just 4 roaches building for now for Reynor. And it's going to be hard to keep pace with a Terran whose 4th command center has already started at 5 minutes and 45 seconds. What in the ungodly heck? Hellions coming in with the scan. Zerglings looking to zone them. And Reynor should be able to very quickly replace this creep spread. Oh, good scout for Reynor. Yet again, Reynor's had all the information this game. I have a feeling Maru's economic growth is so good, though, that if he doesn't find a timing attack, he might just lose anyway. I really want to see Reynor hit a very crisp ball in. I know that's what Solar would do here. I think Reynor has to be decisive. Because Maru's just got such fast upgrades. He went CC first into this. Big thank you, Sorta, for the raid. Sorry I didn't say thanks yesterday. I didn't notice it. I appreciate you so much for raiding me 2 days in a row, man. And she's flying in. They've got speed. They are incredibly quick. They'll pretty much always be able to find at least a little bit of damage. Not pulling these drones away. A little sloppy, I got to say that for Reynor. Spore on the main, only going to give partial coverage as well. Reynor has such a high worker count. He can afford a few losses, but this is pushing Reynor to build more drones, to go Infestation Pit. I don't know if Reynor wants to play late mid-game against Maru, let alone late game. He's building 2 more queens right now. 11 queens. It feels like Reynor's accepting going to late game against Maru. Don't get me wrong, Maru hasn't shown us Ghost Mech in a long time, which is the ultimate late game composition. So I don't think he's willing to play that. I think he'll just play more of like a marauding mech style where he's running at Reynor from all sides with Hellions and Cyclones, and then big tank pushes are coming in. And Reynor is one of the best Ravager Ling Bane users in the world, but it's so hard to deal with a mech player once they're maxed out. Look, he's already got a Raven in the mix, Blue Flame, and no Cyclones. He does not believe in the Cyclone, Maru. Gonna have 2 reactors, 3 tech labs. I wouldn't mind seeing 2 or 3 more factories now that that Maru's on 8 gas. She's coming in on the north side. No detection just yet, but he's going to back away, knowing Overseers can't be too far away. Mech's so hard to deal with at 4K MMR. Dude, it's one of those things where I really loved Vipers against. I thought Roach Hydra Viper was such a nice one-size-fits-all style, and they took away the ability for Vipers to abduct siege tanks, and it's made me a very sad boy. Ooh, nice Ling wrap around. Delectable engagement there for Reynor. Catches all those Hellions. That's going to swing the units lost tab a bit closer to his side. Still 500 resources ahead for Maru, and Maru's building Thors in those 8 factories. Not to mention Command Center number 5. Almost finished already before 9 minutes. Spires on the way. He's going to go Corruptors as well as potentially Vipers to deal with the Banshees. So it's going to be Ravager, Lingbane, Corruptor, Viper. Now that's a good army for dealing with what Maru's got, but as I said, Ravagers 3 supply each. Lingbane very vulnerable to Blue Flame Hellions and Widow Mines. You can pull this off, but it is so hard to have the correct balance of units, especially when you've got 11 queens, which right now I would say are wasting way too much army supply. Is it just me, or are there not a lot of Widow Mines used? No, we've seen a ton of Widow Mines. Lots and lots of Widow Mines with Bio. Yeah. Sometimes people will stay Siege Tank style, but we've seen mostly Widow Mine style. You might be seeing less because the meta's shifted where a lot of Zergs are opening heavy Hydra to counter the Widow Mines. And that's going to push more Terrans into playing heavier Siege Tank. Here we go. Hellbat tank coming forwards. Big Ling flank down south. Not many Banelings, which means these Hellbats are going to be a menace, but the Blinding Clouds. Blinding Clouds. Lings coming in for the flank from behind. Those Lings doing pretty well, but they are a little bit clumped, only going for 1 Siege Tank at a time, and feels like they don't really have the best upgrades, those Zerglings, but the tank push gets cleared, and that was an excellent hold. Queens are a little slow to get down here, and Biles will take out the last Siege Tank. Good hold there for Reynor, who's actually out trading Maru right now. Banshees come in. There's still 1 Spore Crawler, not to mention Abducts could be nice here, or Parasitic Bombs, one or the other. Viper's not using either just yet, and the Banshees will have room to back away. Reynor's 5th base setup survives. He's going to take a 6th in the top left corner, but his creep is being kept back, and Maru is so rich, he might be able to trade negatively and still win this game. Because he's just so in the face of Reynor, sorry. He does start +3 vehicle weapons, doesn't have the money for +3 armor, but he's got vehicle plating, 7 Hellbats at a time, all these command centers finishing up, and I really do worry for Reynor that he's going to win a few fights, but if he can't actually break into Maru's base, Maru might actually out-Zerg the Zerg player. Thor's there. Oh, the Viper's coming in. Massive power bomb. Sorry, blinding cloud on the Thors and power bomb on the Banshees. Lynx come in for the flank. They managed to take out a bunch of the siege tanks. Nice moves here, but these are only +1 adrenal Zerglings. +2 melees on the way now. He does get Lings in the third base. Hellbat's going to guard the natural quite well. We'll see how good Reynor's targeting is with these Zerglings. 4 SCVs going down. Maru's pull away on the workers is being good. He's going to attack the front at the same time. Bane Speed somehow still not ready. I cannot believe he's held this many units with just Ravagers and Zerglings. Reynor is actually just built differently, isn't he? Still building Roaches, Lings, and Vipers. This is the problem. So Reynor gets stuck on this comp where he just builds the same units. He's now got triple Evo going, so he's got 3/3 range Carapace, and that +2 melee is almost finished, which is really nice to see. Lings are going to try to run in the left. Blue Flame Hellbats, more than a match for that, not to mention the Banshees there. A couple of things do get into the third base, so at least this buys time. South side is a planetary, whereas the middle base is an orbital. Ravagers coming forward. There's no oomph in this army. Reynor is literally trying to beat mech with pure Zerglings and a handful of Ravager Viper. The man is actually insane, isn't he? I don't know if this is a good idea. Like I said, his style is fragile. Yeah, he's trading evenly with a Terran player, which is amazing. Terran player has 70 workers and 1 billion mules. He's up to 7 orbitals already. Maru has speed ran towards the late game. If Maru adds Ghost to this, I think Reynor has a 0% chance of victory. Remember, guys, 2022, Maru faced off with SERRAL. Excellent match. Maru destroyed him with Ghost Mech in a single map. Only time he's ever destroyed SERRAL, really. Decided not to play it in the rest of the series. Hasn't played it since then, ever again. We've all been sitting there scratching our heads saying, isn't that the best late game style? Play mech, add Ghosts once you're on 5 base, and then you can't lose. Because if he EMPs these Vipers, I mean, it's game over. Thor's getting surrounded by Zerglings, but the Hellbats come up from behind. Thor's and high impact payload also have 11 range on their anti-air, which means these Vipers will go down very quickly. They also prioritize air units over ground as a feature of the Thor specifically. It's because otherwise they'd spend too much time shooting Zerglings and they wouldn't do their job of targeting mutas back in the day, so they gave them targeting priority. There's more Hellbats than Banelings right now, Pig. Yeah, you're not wrong, chat. Well, 34 Banelings now, so he's corrected that. The thing is, can you actually get the Banelings to connect with said Hellbats? Hellions up north, no spines there. Lings are quick to respond, but Blue Flame Hellions are pretty damn good against them. Oh, man. Oh, 6 drones and a pack of Zerglings go down. Needs to wait for the Ravager Bane to clear this up. And she's going to try to head over to this base as well now that a Spore's died and the other one is not rooted. Oh my god, the Banshee's going to take out the hatchery. That's a double base snipe, including one of the crucial first 5 bases of Reynor. Parasitic bombs do land on those Banshees, which means they'll take a fair bit of damage, but it's a lot of Viper energy. It takes a while to recover that. 3/3 is almost finished on the range Carapace. Reynor's going to swap into 8 Infestors with Burrow. Reynor is a massive fan of Neuroparasite Infestor. They are generally a unit that can counter every mech unit by mind controlling it, but especially the Thor is huge. If you get 8 Neurals on these 8 Thors, I mean, the swing, you were using 16 supply of Infestors to steal, what's 8 times 6? I'm not good with numbers. 48 supply of the Terran army. Won't just stop damaging the Zerg, it will actually actively start killing the other Terran units. Like, the actual swinging potential of a fight with Neural is one of the most insane moves you can pull off. Target priority is just built into how the unit works. It's not just because they have longer range. If they've got Zerglings in front of them, they'll still shoot the Mutalisks, guys. Even though the Mutas are behind the Zerglings. One of the very few units that behaves that way in the game. Maybe the only one. Nice Biles coming down. Good Blinding Clouds, but he doesn't have the Infestors ready just yet. Oh, good Bile Blinding Cloud combo. Very nicely done. He's lost 2 Vipers this game. Hasn't picked off any Thors just yet. Units lost tab. 3,000 now in favor of Maru. And Reynor, like I said, I think he should have hit a timing attack. I don't think SERRAL, Solar, look at this build, scout everything that Reynor scouted, the greediest mech build of all time, and let him get away with it. But this is classic Reynor. I was talking to him about the other day. We were talking about ZVP, and I was saying I think ZVP's always been a matchup where, yeah, sometimes you can win by just being better than the other guys. If they play correctly, I think the best way to play as a Zerg against Protoss is you should be mixing in some gambles, and preferably a lot of gambles, because you kind of have to use your production advantage to catch them off guard. And he said, yeah, that's why I hate CVP. It doesn't really match up with my playstyle, you know? And I was like, well, yeah, you like to just get in the game and just play a standard style and then figure it out on the fly. And that works against Bio, and it doesn't work as well against Mech nor against Protoss, which is why Reynor struggles against both of those. And he agreed with that, but he also kind of realized this is just a feature of his play. Nice move. What's he going to kill these with? Biles? Oh, he's got Infestors under there. Watch out. Oh, no. Reynor only Bio down one of the Banshees. Okay, the Queens do take out 2 more. How many Infestors did he lose? No Infestors, just Zerglings. Okay, that was fine. The army jumped up on him, and I thought he was going to lose a bunch more. Oh, guys! Maru's decided to win today. Oh my god, he's building 4 barracks, a 2nd engineering base so he can make double bio upgrades, and a Ghost Academy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maru has decided to stop throwing late games. Oh my god. Reynor's in trouble. Command Center gets cancelled at the front. Here come those Infestors, but they're getting focused down. A bunch of Neurals do land on some Thors. Maru needs to target those Infestors down. He does end up doing so. A bunch of Terran units die to Biles, but a lot of Infestors go down there. I think he lost all 8 Infestors. Units lost time 3,000 in favor of Maru, which means that fight was relatively equal. Remember, Reynor has a much bigger bank. Those transitions incredibly expensive. He's just going Ghost, not Bio, just Ghost, guys. Ghost Mech. Exactly what I was saying Maru's refused to do since 4 years ago when he dominated SERRAL with this style. But right now he's behind on numbers. No Hellbats! He has no Hellbats! Amazing Blinding Cloud Zergling surround! Oh my god, where the heck are the Hellions? Where are the Hellions? He didn't remax his Hellions, his whole army gets wiped. He loses 10 SCVs and a planetary. A massive blunder for Maru. That is one of the biggest things you have to pay attention to, not just against Zergs, but against Reynor, the guy who loves mass Zergling. The first thing you have to replenish whenever there's any trading is Hellions. And you don't even want to build Hellbats. You want to build Hellions so they rally to the front faster and then you transform them into Hellbats. Because any moment where you don't have those available is a problem. Oh, Maru. He was too slow to repair. You need to repair immediately so that you block the Zerglings. He wasn't able to. The Lings snipe a planetary god tier move here for Reynor, who's going to try and burrow behind that base. But wait, burrow has been done. Ravager Ling are going to attack this base as well. He's got enough Biles. There's no way to repair that. Oh my lord. Reynor just running away with this game. Huge mistake. Maru had plenty of time to rebuild Hellions and spread that army out, but he stayed clumped. Didn't have any Hellions there. He was too preoccupied with going to the next step of the game, and unfortunately that Ghost transition that would have served him so well is now going to be massively handicapped by losing a lot of units and key infrastructure, now being down in the trading. But he has 11 orbitals. He can drop 1 billion mules as long as he can defend like a 5th base here and just survive. He'll be okay, but all these orbitals are easy pickings. I think Reynor should keep attacking, keep trying to kill these orbitals. Reynor has 5 more Ravagers, so he's going to have 15 Ravagers. He's got a lot of Banelings. 19 Banelings he'll have. Which are good for clearing Hellbats and Ghosts, but not much else. Very bad against spread out tanks. TIL is Today I Learned, guys. Yeah. Like, today I learned Maru does remember how to play Ghost Mech. TIL. Maru's going to do it for us. He's going down the south side. Yeah, it's undefended, man. Cracklings. 3-3 Cracklings. Such good units. Viper's coming in. Massive Blinding Clouds. Wouldn't mind a few abducts on these libs. Tries to drop some Biles, but he misses them. Guys, you notice these little circles? You've got to aim for that circle beneath the lib, not the graphic of the lib itself, because StarCraft 2 is not a top-down perspective. You're on kind of a 45-degree angle or so, depending on if you're staring at the bottom or the top of your screen. You've actually got a very different angle you're looking at the ground at, depending on where it is on your screen, which is kind of funny. Nice scan there to clear that up. Good dodges. 14 Ravagers, 19 Banelings there. Maru's only on 41 SCVs, but he doesn't need any more than that. And now that he's got mass Ghosts, I think he might, despite that blunder earlier, still have a really good chance. He's just got so much money in this game. Banelings rolling in, the SCVs will go down. Is that really crucial damage? I mean, yeah, I think it matters. I do think Maru should rebuild some SCVs. He's kind of hyper-maxing right now and just saying, I've got 11 orbitals, who cares? And I actually think Maru, while being down 10,000 bank, is winning this game. Okay, this is a bizarre decision. No planetary in the north, and now he's going to take the south. If Reynor's quick enough to attack the north, Maru's in huge trouble. Oh, no Hellbats and Ghosts guarding the army. Bit of a mistake with his positioning. Despite that, Thors are tanky as all heck. They take a while to go down. Bunch of drones going down to a Banshee in the top left. Maru here playing an excellent style. Oh, the double lib spread. Look at that. 3 Ravages for nothing. Maru on sieges and dodges the Biles again. But Maru is right now playing a dangerous game. He's expanding to both sides at once, and that's impossible to hold. It is just not possible. Blinding Clouds coming in. A Ducks on the Liberators. If they do re-siege, they will get Bile down. The Vipers will escape there. Command Center has to lift off. Lingbane Ravager up here. He's going to continue to attack. A few of the Lings go for the tank. Oh, I like the spreads on these Zerglings. Getting on top of those siege tanks, dragging the fire away. Gets himself another planetary there. Pushes Maru back into this corner of the map. Maru can defend this base, but he can't be expanding top and bottom at the same time. I've often called this Maru's SERRAL mistake, because SERRAL would drag him to late game more than anyone else, and Maru would always kind of get excited and try to expand to two sides. And against the Zerg, who's just desperately trying to find an angle that's not well defended so they can take a good fight and trade their bank before you get too much stuff. It's a godsend. If you just spread your army out like that, Zerg loves it, because now they know where to fight you. 10 tanks, 15 ghosts, 3 Thors, 1 Raven. A lot of the Thors have gone down in this game. Still, 9 Ravages, 110, 105 Zerglings. 12 Queens seems like too many. Not sure if you guys agree on this, but I feel like that's 24 supply of units that, ever since they defended the Banshees earlier in the game, they're just not useful at engaging the mech army. They're too slow. And 24 supply at max out is a very big amount to not be in your army. I also don't know if you ever fight this army head on. I think if Maru pre-spreads well enough, you cannot engage this. I don't care how good your spellcasting is. If Reynor engages this while down 35 army supply into a perfect spread of Hellbat, Tank, Thor, Ghost, I do not think this works. And I think especially if Maru lands a few EMPs on those Vipers, this may be the most one-sided trade ever. It's only 3,000 in favor of Maru, which is a testament to how good Reynor's engagements have been. Does land some Biles there for just a few tank shots, not bad. Hellbat's wandering a bit deep on creep, will go down. 175 army supply for Maru. Ooh, he's got plenty of tanks and libs covering the counter. Ghosts go forward. Reynor tries to run in. Biles spreading across the front line. Banelings clear a lot of the Hellbats. 1 or 2 Thors go down as well. Not bad. But it is a 2,000 resource negative trade. Those Banelings ain't be coming back. He's trying to go Infestors again, but this army is so hard to deal with. And I wonder if Broods would be good against this, because there's not many Thors. Ooh, Baneling's going to get some big juicies on those Hellbats and Ghosts. Blinding Clouds landing on the Thor on the right side. Biles landing across the whole spread. Reynor killed more than I thought he would. But now he's down 7,000. Another 2,000 resources behind. And he's losing bases at the same time. I just don't think... I think if Maru sets up somewhere, you have to fight elsewhere. I think that's the entire game plan for Reynor. He's going to try to play Corruptors now. Corruptors are good for dealing with Libs. Could leave them in Corruptor form. He might go Broodlords. If he goes Broodlords, though, it has to be like, surprise, here's 20 Broodlords. Enough to one-shot Thors. And he'd need to have about 8 Infestors moving in and out for the Fungal. Maru's broke, though, Pig. Very good call, guys. He doesn't have a big bank. That's scary. But he's got 11 orbitals. 10 orbitals. He did lose one. Every mule he drops makes up for that low economy. He's rebuilding some SCVs now. Taking this bottom right is huge. Maru rightfully is slowing the game down. Do you guys think if Reynor didn't go Broods and just kept trading and kept countering really hard, brought Vipers in on the left as well, and then swung back in on the right, he could have broken him just with the superior bank, maybe? At this point, going to Broodlords, the reason you could argue this is a mistake for Reynor is he dropped his drone count so low, he doesn't have enough mineral gas to make enough Broodlords. So now he's making Broodlords, but he's going back to droning and gases at the same time, which means any semblance of tempo in this game has just been completely abandoned by Reynor. He's basically saying, I'm accepting this super long game because I'm going to give you a few minutes now to drop mules, to rebuild, because I'm doing the same thing. And that means, inevitably, this will be a game not of, I can take more of the map and swarm you. It's going to be a game of distraction. Dude, why is my room so hot? Let me turn my aircon on. I swear it's not working. Yeah, I don't know how long this game's going to go for, guys. So, sorry, I had to do that. Somehow the aircon was not on. Kind of bad when you've got a big streaming rig just pumping heat out in front of you. 14 tanks, 3 Thors, 11 Ghosts, 1 Raven, 7 Libs, 9 Hellbats. There's 5 Medivacs as well for healing up. Maru's army is kind of amazing. He's also got +3 armor coming in for those Ghosts. He's only missing +3 attack for the air and +3 attack for the Ghosts as well. Libs coming forward. They do have range. He never made Caduceus Reactor for the Medivacs. Ooh, I like this. Attacking where his opponent is not. Last Bile misses the Lib, though. Very nice repositioning on these Libs from Maru. Lings will clear out this base. He's going to get a bunch of SCVs, a gas. The Ravagers will take care of the Liberator as well. Ooh, and he's going to go forward with some big parasitic bombs. The second one is massive. Look at that one. It's hitting 3 units. 4 units even. But a quick unsiege once again. Ooh, not enough units to kill this. I do not like this move for Reynor. Does get a bunch of SCVs, so it's not too bad. Almost biles down a Hellbat as well. 5 more Corruptors and +3 air weapons coming out here for Reynor. Reynor does not have air armor, which means his Thors will be relatively weak to things like Vikings. Spore's trying to move forward. Broodlord's with him as well. Gotta watch. He needs to rotate the Infestors for the Fungal. Ooh, he just lost a Viper or 2. It's up to 8 dead Vipers in this game. He's only got 1 alive here. Big counter push on the right side. Maru defending the left with a bunch of Ghost Lib. Shoves the right with the tanks, Thors, and Hellbats. Maru does not need to speed this game up. I've seen him in throw kind of advantages against Reynor before by getting overeager and getting his army surrounded by, spellcasters, right? Blinding Clouds, Neurals. Just got to be careful. I love that he's been denying these bases. I just don't want to see Maru, now that he's got a solid lead, throw it away. I really have been wanting to see someone play Mass Broodlord versus the new Thor for a while. And I think the new Broodlord does beat the Thor if you use terrain and spellcasting with them. And like the Thors get stuck, so you're only fighting 1 or 2 at a time. Because all your Broodlords can stack and shoot at once. The problem I've run into is Ghosts. You need to be very good with your Fungal against the Ghosts. Because Ghosts have 125 hit points now. And they just don't die to Broodlings. Like, you need so many Broodlord attacks to actually kill them. So you really need Fungals to lock down the Ghosts so they're not sniping you at the same time. What was the old Thor? What's the new Thor? Sorry, did I say new Thor? I meant new Broodlord, guys. The Broodlord shoots faster now. Sorry, I misspoke. The new Thor. I mean, the Thor did lose an armor point a few years ago. It does have 1 less armor, which makes it much weaker to Broodlings and Zerglings. But no. I just meant the Broodlord shoots instantly at max range now, whereas it used to wait for 2 seconds before it started firing. Unless it got closer to the enemy. Broodlord's getting transfused. Infestors are here. These Infestors are too clumped for Reynor. He needs to be rotating 1 to the front at a time. But he's losing Infestors, Spores, and Spines. Excellent play for Maru. Bullying him back with Siege Tanks. Siege Tanks are meant to be really bad against Broods, but Reynor's looking a little bit too afraid here. And I think he should have been getting a volley or 2 off there, but because of the constant scans, Maru has the vision advantage. He can just scan anytime he wants, and Reynor feels like EMP's going to land on him if those Infestors go too far forward. All right, Broods finally come forward and take out a Thor. A couple of the Vipers there, abducts the Viking, realize he has nothing that shoots up. The Spores are going to move over and root on it. Lingbane breaks the right side position. The Ghosts, though, are going to try and get vengeance. Just clears the Banelings on the SCVs. And, of course, he answers with 11 mules. Maru is in Disgusto mode right now, guys. He wants the viewers who are Zerg to vomit all over watching that. He's like, oh, you killed my SCVs. Oh, no. Oh, no, you killed my SCVs. I really care. I totally care. Broodlords from the right side going to start picking off the tanks. But a few good shots off there. Is Reynor being a little too careful, perhaps just slightly. If he goes over eager, he will get all of his Broodlord snipe, but you can see, when he finds a Thor on its own, it is really good for him. He does need some mobile anti-air, though. 5 Vikings building at a time now for Maru. Units lost tab 9,000 in favor of the Korean Terran. Reynor needs to keep trying to retake this base and mine it out. He's got to mine this base. I can't believe Maru's getting to mine one of these middle bases. I mean, I can. He's Maru, and he's done a really good job to secure it, but also I don't know how the hell you win a Zerg if Maru manages to mine this bad boy out. Ooh, I love this choice. Mass Ling counterattack. The infrastructure is really vulnerable here as well. Actually runs away earlier than I would have liked. A bit pedantic, man. He could have broke down the sensor tower. Some depots and that sort of stuff. He's going to go burrow some Zerglings around, force a few scans out. Good call there. But now he goes back in after the Hellions have moved into position. Broodlords will find themselves a tank. And you can see, once you get those Broodlings out, they give you such good vision from really far away, which is really nice. Mules are AI. They're replacing the jobs. Oh, no. Gosh, I can only imagine the power bills in this Terran base with that many mules going. Thors and Hellbats getting jumped on. Nice little engagement. I mean, Reynor's the king of this sort of stuff, but the Hellions are going to punish him. Blue Flame Hellions should be able to chase those Ravagers down, I think. Ravagers trying to drop some biles there, but the Ravagers will fall. Zerglings on their own are going to struggle really hard. And oh, he has no mobile anti-Hellion. Oh no, he's got to bring Broodlord Infestor to deal with this guy's countering Hellion run-bys with Broodlord Infestor. Because Reynor's actually swapped to an even mechier army than the mech player. He's the slow, immobile guy with the bad army now. He's not as good at moving. These Hellions causing a ruckus. Getting around, causing damage. The Broodlords are running this way and that. The Lings finally deal with those ones. Hellbats have morphed down here. Maru maybe diving unnecessarily deep, as obviously there will be Zerg coming back to deal with him, but I think he's decided he wants to clear Reynor's tech out and force him to rebuild. Viking standing over Spores. Not a great move there for Maru. He finally corrects it. Libs have sieged in the other direction. There are still another wave of Hellions coming down south. Just going to morph Hellbat. Zerglings can't do anything against that. Reynor says, I'll fight fire with fire of my own. I'll just go around. So many Hellbats being rebuilt. Oh! Maru goes forward and he snipes like 7 Broodlords. Remember, there was over 20 Broodlords. He's down to 15 now. A lot of ghosts do get caught by Fungal. Ooh, that was crazy. 25 drones just went down to Hellbats on the left side, though. Reynor gets Zerglings in 4 bases simultaneously, clearing only 2 SCVs, but a lot of buildings. Same time, though, losing 26 drones is disastrous for the Italian. Broodlords there. How many Broodlords has he actually lost this game, guys? It was 8 Broodlords that went down to those ghosts. Oh, man. Maru's bank looking pretty light. He's down 13,000 resources. His hive has also died, guys. He's rebuilt. He hasn't rebuilt his tech. His main's been dying for like 4 minutes. He hasn't rebuilt Infestation Pit or Spire. I think because he's so broke. He's basically just building what he can right now, and then he's saying, that's it. That's all I'm going to have in this game. But it does seem like a pretty big oversight to not rebuild a Spire or an Infestation Pit. Your 2 most important structures in a game like this. Spawning pool pretty big as well. Reynor is broke. I think he's saying, this is it. This is my army. I'm going to have to win with this army. 25 drones, 28 SCVs. Still a planetary up in the bottom right side. And Hellbat's guarding this base as well. Tanks and Thors holding this position. The main base of Zerg has gone down. Maru decides to give a bit of a pardon to that Infestation Pit. Didn't realize that Infestation Pit enjoyed going to islands. Dumb joke. I think Reynor's dead, guys. How do you win this game? Basically, it all comes down to this one Viper. You see this one Viper? He needs to land a parasitic bomb in the middle of all the Viking lib with a fungal. And then, if he can kill all the air with those 2 spells, and then neural the Thors, then he can win. Pulling that off is going to be nearly impossible. It's going to be so hard. He's down 30 army supply. He's got... It's 18 Infestors. Only 18 Broodlords. I don't think that's enough. Anti-armor missile is going to go down on those Broods as well. Plus 2 damage to all of your attacks. You know, it might even be worth leaving Thors in splash damage mode sometimes. I guess the problem is they have shorter range. I think it's only 10 range splash damage mode. Zerglings for Reynor desperately trying to get in for the counterattack, but Maru may actually be too big to fail at this point. He's got such a giant army, so many orbitals. It's an issue. Reynor has money in Overseers. I told you there's always money in the Overseer stand, Michael. Yeah, he did make 550 minerals and gas of Overseers. I don't think I mind that decision though. The vision was worth it earlier on. Even more Thors are being added right now. And this Thor Ghost army, I mean, we saw it 4 years ago against SERRAL, crushed SERRAL with it. Looked like Serral couldn't do anything against it in the late game. We always said, well, we know it's hard to get there, but surely that mech into Ghost Mech style is kind of the ultimate late game. Snipes going down. Well, not actually, sorry. The Corruptor's kind of poked forward and then pulled back. Maru's getting pushed into a corner. And I don't think there's anything he can do here because Maru's got endless scans. And look at this sniper. Oh, he runs forward. Only gets 1 EMP, unfortunately. Does snipe a full energy infester as well, though. I just feel like REYNOR is being bullied. Finally, rebuilds a spawning pool here. He's a bit stressed out. We're really worried about letting Maru just get to the late game of mech. Double fungals go out. The Broodlords throw some nice waves. The Lib's doing really good damage, though. Oh, massive Libs. The tank volley obliterates about 6 infestors. The Broodlord's doing amazing damage. There was some good blinding clouds. There's still a lot of air units in there, and the snipes are landing on the Broods. Really good snipes. This fight is so messy. The ground army getting blitzed by the Broodlords, sorry. But the Ghosts are still there, as are the Vikings and the Libs. And REYNOR cannot contest that army. To the surprise of very few, I think. I don't think you can let Maru get to that stage of the game, or it is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Alright guys, quick ad break. REYNOR's in replay. Okay, I might have a minute to quickly play ads. 18 workers for Terran, 47 for Protoss. Pylons being rebuilt. Stalker's going to keep trying to bait stims. Remember, Clem's Medevac's low on juice as they have been for so long. Disruptors come out and land some big juicies. Oh, damn. Lots of Marine Marauder Viking going down there. That does hurt. That absolutely does hurt. Anyways, Adepts are going to be shading forwards there. Oracle trying to pull back as well. The Adepts are going to shade towards the main base. Getting into the corner, but the Ling's got a good surround. I think he should have cancelled that shade. Oracle's going to try to join up. The Queens are there. Dude, Solar just shut that down. Solar said, hello, good sir. Have you been to Dicktown before? You haven't? Well, guess what? Here's a free ticket. Queens and Zerglings. Oh, no escape. One Oracle, he says, go home and tell them what happened. Go tell them what happened when they came on creep. You go tell them, bitch. Solar laying the smackdown. He's got High Templar coming forward in the Prism. Can he land the Storms? EMP's come down. So do the Storms, though. If he can land a Storm on the left side, he can't get in there. The Zealot's blocking him. High Templar Storm. Oh. Holy shit. What the I feel Lurk as you get in position. Protoss has to do something immediately, but if you see Broodlords and just run away, you might be able to do it. And he's not even going to give time for the Broodlords to get here. Prism goes in the main Zealots as well. Oh no, the Storms! Down! Oh no, the Banelings connecting with his High Templar before he storms his army. Will be getting overwhelmed in the southern side. Maybe? Oh, he just pulled his Overseer away, which is a problem. He pulled his Overseer away. Zealots in the main are tearing it up. Zealot Archon in the top as well, also tearing it up. Hydras in the bottom are going after the Mothership. He's going to be able to kill it, but my god, she's hard to deal with. Hydras in the main trying desperately to defend. Mothership just went down in the south. Archon Immortal goes down there as well. Drones. Oh! He surrounds the Archon with drones, and a High Templar walks up, drops a juicy Storm. And there's just too much Protoss and too many plays. The Oracle is arriving. Oh, he gets both! Double Stalker kill, juicy. Meanwhile, there's an Adept in the base. Solar starts complaining about how Protoss is so easy, but he can't play it because he's too skillful as a Zerg player. Promise, I normally don't play like this, but it's just your race is so easy. That's why I can't play it. I click too fast because as a Zerg player, we have lots of things to manage. Not like dumb Protoss players. You see, you guys have low IQ and I just have too much IQ to play Protoss properly. That's why you won that interaction. Hero's there raising an eyebrow going, sure, mate. Sure. Yeah, totally. Sure. No, I believe you, man. I believe you. Definitely. Legit excuses, son. And, well, he's going to fly in and lose his Oracle. He says, you know what? I'll give you one back. I'll give you a little chancey chance. Big, you can make millions on ad revenue on old school Swarm host versus Swarm host fights if you simply showed us a little more skin, baby girl. That's my armpit. Enjoy. Where's my fucking tip? Where's my tip? You fucking promised. You promised. Fucking weirdos. I love it. That's not skin, that's hair. That's hair covered skin. It's the best kind. It's the best kind. You guys aren't into armpits? Fucking weirdos. What the fuck? I said ad revenue, you cheat slut. Jeez.
Oh,
there.
wow.
Marines are quite exposed on creep. This is an excellent start to the fight for
But he's
Dark.
move commanding.
And Maru clicks
He's
on the
clicked on the
hatchery.
hatchery. Maru,
what?
Maru with a huge mistake, distracted by the Ling Bane counterattack. He moves so deep on creep, gets jumped on by Banes, and then clicks on a hatchery and runs past the enemy army. A monumental mistake for the greatest Terran player of all time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what was that?
Those two Banelings blowing up 20 SCVs. I cannot believe.
Actually do drugs, guys. Normally doing drugs is pretty bad, but in this case, check this out. Oh my god. Oh, it feels so good. Wait, I hear lurkers somewhere. Where? More drugs, more drugs. Let's go. We're still money. Guys, I'm too paranoid to walk away from the computer. I've been too scarred in this tournament. They said 5 minutes, but last time I heard 5-minute break yesterday, they came back in like 2 minutes. So I'm sitting here and I'm just staring at the players, waiting for the lobby to come up because I'm too paranoid. Downside of that is I haven't been able to make wee-wee, which is definitely an issue. I would have loved to make a wee-wee. Upside is I'm not going to miss this lobby no matter what. Apparently the organizer had a bit of an internet issue, which is causing them to just take a second to fix that. I did see a lobby pop up and I clicked on it, guys, and then I realized it was Beyond, and Light is casting that game, so I'm not sure what tournament that is. I'm not going to tab out to even look it up because I'm not looking away from the lobby like I did yesterday from the Battle.net. Beyond, so I joined it and instantly left the game, and then Beyond DM'd me. He's like, Zzz. And I was like, I'm sorry. I would absolutely love to watch your game, Beyond. I'm sorry for hopping in and jumping in and out of your lobby, but I thought you were Maru versus REYNOR. You're not as exciting as that. Playing, I imagine, a small weekly cup, or is there a Wardy tournament on? It's Sparkling Tuna right now. Yeah, okay. So for those who don't know, Sparkling Tuna is a term that's used to describe the dichotomy of sexual attraction. Because, you know, sometimes, you know, depending on how your feelings are, it could be like a raw tuna that's been left out for like a week in terms of how attractive it is to you. Or if there's love and chemistry and affection and all that stuff, it could be like the most sparkling, fresh sashimi grade tuna that you've ever eaten. You know, when it's like so beautiful and red and you can see like the lines of fat through it. And it's just like, it almost looks like it's not food. Like it looks like too perfect, almost like plasticky or like jellyish, and you're just like, you know, and that's the sparkling tuna cup, right? For dichotomy. I just assume sparkling tuna was like the sauce made of tuna and sparkling water. There's a sauce made of tuna and sparkling water? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's something the guy who Salt Bay makes. He's like, I'm a really good chef. Look at me. I throw salt funny. Ha ha ha. Here's sparkling water and tuna. This is how I make a sauce. And I'm just like, are you just rage baiting now, mate? Can I get that at sushi? It's pink sauce is what it is. I do kind of enjoy rage bait cooking content. I gotta say, like, I do hate all of the trying to get attention that people do. Lobby. I've instantly clicked it. If I miss this, I'm going to kill somebody. How is everybody into the lobby before me? I click it the fucking second it comes up, and everybody's in there before me. One guy joined after me. I don't even... This is actually what I... Why do you guys make this so stressful as tournament casters? Why can't we just post a lobby link and wait like 30 seconds? Are they in party? Mate, I don't know. They're not meant to be in party. Who's hosting? Rain G. Who the fuck is this Rain G guy? Maybe that's the organizer. I don't know. Maybe they're all in a party. But it's just like... Maybe they don't want randos joining, I guess. Alright guys, we're into it. Let's go. Be proud of being the second slowest. I would lean into it. I mean, I'd more just be like, why does it have to be so stressful to cast these tournaments? This is the same issue I used to have whenever I'd cast the Asian Weekly Cup. where no one would post lobby links and everyone would start games instantly and they'd never like wait for anything. And like you'd literally just need to message a player before they started their game, before their vetoes were over, and say, and you'd need to like get them in a party and tell them you were hosting the map for them, or they just wouldn't wait. And I was just like, man, you can make this so much easier for casters with so little effort. But yeah, it is what it is. All right, guys. Maru's in the bottom right side of the map. It's Winter Madness. Reynor in the top left going pool first against 2-Rax Reaper. Is pool first good against 2-Rax Reaper, guys? I think if he goes gas pool, he's pretty happy. But just a regular pool first. How quick does that gas go down? Starts a drone. He's going to rally that drone to take the gas, is he? He's not building another drone. He's going to build 6 Zerglings. Ooh. Ooh. Yucky. 6 Zerglings, not the best here. Because that's going to be fully walled by the time those Lings arrive, I think. If the Lings get in the base, there's an argument you could make this work out okay. Your Queen is early, so obviously it's nice to make sure you don't lose any drones to the first Reaper. Gas is going to be very late. It's going to be an awkward situation here for Reynor. I think Reynor was really expecting some sort of like no scout 1-Rax expand, and he wants to punish that sort of greed. You know what? Oh, dude, he needs to immediately dodge with these Lings when he sees this Reaper. Reynor, he sees it. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, calculated. But he's going to run into the second Reaper a moment later, so it's not really going to matter unless he gets a lucky surround. Luckiest surround of all time. Luckiest surround of all time. No, but Maru's not watching. Oh, Maru's actually... Maru, are you washed, mate? Get in there. Oh, he's going to cancel the command center, maybe. If he committed to everything to the command center, he would have killed it there. He was forced to cancel. As it is, he's got 2 Zerglings in the main, 4 on the natural, 2 fight the Reaper. 1 SCV has gone down so far. Going to get... Oh, nice SCV micro in the main. And the Reapers are going to deal with it on the natural as well. 1 SCV for 6 Zerglings. A little bit of lost building time. And now Maru happily going to 5 Reapers as well. Beautiful defense for Maru. I think Reynor should have committed more to killing the command center, guys. 2 SCVs attack the two Zerglings on the SCV, 4 on the command center. There's only 330 hit points. And I think he would have done really well. I don't think he was necessarily planning to build 5 Reapers. I think this is a reaction to the high stressful situation he was in. He said, oh, just keep building Reapers for now until I'm sure I'm safe. He's got Tech Lab and a reactor. Already a 3rd command center on the high ground. Ling speed coming in. Maru, of course, forcing Reynor into the Ling speed. Creep Tumor on the high ground and trying to finish droning up these 2 bases so he can secure the 3rd when Ling speed is finished. Oh, yep. Watch out. Okay, Reaper's going to be dancing. Oh, 1 Reaper goes down, though. And did he only get 1 Zergling there? Oh, because he was shooting the Queen. Guys, why the hell was Maru shooting the Queen there? What the heck? Did he not retarget? Or did he manually target the Queen? That was a bad... I think that might have been a misclick for Maru. If he killed all the Zerglings, he wouldn't have lost that Reaper, because the Zerglings are the damage dealers there, not the Queen. I mean, he wants the Queen, but he's not going to get her. Oh my god, he's trapped. Oh, the grenade! The grenade saves 2 of his Reapers deep in the red, but can they even get home? If these Lings click directly to the natural, I don't think these Reapers can get home. Looks like he's just going to go over to this ledge, hide behind the minerals, and maybe jump up and down the cliff. Or hide in a corner and hope he doesn't get found. If I were him, I'd probably try to hide up here, somewhere closer to the Zerg side of the map where Reynor might not look, because this is too obvious. I say it's too obvious, but Reynor maybe not going to find it. Interesting. Evo Chambers on the way, nice and early. Reynor's going to use that extra gas that he's got on 2 base to start a nice fast carrot base. 3rd hatchery is, of course, later than the 3rd command center of Terran, but Terran's pinned on 2 bases for a while longer, so it is playable, and the Reapers actually have survived. 4 Zerglings on their own will go down to 3 Reapers. Well, he doesn't want to actually fight this straight away. He just wants to group up and jump on top with all of the Zerglings. That's what he's now going to do. Maru's going to try and enact attacks. He gets 1. Can he get a 2nd Zergling? No focus fire for Maru. No focus fire whatsoever. I think that was only one more Zergling. Yeah, for those 3 Reapers. I think Beyond might have done a bit better there. Beyond or Clem. But Maru, these days, more of a strategy player than anything else. Speaking of strategies, what the fudge? He's swapping mech. Guys, it's 2-1-1 into... Oh, it's not... No, it's not mech. It's... Is this just going to be drilling claws really early? It's 3 barracks into 2... Or 2 barracks into 2 factory. Is he going to spam Widowmine drops? Oh, he is, isn't he? I think he's going to go drilling claws, and he's going to start, and he's just going to like drop Widowmines. Remember, we've seen Reynor omega tilted by Widowmine drops against both Maru and Clem in recent months, where they come in and they just keep sending these 4 Widowmine drops in, and they just waste so much of his time because of that limited Zerg anti-air in the mid game. Safety tank on the high ground, Sergeant Chadhammer. She assumes the position, covering both the natural weak point and half of the 3rd mineral line. Oh, this is a really interesting game. So Reynor's playing Banelings. Looks like he's going to go like 5 gas Hydras here. Takes a 4th and a 5th at the same time. Remember, this 4th on the left, very vulnerable to libs. It doesn't look like Maru's taking advantage of that just yet. I don't know if you guys saw Beyond versus SERRAL yesterday, but the strategy Beyond did on this map was absolutely brutal. Super early lib to secure the spot. Chadhammer, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Chadhammer. Oh, Maru just killed his entire mineral line. The amount of friendly fire there. It says 17 kills. I don't even think there was 17 Zerglings there. Maybe there was, but I think about 10, 15 SCVs have gone down. It says 12 SCVs died. That's because the tank not only damaged so many of them down to 1 or 2 hit points, and the Zerglings finished them, he also friendly fire straight up killed 3 of his own SCVs and put the rest deep in the red to get 1 shot by the Zerglings. Brutal mistake there for Maru. Not having enough Marines at home and clumping his SCVs so badly when he mineral walked them. Even in that situation, it's rare to have the tank shot land quite so flush. This is those drops I was talking about, guys. He's going to spam a few of these Widowmine drops across to frustrate Reynor, but so far Reynor's defense with Spores and Queens has been really good. Just worried about Libs getting in the back. For now, it's just a Widowmine. And we'll get another one in there. No serious damage. Just got to make sure you have a Spore on each base, and you clear these up, surely. Well, Widowmine's going to get in the natural. Gets a few drones and Zerglings. Very frustrating to deal with, but I think Reynor, it's the amount of APM and disruption that really throws him off here, and you can see he's just not dealt with it. Like, now he builds the Spore, but I mean, surely the moment you see Widowmine drops like that, you should be building that Spore earlier. Manually targets and does get himself a few more drones. That Widowmine also manually targets. Didn't clear. He let them both fire twice. This is what I'm talking about. Reynor's, like, actually, someone at Basilisk, his coach, needs to sit down with him and practice defending Widowmine drops. Because this has fallen out of favor, and in the last few months, he's looked sloppy against it multiple times. He'll have, there's little things he does that are great, but then there's just, like, big mistakes mixed in. It's uncharacteristic. That Widowmine won't get a shot off. He deals with that a bit better, but he's got to be quicker at cleaning these Widowmines up and getting back to mining. And oh my gosh. And Maru is literally free reign on the macro behind this. 4th command center is almost finished. He's got 8 barracks coming up. Yeah, Maru... Actually, it's not 8 barracks. It's only 5 barracks. His 5 barracks is so delayed. But he's killed 24 drones. I mean, it's not like it's crazy good trading. He trades a lot of units to do this. This really slows down Reynor's growth. Puts all the pressure on him. More Widowmines, he's continuing. He's not going to stop anytime soon. 1 more drone goes down. That one will not fire. Wouldn't mind 1 or 2 more Spore Crawlers for Reynor. Hydras are finally coming out. Yet another Widowmine drop going. I mean, there's a point where 25 drones doesn't really matter at this stage. This is negative trading. Reynor, I think, is maintaining a big enough economy. He's still ahead after this. But he should start shutting it down, right? If your opponent does the same move 6 times in a row, you'd expect number 6 to be more of a shutdown than the first 5. And indeed it will be, with the Hydras there. Things are on top as well. Oh, he does get in the corners, though. Nice placement on the unloads. He shoots an Overlord there with 2 shots. Only 6 drones. Once again, that's not cost efficient. Reynor's still mining pretty heavily. He's got 5 bases up. And Maru's not done. Maru's not done. Maru used to do this against Protoss a lot. I'd kind of call it the stress test. Where he's like, look, you can defend this. It's just really hard and it's really annoying. And Protoss players would like defend 3 or 4 waves, and then the fifth or 6th wave would get in and kill 30 probes, and then everything would snowball from there. Widow Mines. Uh-oh. Good reaction on the drones. I mean, his micro is really good. REYNOR is such a high-level player, but one has to wonder if he shouldn't have already... I mean, like, he's got 3 spores on the left. He's got at least 1 spore on all the other bases. Fair enough. He's going again? Maru's just not going to stop. This is so clever because remember, REYNOR is a much faster player than Maru. In terms of raw mechanical skill, REYNOR is a far superior player, guys. What Maru's doing is trading inefficiently right now to not let REYNOR attack him and to psychologically damage him. And this is allowing Maru to get to late game without there being any standard mid-game interactions where REYNOR could out-multitask him. It's actually very clever. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to win him the game. That is not set in stone by any means. But REYNOR, his creep spread's completely frozen, despite there being no Terran army on the map, just Widow Mine drops. There's a 5th base floating out. There's mass command center building. There's a mixture of mines, tanks, ghosts, spire. Don't get me wrong, Maru's not maxed, and he's down slightly in the upgrades. So REYNOR's still in a good overall position with a big Lingbane Hydra Viper army, but he's also going to have lost track of where he is in the game. REYNOR will not have his finger on the pulse. And I think he should have already attacked and denied this base, because he's got the army to do it. But look, REYNOR has been put in a passive mentality, because you've just conditioned him. You're like, another 6 Widow Mine drops are about to happen. And Maru's just kind of he's getting close to max. Well, REYNOR should have been maxed a minute ago. Now, Maru's stopped building units, which is a real big problem for him. He should have maxed out by now. He's just stopped building bio. He's only building tanks and mines. And I know 12 supply isn't everything, but like it does matter. I'm gonna mix a few more ghosts in now. 6 tanks, 8 Widow Mines spread across these bases. This planetary could just get busted. And indeed it will. He's actually just going to lose this command center and float a new one out. Very mature decision by Maru. Pulls the SCVs away and says, fine, take it. There's the rest of his tanks and mines, though. Feels like he's a bit light on these units. REYNOR does chase just a little too deep, loses a lot of them. Quite a few Overseers go down as well. Units lost tab is, remember, it was a few thousand behind for Maru. And now, he's actually ahead by 200. So that was a few thousand resources swing in his favor, and he can just float one of these new command centers down, get back to mining very quickly. The trick is to not take bad fights and keep your army large when you're playing TVZ. On the right side, Maru does look a little light on the defense. A few Widow Mines and a planetary. These 2 tanks kind of far back. And I think you want to have a pack of something that's anti-Zergling. Whether that be, 16 Marines, 2 Medevacs, or a few ghosts, something. You want something on the right side to guard against Zergling run-bys, because otherwise you can go in, spread against the Widow Mines, get on top of the siege tanks, and then potentially cause trouble. So I kind of like that the ghosts are nearby. It's like he's heading them in that direction to guard. Ghosts are not bad against Zerglings. Double armory, guys. Double armory. He wants those mech upgrades for late game so he can go, this time, bio into Ghost Mech. Tank does get blinding clouded. Another one on the planetary as well. Good move. Really good move by REYNOR. Should blow up that base. Oh my gosh. He should have got that orbital as well. I've talked about leaving money on the table, guys. Orbital snipes are one of the biggest things you could do at this point before Terran's at max orbitals. He could have sniped that very easily. Maru's not even repairing it. Maru's like, oh, he could have got that if he just clicked on it. I'll just let him kill it then. Oh, there we go. SCV does come in, starts repairing it. We'll douse that fire very quickly. Pig REYNOR forgot +2 missiles. Yep, should be starting that. I mean, he's got 12 Hydras out, so it's not the most important thing, right? It's mostly Lingbane he's playing with a handful of Hydras, but you definitely want to add those, especially the longer the game goes. Widow Mine's trying to do some unburrows. 2 Widow Mines go down without any big hits. Lots of siege tanks relatively undefended in the open. Quite a few of those go down. Zerglings getting on that right side as well. The Hydra Bane needs to get out of there. And those Zerglings unleashed on that right side expansion. Really good damage. Banelings find the ghosts. Ooh, he gets a good connection there. That was slick. Very good connections. Maru's transitioning to Ghost Mech. Yeah, absolutely, guys. That's why he's gone double armory. How cool is that? 2 more factories. So he's going to go 5 factories. And he's going to have the double upgrades for the Thors and the Hellbats. And he'll be able to add Blue Flame. Does need to remember to add that. But he's also going to have 3/3 Ghosts Very, very cool. Reynor's got a few banelings burrowed over here, just hoping that can pull something off. But once again, I think he's let MARU get to the later stage maybe a bit too easily. Do you think there was room for a Broodlord timing, guys? I think there might have been against such a heavy tank play. Hydraling Bane kind of attacking around the corners. Good defensive setup. No Overseers either. The Ghosts are going to cloak, and that is a beautiful hold for MARU. Defends the left side at the same time. A planetary down here. 5,000 resources in favor of MARU. Now, Reynor still has a big bank. The way you play this as Reynor, because he's taken too long to go Broods, and I truly believe if he was going to go Broods, he needed to do it 2-3 minutes ago, start making that transition. Because he hasn't done that, I think Reynor has only one viable play. Remax on Hydraling Bane, shove the left and break through, Remax, shove the right and break through, Remax and shove the middle. Basically, by the third Remax, your bank's going to be empty, and if you haven't done significant damage, you can probably tap out there. I do not think you're beating MARU in the super long game. Reynor is the kind of guy who will try to do it. It is not a smart idea, not against the greatest late game Terran to ever grace this game with his presence. Zerglings on the right side, really good run-bys. I mean, run-bys are obviously excellent as well. I do love that move. Ghosts coming very far forward. The Baneling's got some big hits, but the Medevacs do save a lot of those Ghosts. A couple Ghosts get left on the high ground. Nice engagement on those for Reynor. This is really bad for MARU. This is very bad decision-making, because MARU leaves his right side wide open. And I think it's actually... Oh, wait, is it? Oh, he's going to get the hatchery. Okay, I thought he wasn't going to get the hatchery. So he's kind of just given up on the right side, and he said, let's just win the left. But there's no Banelings there. Parasitic Bomb does land on the Medevacs. Juicy Parasitic Bomb. But he picks up and then drops on the low ground. Banelings trying to hit these Ghosts. 3 Banelings on the Widow Mines would be nice. Nice detonate. Does take out those Widow Mines before they can fire, but Overseer's getting sniped as well. The Ghosts getting excellent trades. Well, is it really excellent? He's still only 5,000 ahead. If Reynor could just get his injects in order and actually remax right now, MARU might be dead. Reynor does lose this base, but I feel like sloppy trading like this, what MARU's just done is increase the tempo. And the reason I was questioning his decision to push here, guys, is if he just defends this side, he doesn't even need to defend this base. But I think he can, if he plays safe and defensive. And if this base gets blown up, it is what it is. As long as he holds this position and then he retakes it right after, it's going to be too costly for Reynor to continue. But instead now he's upped the tempo. He's thrown away a lot of army. His right side's very bare bones defended. And I think seeing what's over here, Reynor should max out, bust the left, clear this planetary, and do what I said. Just keep remaxing and busting. You can mix some Zergling run-bys in as well. Could be nice. He does scan and sees some drones in the top right, and that's where a Liberator going forward to harass would be lovely for MARU. Only one burrowed Baneling on the ramp, unfortunately. Takes, I think, 4 to kill the Ghosts. Not sure if that changes with upgrades. 4 Widow Mines coming in. The Baneling did detonate on those Ghosts, but he's attacking down a ramp right now, Reynor. The Mad Lad attacking down a ramp into siege tanks. His Hydras are stuck there. Terrible fight for Reynor. He targets the command center. There is no way he's going to kill that command center. And I'm not sure what possessed Reynor to fight down that choke point. I don't think it takes a master of pattern recognition to realize that's not a good way to do it. Chat says keep busting. Yeah, bust the planetary, not run down the tiny choke point ramp. I know some guys in Twitch chat just like to sit there going, you said a thing and he did it and it didn't work. Use your brain, engage it for 6 seconds, Twitch chat. Too much inbreeding in the Twitch chat today. No, I know you're just making a joke. It's fine. I didn't mean to go after your sister mother like that. Marauder's trying to pull backwards. The Ghosts and the Marines pulling down the ramp. The Hydraling Bane moving forwards. There's an Infestor sneaking in from behind, 2 of them, but I just don't know why Reynor is attacking down this ramp. This is the worst possible angle for Reynor to be chasing. If he's too deep on top of the ramp, it could work, but he lands the fungal! But he doesn't get the Ghosts. The Infestors go down immediately, and the Ghosts were too far back. The Banes don't connect. Reynor right now is headbutting. Reynor's talked about his biggest problem against MARU in late game is he does tend to headbutt against Terrans as the game goes later in general. But I mean, he should be remaxing and hitting the right side 100%. You've just committed to this side 3 times in a row. Sometimes you can double up on the same side, but you've got to go attack the right side now as well. I'm sorry, guys. Pigs are bully. Yeah. Okay, he does go to the right side now. Lings will clear the tanks pretty quickly. How quickly can MARU scramble units? Quite a few tanks going down. And this is already pretty successful. He also needs to clear this in the middle. He needs to get Overseers to clear that middle area. Could have busted in and killed these libs. Yeah, he's going to do it now. There's not that many units here, actually. MARU still hasn't reinforced. Clearing all of this infrastructure is very valuable. REYNOR getting some big pickoffs, man. MARU has 8 orbitals, though, and every time he loses one side of the map, he's already, like, expanding to the other side. As much as I don't agree with MARU increasing the intensity of this game, I think he should play slow and calm, because that's where you know REYNOR's going to headbutt and just throw his army away, but it's pretty damn effective. +3 vehicle plating is almost done, so it's going to be 3-3 on these siege tanks. This is still the sort of game where a Broodlord surprise switch could do very well because of the high tank count, but it's also a decent amount of ghosts, marines, mines. I mean, they're good against mines as well, of course. They'll activate the mines on your free units, which is really nice. Well, that tank is in a terribly good spot. Oh, this is Sergeant Chadhammer 2.0. Banelings rolling forward. The orbital is open, but look at that. Marauders run up the left side. That tank does finally go down. But REYNOR taking hefty losses there. He's got borrowed Zerglings in the back. I would love to see him unburrow those in the midst of that. He's down 10k resources. And not only that, MARU's taking a middle base. I'd actually kind of love to see REYNOR take this hatchery, but I do think he's got to hit this right side again. Even if it's just a 60 Zergling run by on this right side, keep hitting this right side. Every sensor tower, every gas that goes down, every SCV and tank snipe is brutal because you're just making Hydra Bane, and this is an army that thrives on mobility. It's a very mobile and versatile army, and Festa is not going to do it. I feel like REYNOR's fungal traps recently have been a little bit one-dimensional. You know what I mean? Where like he'll throw one fungal, but like there's no way you're ever going to get banelings to those ghosts before the fungal wears out anyway. Too many players are relying on the fungal. Fungals are good when your opponent's moving on the map. They're not good at breaking an entrenched position. You know what I mean? Viper's coming into the blinding cloud. He does want the fungal. He's going to land it. Great fungal, actually. Wow. Wow. He gets about 8 ghosts. Brilliant play. Zerglings on the right side. Do a distraction. They burrow in the midst of it. Please get that command center. Come on, REYNOR. I'm actually cheering for MARU to win this series, guys, because I want a non-ZVZ finals. But right now I'm cheering for REYNOR because I want it to be a 3-2 for MARU. Sorry, REYNOR. Consider REYNOR a friend and a cool guy. I cheer for him in spirit, but I got to do this for the balance of the tournament, man. We gotta get that 3-2. You beat MARU last time. He beats you this time 3-2, and then you get to beat him the next time. Okay, REYNOR? REYNOR's hanging in here. Breaking that position and getting those ghosts was really good. 15 ghosts have died this game, guys. Obviously, way more than 148 banelings have died. Because remember, these are the banelings that have been shot down. They're not the banelings that have detonated themselves. Showing up there. Only 8,000 resources lost difference between the two. Gonna blow this base up. The SCVs will go down. And good choice to run away. Does he burrow a Zergling? Yeah, that's the spite burrowed Zergling. Just to force a scan out. Ooh, clearing these buildings is nice. MARU's poor, guys. MARU's poor. This base being denied is huge. The fact that he lost this base and these 2 bases, I think MARU made the classic SERRAL mistake. We call it the SERRAL blunder because he's done it against SERRAL so many times in big series where he tries to go too fast to the expansions and he gives the Zerg those attack angles. And against REYNOR, that's criminal because REYNOR cannot compete with you in the end game. But if you give him the mobility, he will maul you with Hydraling Bane Viper. Pretty interesting engagement. There's a lot of Marauders and Ghosts in reserve. Those Banelings just entered a kill zone. That fight, I think it started okay for REYNOR, but then about 40 Banelings just entered a kill zone where a tank was firing from the left, a tank from the right, and there was a bunch of Marauders and Ghosts just all shooting them down. That fight was a bit nasty, and it is, of course, the result of a 2,000 resource swing now in favor of MARU, who's now up to 10,000 ahead. REYNOR needs to keep hitting this right angle with Zerglings, and where is that Broodlord transition? I get it. He's, you know, he doesn't have that many tanks, only 6, but that's because you've killed 30 siege tanks. To not build Broodlords in this sort of game where MARU is in survival mode, just trying to hang on, Broodlords would be a checkmate here. But, as I've talked about, Solar and REYNOR are both immune to building Broodlords until everything else doesn't work. Both of them have this part in their brain where they go, I only build Broodlords if 3 other attacks fail terribly in a row. Then I will do it. He's going to go Lurkers. Lurkers are not good against mass tanks. They are good for Niduses in the production, though, which is obviously what he's looking for. Zerglings need to spready. Spready. Widowmine's getting a few decent shots there. He finally starts a Spire. He's had crazy bank for ages. This is one of those habits that REYNOR needs to work into his play. I've talked about it for a few years now, and it's really big. I don't think REYNOR wants to slow the game down versus MARU. Thing is, he's got 4k, 2k. Building a Spire and a Greater Spire costs you about 600 minerals and gas combined. That doesn't take away any of your tempo, and it means you can immediately build around a Corruptors and Broodlords and win the game. Whereas right now, the tempo is being slowed down because Maru has no bases and is now defending amazing angles. Infestor comes up from underground, does land a good fungal, but the Ghost is still able to fade away. He is going to get rid of the base, though. He's got to focus that command center, I think, but the Ghosts are going to punish him, and that's an excellent fight for Maru. Holds the command center, doesn't get the snipes on the Hydras, but still up to 13,000 resources now. Another 1,000 resources in favor of Maru. Maybe not excellent for Maru. Maybe good enough, maybe not. Oh my god, does he already have Lurkers? 9 Lurkers are morphing. Nidus is going to go into the main. He doesn't have anything inside the Nidus, though. Oh, I think in a game where you've played no Niduses all game long, your opponent's guard would be down. I actually think this was a perfect game. I think that was a bad Nidus timing, guys. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. I think that's a bad Nidus timing because you've committed to a Lurker Surprise. It's terrible front on against Tank Ghost Lib. You have literally built a unit that is hard countered by everything Maru has. It's only good for the Nidus Surprise. You've spent 26 minutes not Nidusing. Maru's guard is absolutely down. To waste the Nidus on a timing when you're not attacking elsewhere at the same time, you're not distracting him actively, there's no way he doesn't notice that. So you've just kind of given up your big trump card while not distracting him. And he's doing it again. And I think there's no way Maru Maru! Oh my god, Maru's not noticing. He's got Marines right there. Oh, massive blunder for Maru. An absolutely massive blunder. Oh my god, that is a massive, massive blunder. And Reynor's going to take advantage. This is going to do devastating damage. His main army can bust the front at the same time. Because look, the Ghosts are going to have to go back with some tanks. Maru knows there's going to be a bust on the front at the same time. Reynor's got to go for the bust on the front. Maybe that down this left flank. I'm not sure where he's going to go. The Lurkers are smashing the main. Oh man, this is definitely not perfect StarCraft. Both players are playing very, very, good tactics. And they're forcing mistakes out of the other one. Lurkers are going to evict him from the main. Massive lost money and depots, add-ons, all this sorts of stuff. Here we go. Nice snipes coming down. Very good snipes. Ooh, I think maybe Reynor should have got out of there, guys. But he's going to bust the left side. He took a while to do it. Feel like he's given Maru time to deal with everything before he goes in with this, and Reynor blunders. Reynor gets the planetary and 13 SCVs, but that's not enough. He lost every Hydra and his Viper. He was getting shelled there from that whole side. He took way too long to commit to that, and his gas bank's entirely gone. He's got 3k minerals. He just killed the entire production of the Terran. And yet, despite that... Wait. Did Maru lose a bunch of ghosts to these Lurkers, guys? Or did he just F2 his units away? I think he might have F2'd his units back to the left. Dude, this game is such a crazy thing. Because Reynor, what resources has he got? Okay, he's got 2 gases here. Oh, he needs to take these right now. He's got 2 gases there. He's just started mining these 2. Oh, and he's stealing Maru's resources there as well. Dude, these resources are huge. Because remember, these count doubly. These are minerals you're damaging from Maru by stopping him from ever mining them. And you're getting them yourselves. If you ever mine resources from your opponent's side of the map, it is worth so much. Oh, man. Oh, dude, this is a really weird game now. He's only lost 17 ghosts. Maru's been poor for a while. Viper waddles in and dies. It's a massive Ling Hydra bust. The Widow Mine shots aren't necessary. The Marines and Ghosts come forward. Reynor has to back off. Reynor needs to stay wily. He cannot just headbutt. He's got to keep hitting the right side with Lings. If he just goes in with 80 Zerglings from the right, he can disrupt. There's a lot of infrastructure here he could clear. But how does he ever break the left side? 12 siege tanks are up. 36 have died this game. Broodlords would still be excellent in this game because all he's got, Maru's broke and he's got 11 Ghosts and 19 Marines. Broodlord Infestor is a checkmate in this game. It's a checkmate Reynor's been ignoring for a long time. Now don't get me wrong, guys. Reynor and Maru are playing some of the highest level, best CVT in the world. But it just goes to show how stressful StarCraft is, that because I get to see the whole map and study all these games and watch them all the time, I'm able to point these things out. Sometimes people get annoyed at me pointing out things the players are missing repetitively. But as a player who doesn't have to worry about doing 500 actions a minute, trying to split Zerglings against Widowmines, trying to find ways into bases when there is no way in, I get the privilege of being able to see things from a top-down view. These guys, of course, only have limited vision. Infestor gets scanned and taken down. Very clutch there. Infestors are building, but no Broodlords. And as I said, whenever Reynor's doing well with other units, he doesn't think to build Broodlords and Infestors. We talked about this a few years ago when Roddy was really saying, you need to sometimes build Broodlord Infestor, it's very good. And Infesta's a really good unit. And basically they had an ongoing disagreement, as the good friends they are, where Reynor would, every time he built Infestas, he'd say, see, look, they're really bad. And Roddy would be like, mate, you'd already lost the game. You only built the Infestas. This was before he used burrowed Infestas. He would like just not build Infestas. He would refuse. He said Infestas are bad. He'd lose like 8 fights in a row, and then he'd build Infestas, and then he'd like lose because he's so far behind and he's not good at using Infestas as well. And he'd go, see, that's why I don't build Infestas. And Roddy would be like, no, build them before you start losing. Do it a bunch and you'll start winning. And it was like 2 years of Reynor just stubbornly refusing to build Infestas. And now he's like so good with the burrowed Infestas. And he's like, yeah, I should have been using them the whole time. But this is not particular to Reynor. This is pretty much every StarCraft pro, because it's so hard to figure out how to make these things work. You have to fail so many times until it finally clicks. Massive Lingbane Hydra Infestor, huge fungal. The tanks are exposed, but the Banelings are quite clumped. The tanks are getting a few good volleys off, but what an amazing fight for Reynor. He clears the whole army. These tanks are going to go down. The Ghosts are desperately trying to run away, and that may be the game-ending battle. Because yes, you're down 14,000 resources, but you've secured that mining on this base for the next few minutes. You've got these gases taken now. He didn't finish putting on this top gas, but I guess that doesn't really matter. How many resources does Maru... The problem I'm seeing is maybe Maru has more minerals on these bases than we give him credit for. Oh, Reynor does not have a lot of minerals to mine. So I'm going to do a quick count, guys. He's got about 700 times 2. That's 1,400, 1,500, about 1,700 minerals there. Oh, no. 2,700. And then another 1,100. Okay, he's got just under 4,000 minerals left to mine. Maru's got quite a bit more than that. Especially if he does mine these last couple of mineral patches left around his bases. A couple hundred here, a couple hundred in his natural. Things trying to come in. Broodlords are now morphing. They should be great against the heavy tanks, but he needs to micro it very well. Yeah, you can already see there's like 4,000 minerals on this base alone. It's a 1,400 mineral patch. 1,250 mineral patch. He's got... yeah, a few thousand there as well. Yeah, this is actually bad for Reynor, because Reynor's down on army supply, and he's effectively down on bank because of that. He needs to do well in the next few fights. Maru just lost vehicle armor. No, you don't lose upgrades when your armory goes down. He already has all of his upgrades done. He rebuilds the armory because otherwise he can't make Hellbats, though. Lingbane Hydra trying to roll forward, fighting in a choke point. Very dangerous for Reynor here. Maru with an endless tank lib line. Oh my lord. And Reynor just shoves into it with a bit of an A move. The Broodlords are pushing on the left. But look at that, the Ghosts come in. The Ghosts, he was trying to kill the Planetary at the same time. That's why he was trying to distract on the right side. But he loses so many of his Broodlords. And he needs more Fungals, but he's not able to get it. And this is, oh no, the Broodlords all going down to the Ghosts. That is not how you need the Broodlords to work. He needed the Broodlords to engage the siege tanks. But because he was out of position, he wasn't willing to give up this right side base. He should have rotated the Broodlords to fight these siege tanks. But attacking a Planetary when the Ghosts sneak up on you is a disaster. And he just lost 7 Broodlords, and he's lost 7 Infestors now in total this game. But if he could break this right side, maybe Reynor can make something of it. Oh, he's going to get through a little bit. No, the libs do go down, but I don't think it matters. Maru's going to wear him down. What a close game. Maru had a massive advantage at about the 12-minute mark. Pushed way too deep up this ramp while losing control of this base completely. Let Reynor take control from there. And then he knuckled down and just defended this area, and Reynor could not find an attack angle. Attacked down here a few bad times, messed up, and his lead slipped away. If he went Broodlords earlier, I think he still could have won, but massive play for Maru. The Lurkers were actually quite good for clearing that main, guys. Reynor is justifiably looking at the replay right now. How are we doing, Breaker? Ilmon. Wait, Maru beat Clem. Was that the expected result? No one knows what the expected result was, guys. For Maru Clem. It was the first time we've seen Maru play TVP against Clem yesterday in a tournament. We've only seen one ladder game where Clem mauled him. Ladder game, it doesn't mean anything. So we were all eyes on it, and it was an incredibly close series. It could have gone either way, and it may have been some of the highest level TVP we've seen in a while. It was like a beautiful series. Beautiful, beautiful series. The 4x wall was sick. The 4x wall was great. And even before that, he had the tanks layered so far back around those ledges. And that's where Reynor ran into a wall, because You know, like I was saying, okay, he needs to go Broods. Chat wisely said, oh, he doesn't want to give up momentum, doesn't want to give up tempo. And I was like, yeah, thing is, he'd already put Maru in such a shit spot that Maru literally didn't have the ability to take these bases. So he was sitting in a way tighter formation where he basically said, guys, put up the shield wall, dig a trench, and just sit there and try desperately to survive. And then Reynor suddenly was like, oh, because you know you're so far behind, you're not taking these bases in the open anymore where you were giving me good fights. And now suddenly Reynor starts throwing armies away. The Lurker Nidus, I think, was poorly executed. Maru massively blundered by letting that get up, right? I mean, I don't think I'm being too critical. I'm trying to be fair. That was one of the shittest Nidus executions I've seen from a top player. He shows his hand with an empty Nidus while doing no other distractions elsewhere. And it's like the perfect moment to do a surprise Nidus. And then he Niduses again 30 seconds later and Maru has no distractions and he doesn't notice it and loses his whole main. Luckily, he floats his buildings and can land and rebuild add-ons later. Terran privilege goes pretty well there. And he was very good at setting up that new base on the left side of the map. But that was kind of crazy that Reynor didn't attack at the same time. I also think something Reynor didn't do, which players forget to do, and I forget to do it all the time, is there was a Widow Mine spread through the middle, and he never cleared it up. I think he needed to clear that up and sometimes push through the middle, because Maru got so committed to that far left side of the map, and there's a point where the Terran's so focused on defending the flanks, you can just run through the middle, clear up these sensor towers, these turrets, these Widow Mines, kill a planetary or an orbital there. You don't have to keep pushing, but you just push in deep enough to clear some of that map control and get your creep a bit further forward in your vision and your control. But now we've got a 2-0 advantage. And honestly, I think with the way they're both playing, Reynor's letting him get to late game. I think it makes sense. I think this is kind of, if you told me this is the way both players were going to play, where Reynor's going to let him get to late game every game, I'd say, of course, it's going to be 2-0. I wasn't expecting it to be as close and competitive as it's been, though. Thanks, Jinskill. If you want to check out the artist who made the pixel art background, you can go to my Twitch chat and type !background in my Twitch chat anytime to link up her portfolio. All right, guys. Maru in the top right side of the map for Vitality, up 2-0 here. I love that he went to mech late game. He went the double armory off of bio. Like, that was actually really cool. And it was not a normal bio play. It was, I'm going to have massively delayed barracks, but I'm going to spam Widow Mine drops at you and just create a lot more actions for you to defend my Widow Mine drop than I have to use to execute. And basically, Maru, even though it's still a lot of APM to do what Maru did, he made it so he didn't have to react to anything Reynor did. He's just like, I macro, and then I unload another Widow Mine drop. And then I macro, and then I unload another Widow Mine drop. And then I macro, and then I unload another Widow Mine drop. And then I macro, and then I unload another Widow Mine drop. And that was Maru for like, what, 7 minutes of that game? I felt was non-stop Widow Mine drops. That was crazy. Chat wants gambles. Sorry, guys. I'm not prioritizing gambles today because these games are too good. Who wins game 2? Maru. I will try to do the next game as well. I'll give you guys a quick 30-second prediction for game 3. You guys are going to have to remind me, though, if you want to see those predictions, or a mod will have to take over. Either one, don't feel like you're spamming me. If you go, oh, could you pay it? Don't forget to pay out the prediction, or reminder to pay out the prediction, or reminder to do the gamble for the next game, because we've got an amazing series here. So, you know, I'm more focused on just having fun, embracing, absorbing what's happening than anything else. Pigfest starts in 4? Is it just 4 days? 4 days Pigfest starts, guys. I'm not sure if the groups have been posted to Wikipedia yet, but we might announce those groups probably tomorrow. Should be really exciting. Both of these players are invitees. They will be playing there. Shouldn't be playing against each other early, though. We'll be coming in as some of the higher seeds. Reynor considered the best CVT player in the world right now, but he has always had Maru as one of his nemesis. A player that has a very good win record against him and frustrates Reynor. Even when Reynor won his world championship and he looked like he was in an entirely different league to Maru in the early and mid game, it was one of the most one-sided things you've ever seen. And Maru still won 2 games and Reynor had to reversal it. Like, it was crazy. Like, Maru's late game was so much better than Reynor's. That Maru would be way down and then he'd just mess Reynor up in late game. And then Reynor had to like go Mutalisks because that was the one way he could out multitask and like break a hole through MARU and get in there before MARU got to late game. And he ended up beating him with that. But I mean, that was like, it just goes to show like even when Reynor's in his best possible form, MARU's kind of in pretty outmatched form. He'll still find a way to win. And that's a testament to how smart MARU is. And I think his build orders have really been a pleasure to watch over the last few years. Ling speed's on the way, third hatchery's already up and building queens. See, 3 queens out, 3 more buildings. So very early 6 queens. And this is an early 3 command center for the Terran.
Thanks for the basil.
Gets himself a creep tumor, but it was on the natural. It's Hellion Banshee. Does he start Cloak? Yes, he does. All right, so very typical opening for MARU. It's White Rabbit, which I think is actually a pretty good map for Reynor. I think this map can be tricky as a Zerg player, but it can also be amazing because it's just big. It takes a while for Terran to get across, and there are a few big wide open areas where Zerg units can excel. There's also nasty corners where tanks can siege up just about everywhere, so it kind of goes both ways. You've got this big kind of corridor in the middle that can be really awkward when Terran sets up tanks and mines and stuff on both sides of it. Oh, Pig didn't turn it on. Oh, the avatars. Sorry, I've been forgetting to use the avatars. Yeah. Command center's there. Overlord floating through that main base. Alien Banshee floating down the right side. Laz on the way. Rainy's going to go for the straight line 4th base. I actually love this 4th. Good luck defending it from that ledge, though. I used to love this, I should say. And then I started taking this as my 4th on the left side, which is the one that SERRAL prefers. Roachroran's on the way. Rain is expecting mech. And it is indeed mech. Spores a little late. Transfuse on the next one. Yeah. Oh, he misses his next transfuse. 3 drones do go down. You could see the queen turned, but the drone was already dead before the transfuse could activate. Double factory, so 3 factory into double armory. Probably 4th and 5th factory from there. Should take the gases on the 3rd relatively quickly. Not just yet, but soon. Maybe around 6.5 minutes he'll take those. Double Evo chambers on the way. Upgrades are generally one of the lowest priority things to prioritize against mech. Yeah, like a lot of people will say just get 4 work bases of drones, get roach speed up, you know, make sure you get the correct units as quickly as possible is the most important thing. That is a massive Hellions. No Evo chamber. Okay, Evo chamber block comes in on both sides. Excellent play. And you can see he was thinking about cancelling this. If the Hellions ran around the right, he would have cancelled this Evo chamber and ran those drones out. Really good defense by Reynor, but he's being forced to keep building Zerglings right now because he doesn't have roach speed. He doesn't have many roaches, and he's got to be so worried about just the pressure that he's feeling. So many queens go to the left side. Is Reynor only using 1 defensive queen control group, guys? Very sloppy. Maybe a decision he's made because he knows if he splits them up, the Hellions will jump on top of them, though. Yeah, it could be a conscious choice he's made. Indeed, the gases did go down right around 6:30, guys. So it's 5 factory, double upgrades. He's actually making mag field this time, so he's thinking about mixing a few cyclones in. So far, just 2 cyclones. Obviously, siege tank focus has been the goal for him. Pestation pets on the way. 2 spores on the left base. Rain has been uncharacteristically slow to get the drones mining on that 4th base due to the heavy pressure from MARU. And it does look like Reynor is devoid of any sort of attack timing. It looks like he's just going to try and lock horns with MARU and fight him in late game straight up. That's a decision which baffles me. I understand. I've every pro gamer, every high level player has had series where they just feel like they don't have a timing. They have to play it kind of standard. But difference this time is he's gone Hydroden, which makes me think he might play Lurkers. I mean, you can play Lurker Viper against mech. Kind of becomes a bit like a TVT. It's like a really weird matchup. And I mean, just a few Hydras alone to clear the Banshees also helps, of course. Fourth command center's there. Sorry, that's the 5th, 6th command center going up. He's going to try and wrap around. It's a lot of Hellions. The Zerglings have an excellent angle. Oh, beautiful engagement. Finally, Reynor gets those Hellions off the map. Look at this. This base is an easy snipe. Reynor, of course, relegated to 4 expansions. Hatchery does cancel. The Hive's almost finished. Maru's going to float out to a 4th base on the left and then no doubt a 5th in the middle. Blue Flame almost there. 2-2 upgrades have started for the Terran. Zerg is on +1 range Carapace. And he's playing Roach Hydra Viper with a pack of Zerglings. Guys, is Reynor just going to try and use a mixture of Parasitic Bomb on Banshees, Blinding Clouds on tanks, and just split his Roach Hydra and hit from 2 sides? Because you can't duck siege tanks anymore, so I really wonder, especially with no Lurker Den, what his plan is here. It strikes me as very peculiar. Oh, Pig didn't turn it on. Yeah, I turned the prediction on before, guys. It was 30 seconds you had to get the gamble on. Spires on the way, but Reynor's kind of just sitting here on a garbage army of Roach Hydra Viper, guys. I don't know if he's just hoping Maru pushes so he can surround the army and then swap into a good comp, but like... Or is he going to play Hydra Viper Broodlord? I mean, that's not a bad army against mech, right? Hydra Viper Broodlord could kind of work. I don't know, man. It just feels odd how he's playing this. Lings running ahead of the army there. Reynor's style is definitely new to me. Don't normally see a top pro player just play Roach Hydra Viper. I mean, he's really banking on these Blinding Clouds landing in a big way. And yet he's not able to push in. The Banshees go across the map. I mean, I think Reynor's just tilted off the face of the earth with how the series has gone. It looks to me like there's not really a sharp edge, a clear timing, a win condition. And that's something I'm not used to seeing in pro matches. It's very rare. It only happens when a player's kind of at wit's end and they're like, how the hell do I deal with this opponent? He's going to go Broodlords, which is a good call against the heavy tank player. Nice abducts. Gets himself a bunch of Banshees, but he's still traded negatively so far. If you're going to play this passive, you need to get crazy creep spread out here. Try to find some value. Hellions will run around the right side. I'd love to see the Roaches tracking it. He does have 3 spines on the left. No spines on the right side, though. Luckily, he sees these Hellions. He pushed the creep out pretty far, then the Hellions cleaned it up. I mean, it's not being bad on the creeps. I just think he might need more of a way of making a play happen. There's already a decent number of ghosts, but with so many tanks in the mix, if you just get 5 infestors, 8 broodlords, that would be great. But he's got to have a good fight before that. Things coming in, along with the Hydras. He's attacking from only one angle though, which is incredibly dangerous. He's got to get out of there. And if an EMP lands on those Vipers, remember how crucial they are as part of his army. He's looking to abduct ghosts right now. Then this is the gamble of all gambles, because that presents a very easy EMP target on those Vipers. I don't know about this choice for Reynor. He's going to go in with the Vipers front on. He lands a single abduct on one siege tank, and all of the Vipers get EMP'd. A rather predictable outcome. He's now building Zerglings with no Baneley Nest. Reynor's style does seem to lack any sort of clear option for clearing this push. He's building pure Zergling right now, and it does feel like Reynor's run out of options. He's either going to suddenly play the best Starker I've ever seen and pull a rabbit out of a hat, or he's simply going to say, well, I'm just building Lings, and I'm hoping something happens. He is making a bunch of Lurkers. He's done a Nidus Worm, but only a few Zerglings pop out. Hellbats deal with it easily. He's got to give up this middle base. Lurker range does finally start on the Lurker Den. There's Hellbat pushing forward, causing problems. Maru's going to struggle to get past 5 bases. Late game can be a little hard for Terran on this map with just how spread out the bases get. Then again, these middle bases are hard for Zerg to secure as well. Unupgraded Zerglings, guys. No melee on them. I don't understand the style that Reynor was going for. If he'd rushed Lurker Viper, I understand, because he could have been trying to use Lurkers to stall and then counterattack with half of his army.
But this Roach Hydra Ball is really not it. I don't want to be overly critical. I think REYNOR played excellent games previously with a few small kind of like tactical mistakes or, you know, the overall strategic error of course, not committing to some sort of big timing. Because I do think if you let MARU get to late game, it's a disaster. Just because of who MARU is. But in this game, I just feel like there was no core plan. The confidence had been shaken, and it does feel like REYNOR's just kind of going, what the heck do I do? And he's trying something a bit different. The plan's not fully fleshed out. If you guys ever disagree with anything I say, by the way, I've had a few comments recently of people who get really mad. Hold on. Blinding Cloud comes in. Pretty good Blinding Clouds, but he just doesn't have any firepower to clear the Hellback Ghost. You need some Banes in there to clear those guys when he pulls off an engage like that. I've had a few people who, when I criticize like this, they say, oh, you're so bad, you misunderstand everything. As always, I'm always open to discussion, guys. Just post a timestamp, because I cast dozens of hours of StarCraft every week, so post a timestamp and just let me know where you think I'm wrong, what your analysis is, how we did for worst case scenario. We both learn a bit from each other's point of view and agree to disagree at the very worst. And that's almost never happened. Usually I either go, oh yeah, I missed that. I'm wrong, or the person I'm talking to comes around, or they just go, you're an idiot. No, you're poo-poo and you're wrong, without actually making any arguments. That's pretty rare though. Normally even the angry guys realize when I actually read comments rather than just shouting vitriol, we can have a nice little discussion and all learn a bit more about StarCraft 2 as a result of it. I do not know everything. I am not the suppository of all StarCraft knowledge, as something I always like to say. Some people raise an eyebrow at that phrasing, but I think it fits. Command center on the right side does take some damage. Here we go. Ling's getting on top of some siege tanks. Oh, okay. Some good tank shots. Ling's running in the right side. Some nasty tank shots. He's got to start breaking these positions, though. Hatchery on the left goes down. Reynor's swapped into Hydraling Bane Viper, so he's gone back to the comp from Winter Madness. I mean, it's a good comp. I think it's a good comp for late game, but it's just taking him so long to make up his mind on getting to this point, which is what I do find a little hard to understand. 7,000 resources in the difference. No, definitely suppository, guys. That's... yeah. But yeah, we actually, like, a lot of the times I just miss something in the game, because I'll be casting a live tournament like today for like 6 hours sometimes 10 hours, and I just miss stuff. Sometimes I don't catch it. I miss it observing, or it happens on screen, but I'm just kind of zoned out, or I miss it. So, yeah, it's actually good. You guys often keep me on point for just pointing out little interesting analyses and things that I wasn't thinking about. Zergling's getting a few SCVs, but then they are trapped. No way out. With no burrow this game. Can't use the normal way of doing it. Nighty Swarm in the back goes down. Lurkers will deny this planetary on the left. REYNOR going to late game. Once again, from a very inferior position. I really feel like if he rushed Broodlords and just played Hydra Viper Broodlord, don't you guys think he could have done a pretty decent timing? Like, imagine if he got eight Broodlords out and there was only a few ghosts on the map. So you're kind of saying, look, I don't have Fungal, I don't have Banelings, but like, I just have really quick, like 6 to 8 Broodlords, and I can actually just push in and like make the siege tanks friendly fire. Oh, good Blinding Clouds, man. Really slick Blinding Clouds. Oh my god, they're so good. These Blinding Clouds were amazing, and good pullback. He knew he couldn't close in before that Blinding Cloud wore off. That was sick. The thing is, it's not consistent, not with this many ghosts out. The ghosts come forward, he needs Banelings to connect with those ghosts. Oh, great! Dude, he just got some big Banelings on the ghost. Big miscontrol for MARU. MARU just threw away a ton of ghosts and Hellbats. There was a Nidus Worm trying to go up in the main at the same time, so I think MARU's screen might have turned away. MARU's going to try and nuke this now. He does EMP the Vipers. The ghost calling down the nuke does get sniped. The Hydraling needs to stop bleeding into this position, though. It was, oh, I mean, he's going to try and just straight up break it. Is REYNOR, but he loses so many units pushing after that. Nidus Worm on the right side is there. He's going to pop some Lurkers out in the base, but, oh, ghosts are almost immediately on top. He could have maybe stayed a bit longer, but with nothing else happening at the same time, it's hard. Lurkers could come in on this left side as well. Maybe try and clear this, but a few tanks are there. And MARU is putting tanks, libs, ghosts. He's also got +3. He's got 3/3 on the tanks. Ship weapons there. He's only missing +3 bio weapons.
And he's well into that Ghost mech. Pig, do you think Serral versus Rogue will be a shorter series? I think Serral versus Rogue will be over in about 40 minutes. I do not think Rogue will try to play late game against Serral, and I don't think ZVZ generally goes there at the moment. Ooh, Hydraling goes for a surround here, but can't chase into that tank line. It just goes forever, doesn't it? There's so many tanks. Rogue might just cheese the heck out of Serral. It might just be how good is Serral at defending drone pools. Rogue is very willing to mix that style in against Serral. If it's a 3-0, I think it'll be under 25 minutes, Serral versus Rogue, of gameplay time. Good choice here to give up this base Raynor. He's still got to look for efficiency. He's down 8,000, which is, I've got to say, considering how far ahead he let MARU get and how slow he was to make a composition that could do something. I really feel like Raynor's playing out of his mind. Unfortunately, he's forgotten melee. Really needs to make that +2 melee. I mean, that's so important, but you can tell he's so far off book right now, off the standard path of what he would normally do in a game, and he's just trying stuff. That means he will make little errors like that. Oh, he's getting pushed into a corner. This seems like the reason the map is so bad for Zerg against Terran. Yeah, well, definitely there's like nice ledges everywhere, but I don't know, man. I feel like normally the map architecture is going to favor Zerg more because these bases are so spread out. Like, how is the Terran able to literally dominate every area of the map at once? Well, the reason is the Zerg went 90 drone Roach Hydra Viper and just never had a mobile army till far too late. And by that point, MARU had planetaries everywhere. Like, MARU has been gifted control of this map. I'm not saying it's amazing for Zerg in late game. I think this is such an advantage for MARU that it's like, this is the dream scenario of everything going right for MARU on this map, because Raynor has just come into this map demotivated after the previous few games, unsure how he can possibly beat MARU, doesn't know if it's going to be mech or bio first, doesn't know what the hell he's going to play against either style, and he's just desperate. But this sort of counterattack is the correct play. Do not fight where the enemy army is. Lings get a tank, but then they do get cleaned up by the ghosts. Hydra Viper breaks through this right side. He could kill the planetary and then run away, but he could get cornered here, and you can see how afraid Raynor is. He knows he can't lose this army or he's out of this game. Thank you very much, Kaiserigen, for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you very much. 3 Infestors are on the way. Burrow's already been made. +2 melee. +1 flyer attacks. Raynor's going to very slowly add all the pieces that he needs for a longer game. I think this is one of those maps where Terran can always set up a really nasty spot somewhere. But that's why, like I said, a Broodlord timing is really good for breaking heavy tank, number 1. But also, if you're just immediately counterattacking elsewhere, I think the giving up base game might favor the Zerg. But not when you're this far behind. 50 workers behind. Terran has 5,000 more resources in the bank. Banes roll forward. They do clear a lot of Hellbats, but the Ghosts mostly escape. The Overseer's flying around on top. There's not enough Hydras and things behind. And Raynor is going to tap out. One addendum for this series, guys. Raynor came into this series saying I wasn't going to play any StarCraft this week. I'll sign up because they asked me to, and I thought $10,000 Chinese tournament, that'll be cool. And the reason was his brother's there and one of his close friends from Italy. They were meant to spend the week traveling around Korea. I think he's still at home in Seoul, where he lives, hopping on and playing. But I think he basically said, I'm just going to hop on and just play games and not really plan for the series. And I think MARU's favored 2-1, probably. Maybe a bit more than 2-1 against Raynor anyway in general. But especially when he comes in without a direct plan and MARU's just pushing to the late game so aggressively and quickly, we saw that it is like a very brutal match, right? It is a match where you go, oh my lord, like MARU, so good in the late game. And MARU made multiple big mistakes. He gave openings to Raynor in this series. I would argue this was not MARU's best form either. Not at all. Letting lurkers in the main, pushing way too hard on Winter Madness. He made a few little mistakes and errors here and there. But overall, MARU's depth of knowledge of late game is just so far above everybody else's. He has always been the greatest late game Terran player for over a decade, and it's no surprise to see him crush the late game here. Last game a bit disappointing for Raynor as he did look a little bit confused about what he was trying to achieve, but MARU on the other hand looked absolutely smooth. And honestly, whether he plays Rogue or Serral in the finals, I know we are in for a barn burner. GG, well played. I really want him to do Ghost Mech against SERRAL. Like I said, guys, I've been telling this story for years about how he beat SERRAL this one time and then just refused to ever do it again. And he just like lost like 30 maps in a row to SERRAL at LAN, and we're like, do the fucking Ghost Mech. And he's like, no, I don't want to win. Don't want to. And I'm like, do the fucking Ghost Mech. I need to, even if it doesn't work, I need to see how SERRAL beats it. I need to find out. And Maru's like, no, you have to wait 3 years to find out, pig. 4 years. At the end of that, I'm going to do it versus REYNOR, and then I'm going to proxy Raxol in every game in the finals if SERRAL beats Rogue. But yeah, no, like I said, I think maybe it would have been a closer series, and REYNOR might have come in with some like pre-planned timings and vicious attacks in the mid game to stop that insane greed. Like that game one, I can't believe he let Maru do that on game one, right? That was sick. Like that build order from Maru, that needs to be studied. When did his 4th command center start, guys? Was it like 540 or something? I was like, what the fudge? And then the Banshees were just flying everywhere. Big, how is Clem's TVT versus Maru? Who is favored? Well, he hasn't played TVT in a year and a half, so Maru's heavily favored. Historically, all the Korean Terrans beat the shit out of Clem for many years. Starting in 2023, Clem got his shit together in TVT and started winning a fair amount of games. However, he didn't stick with it long enough. He played 4 series against... Oh shit, thank you, dude. He played 4 series against Maru in 2023 and 2024, and they traded evenly. I think Maru won the slightly bit longer series, though. So you could say it's a little Maru favored.
With Pigfist. Thanks for all you do for the SC2 community.
Oh, thank you, Math. $100 towards Pigfest. Thank you so much. Slap your bacon down for Math, for Kaiser Origin, for everyone else who's been supporting. Zergburger has been a member 2 months in a row. We appreciate you, Zergburger, on YouTube. Breaker, Revolution Hearts, Ilmon, everyone else. Thank you so much. Slap your bacon down to say thanks, guys, as we are waiting now for SERRAL versus Rogue. His name is or Rouge, as people commonly mistype it. Clem doesn't really match. TVT doesn't match Clem's style. Yeah, he likes to just shove and micro. TVT is more of a positional man's game. It's very tank-centric. Clem doesn't really like the tanks. Maru's the king of the tanks. Yeah. I think you need Lurkers and Swarm Hosts and maybe 2 to 3 Vipers. I think that sounds good in theory. Very hard to pull off Swarm Hosts. But I would love to see him open, like Nidus Swarm Host against Maru. Question marks? Oh, that's slapping bacon. So Gucci, the way free content works is people give us money, right? And that is allowed to succeed specifically because we say thank you. And the way we do that as a bunch of piglets is we take pieces of bacon, which is the dead meat from our comrades, and we slap it on the counter, and it makes a lot of weird, gross noises, and that's how we say thank you. So we were just saying thank you to Math, who just dropped $100. That 100% of goes towards Pigfest. I cover all the fees from you to me, and all the fees from me to the players. So thank you very much. We are almost at $6,000 for Pigfest, guys. I mean, we better get to $6,000 at least tonight. If we get $10,000, that's fine, because you know what happens, guys? Lobby's up. We get straight into the next one. Can we get a prediction? It goes over to the next one. 100% goes to the prize pool. Not a single cent goes to me. If you guys want to support pro players and help StarCraft in a time when big circuits think Bang Bang Mobile Legends is a better esport than real-time strategy, and they don't put a single real-time strategy in the lineup for their world championship, help out the players and do it that way. I'm going to take a quick pee. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Game 1's coming up. If a mod could do a prediction, I appreciate it. If not, don't worry. We'll see you in a sec. Making Lurkers, Hydras. She's walling off with command centers to defend this. Dude, it's a genius play. She lands orbitals, and actually the tanks are kind of wrecking. The scan's going to be good. TLO, I think he needs to pull those Lurkers out of range. His drones just got eviscerated. He just lost his economy. He's trying to go in for the tank arc. She's done it. She's done it. She's turned it back in her favor. Piggy should read the unit description. It's a detector cock. Is there another description beyond cock?
Cock, this bad boy can fit so much piss in it. Well done. Well done, Patches. Well done, Patches. GG, well played. Welcome to StarCraft Shitpost Edition, ladies and gentlemen. Slaps cock. This baby can fit so much piss in it. The used car meme, Ratchar. That's perfect. The used car meme is actually perfect. Oh my god. Takes a 5th base as well. There's definitely transition opportunities, and Shin is a master of finding good fights, but oh, the force field! And he even blinks the Stalkers forward to lock in there! Oh, Zion, that was filthy sick, mate. I don't know if I've ever called something filthy sick before, but that was filthy sick. Shin takes out the mothership. He says, "Where's your mummy now? Where is your mummy now, Protoss player? Where is she?" Shin transforms into Artosis for one gloating moment as he ties up the series and takes us to Game 7. Oh, you know, you're going to take a 3rd probably. Whoa, that probe just got friggin' catapulted. Dude, did he just bounce off that edge and change directions? That was cool. That probe launched here, bounced off that, and then landed down there in the trees somewhere. You see, he does that. Biles! Oh, Biles from the cliff! Uh-oh. Clem dives in though. These lurkers not fully covering the base. The double drop doing good distraction. Queen's doing damage there. A lot of units pulled down. Is it too many though? Ravagers do get up north. Tanks are in range of the hatchery. Just barely. One tank sieging it. No Viper on this map, remember. 4 lurkers. Lurker range is only at 8. About to be 10. Double bile! Clem exposes his tanks way too clumped up. And now the Marines idling. Clem! He's not watching! Clem! An uncharacteristic mistake. His mouth agape. That was not a pog champ. That was a god... Oh, no champ. That was... He almost made the...
I love that Clem reaction. I think that's from Pigfest, right, guys? That was sick. All right, let's get into it. Wouldn't it be cheaper to use crypto? We use better things than PayPal sometimes when we can. It depends. With different people all around the world, it's different. A lot of pros don't know how to use crypto. Crypto can be a little volatile, so you can get cheaper transfers. Yeah, there's ways to minimize things, but it's all limited. There's always going to be fees and stuff, no matter what. But either way, it's not like they're crazy fees. I'm just saying it adds up. You know, when I'm also putting every tip on my stream towards the tournament prize pool for a month straight, so it just, you know, that adds up. I can't raise money for Pigasaurs at the same time. That's I have to put a couple $1,000s towards Pigfest. Thankfully, people are very generous with subs. Hopefully, we get a lot of views on YouTube as well, and I think it's just a nice way to support the community. I mean, I'm allowed to play video games all day as my job for the last 10 years. So yeah, probably good thing for me to say thank you to the community that allowed it to happen, to allow myself just to, you know, funnel funds towards it. Anyway, let's cast. All right, guys. SERRAL in the top right, Rogue in the bottom left. Sorry for coming into the series a little bit late, 3 minutes in. This tournament has just been go, game to game. And we are casting this directly after the other semifinals between MARU and REYNOR. Go watch that already, if you haven't already. If you're watching this on YouTube, later on, go watch that one, because I'm gonna at some point be referencing who they're playing in the finals, the winner of this match. So keep that in mind. This is an all-in for Rogue. Very quick Roach Warren hidden in the back. Baneley Nest at the front to pretend it's a normal build. But wait. Where's the Evo chamber? I'm confused. What is Rogue doing? Okay, SERRAL's going to do a Ling Bane pressure off of 30 workers. He's got a Roach Warren for safety. Very safe play for SERRAL. He's gone 30 drones, 13 Zerglings, just 1 Baneling, very light pressure. And he's just seeing what he can find out. The SERRAL Zergling gets in, sees the Evo chamber. Evo chamber is a sign of greed. Means Rogue's playing a longer game. Rogue might just not use that, build pure roaches and go all in. That Evo chamber was meant to be scouted. Rogue is playing a 300 IQ mind game right now, guys. He's about to build nothing but roaches. And he's going to go... That Evo chamber was meant to get scouted. Why would you hide it there? It's so easy to scout. But it's just out of the way enough that no one would put it there and hoping you would scout. That's crazy. Rogue's going all in. Does SERRAL get the read, though? Going to lose a queen already. Great engage there for Rogue. Does lose a few Zerglings. Roaches are about to come out. Oh, he doesn't clump his roaches. He's not trying to hide it. He's just going. Rogue prioritizing urgency, but SERRAL only went 8 workers ahead, is already building his own roaches. Oh, Serral's showing immense respect. He knows who he's playing. I really thought this was going to be Rogue trying to cheese the heck out of Serral in this series. And seems like Serral predicted this as well. Because there was no tell that this was like necessarily an all-in, other than maybe being a little low on drones on the natural. And yet he has made the read and just said, nah, stop droning, build a ton of roaches. If he can defend this attack, he's going to have an 8-worker advantage and be miles ahead. Baneling's really good micro on the Banes here for Serral. He's got to bring those back around the north side, though. Otherwise, Rogue will detonate them. But, oh, pretty good Baneling hits for Serral, actually. He took out a lot of the Zerglings there, and he's got the Roach advantage. The Banelings, making it so that the Rogue Zerglings can't really stand and fight. And that's going to be an impressive hold for the Finnish player. Also, an Overlord waddles in there as well. It's going to die. Serral with an 8-worker advantage. He should move across the map to counterattack. Or we can surround these. That's huge. No escape for those roaches. They will go down very efficient here. And of course, Rogue he's just massing Zerglings. So he's going to try and surround this army with a pure mass Zergling mobility. And get a few Ravagers as well. But this is all on one gas. So one gas all in for Rogue, guys. It's a super all-in build. Serral has 2 gases, taking a third. He has a 17-worker advantage, an Evo, a Lair, and another gas. He runs Lings in, sees no drones on the third, and he says, okay, stop droning, build roaches, make a spine. He's going to come with round 2. But I'll tell you what, guys, if round 2 looked maybe a little soft against just how many roaches Serral had, if round 1 looked a little soft, round 2 is going to be as flaccid as they get. I'm not sure if you guys watched Juice Bigelow, but remember the detective who keeps going on about how he's got his spaghetti thin manhood? That's kind of this next push. It's basically mass Zerglings with 4 roaches. Banelings absolutely will shut this down. Rogue knows he's probably dead. He knows this is not a high percentage play. But when the previous attack failed, he was in a very bad spot. And oh, those Zerglings, they do take some big hits. New Banelings finish. And dude, these Zerglings are just getting ravaged. Rogue has to tap out. Mass Zergling ain't breaking Roach Baneling Spine Crawler. Serral with a really good predictive play there. I don't know how he got the read or if he was just playing extra safe because he's playing Rogue, but that was a perfect defense. Serral's really good at studying his opponents. The one gas all in is one of the best things you guys can do at home. This is what I tell everyone who says they struggle in ZVZ is just never pull off gas. Take a third to make it look like a normal build. Go for, usually you do it a bit different. Rogue tried to sell the normal game story a bit differently to how I would. I would normally delay the Bane Nest, shove with 20 Zerglings, build a Roach Horn behind it, build 8 to 10 Roaches, just off about 27 workers. You never go past 27, and then you just build, you add a Baneling Nest after starting the Roaches, so you rally Lings, and it's essentially a one-gas Roach Bane all-in. Very hard for your opponent to stop, but just because it hits so very early. But in this case, it was a 31 drone all-in from Rogue, which is a little bit higher economy slightly later. He also went for the Baneling Nest a bit earlier, which delays the Roaches. And Serral stopped at 38 drones, 2 gases, which is the perfect advantage to defend. Like, that's like textbook ZVZ is like anything above an 8-worker advantage from an even position puts you in danger of just dying when they push. 8 workers, usually you can defend that using defender's advantage, which is, you can pull queens into the fight. You've got your units rallying out closer to the fight. So an 8-worker advantage from a previously even situation is kind of like the perfect safe amount you want to go for. Who wins if it's Serral versus Maru? Well, they're playing online, which I think plays to Maru's favor. Maru also just played the style against REYNOR that gives him the best shot. Serral won't have a lot of time because they are playing the finals today to think about what to do to counter it. He's going to have to figure it out pretty quickly on the fly. Oh shit, Tingles, thank you so much for the big $30. Thanks for the hard work. Thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate you. Yeah, thank you.
The hard work.
You weren't wrong about the game length? No, absolutely. Like I said, if it's a 3-2, 40 minutes. If it's a 3-0, 25. 3 Zergs in the semis? This is an invitational, I'm guessing. No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they got the players for the Liuli Cup. But Hero and Classic and a few others fell out in the group stage. Clem barely lost a PVT to Maru yesterday. Trigger upset a few players to get out of the group stage, but then fell to Rogue pretty one-sidedly as well. Rogue completely had his number, knew exactly what he was going to do before he knew. It was crazy. Do we have someone running predictions? Who's running predictions, guys? Is it Gentleman? Is it Helix? Who am I thanking from our amazing mod team? These guys do get 6-figure salaries, guys, the mods. Unfortunately, it's not 6 figures dollars. It is 6 figures of my eternal appreciation, which some would say that's not worth money, Pig, but that's why we appreciate. Thank you, guys. You know, DeGentleman, you'd think DeGentleman, right? Degenerate DeGentleman loves gambling. Because Degenerate DeGentleman is running the gambles, he's not allowed to bet on them. So he's literally making the ultimate sacrifice. Man's running the casino, which means he can't play in it. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Serral on the bottom right side of the map. Rogue in the top left. It's going to be hatchery first. Serral has the favored spawn. Why? Because his drones spawn down here. Closer to the minerals. Look at that. Whereas look at Rogue's minerals. Up on the top side. He's got to run further away. Get wrecked. The map here. Ruby Rock spawning with a European bias. Sorry, guys. Got to update that scoreboard, don't I? Well, that's not the correct button. Oh, my gosh. Look at this overlay, guys. Isn't that cute? That was a button mishit. I forgot you could do that. I think you're meant to have graphics imposed on top of this, is the idea for a cool little player intro. That's fun. I know, yeah, no, Degenerate DeGentleman has explained to me that the music genre gent is just called gent. And I'm like, well, why'd you spell it this cool way then? If you're going to spell it a cool way, I'm going to call it Degent. Degenerate DeGentleman, you know? I just think that sounds awesome, man. People often on the internet, they're like, oh, my name... I'm like, hey, Michael. And they're like, oh, no, actually, it's Mikokulolo. And I'm like, well, you spelt it wrong, didn't you? And I've already called you. I'm not going to friggin' listen to how to pronounce every person's name in the chat. I love you guys, but come on. Realistic expectations, guys. Who's pulling off gas? Rogue pulls 1 off gas. Serral pulls 2 off gas. So Serral really optimizing his minerals, wants a quick third, wants the minerals, wants the economy. Rogue only pulling 1 off, still has the option to go quite aggressive on the Lingbane. For pronunciation, a Jozzle has an interesting name. Yeah, I love a Jozzle. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. How else would you say a Jozzle? Sorry, guys, I should talk about Serral Rogue. Stop distracting me, Twitch chat. You guys are silly. Guys, Serral still hasn't put back on gas. What the heck? That's so late. No Baneling Nest yet either. It's 3 minutes. Serral, what is this build? Serral's going to go straight Roachhorn. Serral's going straight Roachhorn. He's going to do the Zergling pressure into straight Roachhorn. He just puts back on gas now. Roachhorn in the wall will go off. Go up now. No, it is delayed Bane Nest. Okay, but basically he's saying, look, I don't have Banelings very early, so I'm going to have to build Zerglings and pressure you with them. Because if I let you morph Banes on my side of the map, I'm screwed. And guess what? Rogue's going Ling Bane. Massive pressure. He is 2 drones higher, but he's building a Baneling Nest on time, and he's making a mass of Zerglings. Even more than Serral is. If Serral doesn't leave any Lings at home, he could be in massive trouble, because he can't morph Banes without Zerglings at home. He's about to potentially overcommit to some aggression, but Rogue's built 5 Banelings. 3 of them are on Serral's side of the map. Serral has no idea. 1 down south, 2 up north. Ling's going to sneak into the natural. Ooh, that's a really good move. A bunch of the Lings almost get caught here for Serral. Serral, he's got a few Zerglings at home. Oh, he did build extra Zerglings to make Banes at home. Brilliant play for Serral. He's going to get himself 3 drones in the main. Oh, only 2 actually. Good micro for Rogue. Brilliant micro for Rogue. Serral does spot the Banelings coming in. So many Banelings. This is an all-in for Rogue. He is going non-stop Ling Bane. Losing the 3rd is perfectly fine for Serral because he's up 10 drones. Of course, you don't want to give it up for free. You want to make Rogue pay a hefty price for this. Oh, all the Banelings go down. The Queens and the Zerglings. Is it enough to defend? The surround for Rogue is excellent. Beautiful engage there for Rogue. And he's really shut down Serral now. With no Queens, Serral is suddenly in a terrible spot. But committing the Zerglings to that Baneling was a very ill-fated call for Rogue. This Baneling is going to be clutch, though. Will get himself a juicy. Well, Serral pulls back at the last second, keeps it minimal. Serral is up in army supply right now, and he's rebuilding 2 Queens. Remember, he was up 10, 12 drones that whole time. It's a big advantage, but the Roachhorn's coming in behind. Rogue's going to be able to at least go to a more normal game. Serral counter-thrusting, adding his own Roachhorn. We do have a nice little Zergling counter for Rogue. If you could pick off a few drones with no Queen there, that's hard to defend, and Rogue runs away. Was that an F2? That looked like an F2 if I've ever seen one. Rogue, he's been studying Hero's strategies. Hero is the best player in the world right now, in my opinion. Even though he fell out of the group stage of this tournament early, that's just how Hero plays StarCraft. Win 2 tournaments, lose 1 early. Banelings. Ooh, doesn't quite get the detonate. And Serral's going for the Southeast Asia Banelings, guys. Southeast Asia was my server in the early days of StarCraft 2. And we would love hiding Banelings in the corner of our opponent's base. Barely saves the queen. Oh, Baneling saves the queen there. Serral's going to send his Banes in. He surrounds these Zerglings. Rogue not reacting. Oh, 6 drones go down in Rogue's main. 5 roaches building for Serral. He's up 16 workers now off the back of that. And one has to wonder, why is Rogue still going Ling Bane all in on triple gas? He's going triple gas. He's going Evo Chamber. He's going a Roach Farm, but his droning has been very slow here. Serral really just upping the multitasking ante, and Rogue's been trying to make the game messy. But Rogue, I do not think mechanics is necessarily his strength. I thought he would. I think he thought he would get so much momentum that Serral would be reeling. Serral actually played a lot of Zerglings early, and that's why it was really hard for Rogue to get the Baneling attack going as quickly as he wanted to. I think that's where things went awry for him. I think he was planning to get the Baneling attack started earlier. He missed that opportunity because of Serral's build order, getting on the front foot. Now, Rogue has tied up the workers. Serral's already had a massive worker advantage for a long time. So if Serral just shoves right now with roaches, even a fake shove, Rogue has to do nothing but build roaches for a while to recover. And the problem for Serral is he's being so passive. He has a much bigger army, and he's not using it. So this is classic. This is one of the few weaknesses Serral's always had, which is being overly defensive. That's always been a feature of Serral's play, being a bit more passive than he needs to. He's good enough in a macro game, it normally doesn't matter. He sees a lair, an Evo Chamber upgrading, a lot of drones. He's building a spine at home. Serral's up in workers, but he's actually still way up in army. And yet Rogue is scaring him into building static defense. Then again, he starts 5 drones, which tells us he's not scared. Surely he cancels this spine crawler. 7 more drones building. Is that too cocky? Good cancel on the spine. Now, Rogue is going all in. It's hatchery tech +1. He's cancelled the lair. Serral building roaches with his own +1 in roach speed, but his +1's a little bit later. And actually, the spine crawler would have been a help here. Some massive roaches showing themselves, pulling away. He's trying to be sneaky, and now Rogue's going for it. Serral doing nothing but building roaches. He restarts the spine crawler now, realizing, okay, you're super all in. I'm on 4 gases. Actually, 5. He's on 5 gas. 58 workers, a 12 worker advantage, but he's up in army supply. I mean, there's just no chance. Even with the +1 kicking in about 10 seconds sooner, I don't think that's enough. Not with Ravagers and Queens on the defense as well. Baneling stopped the Zergling run by on the right side. And Serral, a brick wall right now. Rogue is throwing everything at it. This is reminiscent of their semifinals at 2018 BlizzCon, where he just threw everything at Serral, and Serral would not go down, would refuse to break. He's going to try and get through, but that is a massive arc of roaches. And of course, big defensive position. The spine hasn't even come into play just yet. Serral has the numbers. The Queen's adding damage and tankiness. Rogue is outnumbered. He's outgunned. And Serral shutting down Rogue 2 games in a row. SOS was like that. Yeah, Rogue as well. Rogue was a gambler as well, and is a gambler. So Rogue, even when he would win the biggest tournaments in the world, he'd follow it up by losing in the round of 32. And he would do it to like a nightmare or like a Zound when he was coming up, and people would be like, "But you just won GSL. This nightmare guy's qualified for his first." And Rogue would be like, "Well," you know, and you'd be like, "What?" And that's where the Maple story backstory came to Rogue. It's because the kind of the myth, maybe it was reality, maybe it wasn't, we're not quite sure, was that Rogue didn't actually like StarCraft. He's just really good at winning, and he wouldn't really practice much, because he'd say in interviews that, "Oh, I haven't practiced since I won that big tournament. I haven't played any games. I was just playing Maple Story for like the last month." And people would be like, "What?" Then he'd like get wrecked by the Protoss, and he's like, "I'll win the next one." And people would be like, "What the fuck?" And then like, do you guys remember in 2019, Rogue was like not playing? He was literally like just grinding like really dirty monetized MMORPGs and shit, and like really shitty games. And then he realized after like not practicing for like 6 months, he went and watched GSL, and he literally did an interview where he's like, "Oh, I watched games, and I realized Zerg's really imba, but the Zerg players are very stupid, so they haven't realized. So I felt like winning some money. So I decided," and he literally, this is like his interview, and he goes and just wins GSL saying this, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, Rogue, you're such a freak." Like, Rogue is really good. He's very gifted. He's very smart. But I don't think he's a guy who can grind 4,000 games. I don't think he has the passion for it. But if he has cool, fun strategies that he likes, oh yeah. He likes playing the strategy game as well. Thank you so much, Macrocosm, for the $35. Tingles the $30, guys. Pigfest is up to... That should be above 6,000 now, right? I'm not good with numbers. It's getting close. We're almost at 6,000. I appreciate you guys. All right, guys. Serral in the top right. Rogue in the bottom left. We were just telling the story about how in 2019, Rogue had been taking a break to grind MapleStory from StarCraft, tuned into some of the games, and he realized Zerg was broken, so he decided to abuse it. And he like won a GSL, qualified for BlizzCon, came to BlizzCon, spammed Nidus Worm every single game. He already got the Nidus nerfed because he abused it so badly in GSL. There was some of the most disgusting Nidus Worm changes that year as well. They made it so the Nidus could not be killed while it was popping out of the ground. You had to wait for it to pop and then you could kill it. He already got it nerfed, so you could kill it, but it was really hard to kill. And but the maps were still amazing for it. And he went to BlizzCon and was just murdering Protoss players with Nidus all-ins. Like, you had to hit a timing attack to get him, because he would just do a greedy opening into like Nidus Swarmhost and you'd die otherwise. And Classic was the guy who managed to get him with the Blink DTs in that famous moment where the entire crowd was cheering for Rogue to lose, because Rogue 100% just went into that tournament as the bad guy. Didn't care. He's like, yeah, guys, I'm the bad guy. I'm going to abuse this Nidus Worm because it's broken, and I'm going to win a bunch of money. And everyone was like, no, don't let him win. His playstyle's ugly to watch. No. But he did lose in, was it the quarterfinals or the semis? I think it was the quarterfinals. Lost to a Blink DT all in Game 5 to Classic. Now, this is a Macro Hatchery build, guys. Rogue is playing build orders today. The Macro Hatch build is amazing. Normally, you do it in the wall off. Katz is one of the players who popularized this build. It's quite hard to play against. I play against it a lot. Now, it's really just awkward to play against, because what it can do is it can commit to a massive Ling Flood with a delayed third base. And then you think, well, they don't have a good economy. But not only is the Ling Flood really quite scary, but then also their third gets droned almost instantly because they just have so much lava. Or they can, you know, go cheeky mutas, or do this. There's so many options they have. And it's actually quite hard to play against. Especially in this scenario where you don't know there's a Macro Hatchery, because normally people put it in the wall off. And that makes this really hard for Serral to read. Serral goes for a more normal build. Third Hatchery, Baneliness, very standard. And Serral is still the GOAT, says chat. Well, I think maybe Rogue's... I really don't ever get the feel that Rogue's quite as passionate about StarCraft as Serral. I don't think I've ever met anyone as passionate about StarCraft as Serral. Serral's obsessed with optimizing the game to a level very few other players are. He's going to go for a Ling Bane pressure. It's about 20 Zerglings. 2 more building behind it as well. And he's just sitting at home? Serral, you got to go, bro. Serral, you got to go, man. You can't make 20 Zerglings and just sit there. What in the heck is Serral doing? He's making a lair. Mass Ling's on the way for Rogue. I guess Rogue can just wall off with no third base. Why would you build Mass Zergling against no third base? One has to wonder. I think Serral may be very confused by what he's facing. Evo Chamber there for reinforcement. Look at this. Rogue's really selling the story of a guy who's not building Zerglings or Ling Speed. So Serral, but he's still got 2 Zerglings at home. He can morph into Banes reactively when these Lings flood out. Rogue supply blocked. Oh, that's a bad supply block. Does go back and inject his 3 hatcheries. Love to see him inject this hatchery on the natural as well. He's got energy there, but he doesn't want to let Zerglings run in. He's paranoid about that. I mean, Rogue needs to do something else. Surely he can't just make Zerglings until Carapace is finished. Serral's trying to play Mutas. I mean... This is an insane Ling Flood, guys. Carapace is not ready in time, though. 40 seconds away, so he's going to go before it's ready. 2 Banes instantly morph in the natural. That's what I was talking about. Serral's so good at having the insurance ready. This is a crazy Zergling count, though. Gases get cancelled on the third. Serral realizes 4 gas is more than enough. He's just got to survive. If he can keep the third alive, that would be great. Oh, Baneling. First Baneling doesn't get a good detonate. He's trying to just make sure the Banelings don't die, and I think that's a crucial way of playing it. One of the Queens is about to go down. Rogue with a beautiful split on the Lings, but oh, good Baneling hit on one of them. Oh my god, the Lings are in the natural. It's so many Zerglings. The Baneling's getting in. The Lings in the natural doing good damage. The drones are going to turn to fight. Another Baneling blows up on a single Zergling. Another one blows up on just 2 or 3 Zerglings. SERRAL is up 15 workers, though. If he could stabilize, he might be okay, but he's lost his queens very early yet again. More banelings coming forward. A few of these drones are trying to join the fight here. Spinecrawler goes down. One queen rebuilding. This queen, a little bit vulnerable. Hard to cover both sides at once. But Rogue, he's making a baneling nest, and now +1 melee. No third base for Rogue. Rogue's transition is absolutely as drunk as they come, guys. This is a crazy build order. No third hatchery behind it. Nothing but Massling Bane with a Spinecrawler, and now Muta's building. Rogue is doing a sort of follow-up all-in that I see often at GM. Never at pro play. Ooh, banelings do blow up those Zerglings. What? He needs more, man. Those Zerglings are going to be getting overwhelmed. The carapace is so good now. I think Rogue might have it. I know that seems crazy, but I think he might have it. He might have actually done it. Oh my gosh. Look at he needed to just make more Banes. SERRAL needed more Banes. And losing those queens early was a real bummer. The Spinecrawler tries to help. SERRAL still up 17 workers. He's not dead just yet. But these Lings are in and they're going to snowball now. They're going to snowball, man. The drone's trying to fight in the natural. The spine's going to go down. Those carapace Zerglings, it doesn't really help against the spine, but it helps against everything else so very much. Third base has been ransacked. Natural is now drones and mutas fighting for their life against these Zerglings. SERRAL still building mutas, realizing, well, you can't shoot up. The problem is the Zerglings can just run past and kill all of his drones, and that is where upgraded Zerglings tend to beat the Mutalisks. I don't think it's a build order win, but I do think SERRAL needs to wall off to respect it. If he was going roaches, definitely SERRAL does well against this. After holding the first wave as well as he did, but he needed to just keep making Lings and Banes and nothing else, and wall off his natural. If you don't wall off your natural, they can just open a new front. Remember, if you get, I mean, it's expensive when you're going mutas, but I think he should have built 2 Evos and just had a queen in the wall, and then he can focus on defending out front, you know? You've got to plug the wall. The last time I lost to this, I lost to Cats the other day. I moved the queen out of the wall and the Lings got in and I just instantly lost. That was when I was playing roaches as well. It's definitely the sort of build order you want to play against because mutas are so popular on this map. Rogue's not got it just yet. He's going Infestation Pit, which makes no sense now. Rogue needs to build a third base. Guys, I mean, surely he's got Burrow. And 1/1 upgrades, he's going to burrow Zerglings in both bases, forcing an Overseer to be morphed. But no third hatchery is so silly. Oh no. Rogue's follow-up makes no sense, guys. He's going to burrow a Ling to block the third, which is huge. He's got to unburrow these Lings, because Overseer's going to arrive. Mutas will clean these Zerglings up. They try to unburrow, but they all go down before they can get that drone. He's building spores on 2 base. Uh-oh. I think Rogue's messed up. Oh no. He could have had a third base ages ago, guys. And to go Infestation, triple gas before third, when your main's half mining out, that is a huge error. Your advantage here is Ling upgrades. You can take a third without even having to defend it. If these mutas fly across the map, he might just get mauled by mass Zerglings coming in. Notice how SERRAL can't even leave his base right now. He's paranoid for good reason. SERRAL is paranoid because he knows he's in a screwed position, but if you just build infestors on 2 base, what are you going to do with those infestors? I think Rogue has made a tragic misstep. He probably basically had a plan to win with the upgraded Zerglings. I mean, that hasn't worked. He's freestyling now, and it's a freestyle plan that does not make sense. Units lost tab is a little in favor of SERRAL. SERRAL's equal on workers. He's going to stabilize. I can't believe he's going to get a 3-0 off this potentially. I just don't see how you, like, can you even defend the third? Fungal does 25 damage now, guys, not 30. That is a massive damage nerf against things like Mutalisks. Right, what's that Fungal do? It gets you 1 Mutalisk kill. You've got to cancel your hatchery. You need a Spore over here. So the way you defend against the Muta counterattack, guys, is you make more Zerglings and you run them into their base. I kid you not. And he could have built that third hatchery so much earlier. I mean, this is a blunder for Rogue. There's no other way to put it. I know I'm a critical commentator. I know you don't like that. You hate Korean players. You never call about the non-Korean players blundering. Go watch the last few SERRAL series we cast, guys. Home Story Cup and Thunderfire. Go watch the series we cast right before this. MARU versus REYNOR. You're gonna hear some almost whining about REYNOR refusing to do certain things in that series. Fungal doesn't do anything there. It literally just makes him fly away. And it's actually high for Serral. Serral's going to beat him at his own game. He's going to go melee carapace. He's going to go ultras. But off of a better economy. I think it's going to be Infesta Ultra for Rogue as well. Ling's trying to run forward. Pig, this feels like a build that Shin or Dark gave to Rogue to use when they gave him advice on the series, but they didn't give him any follow-up. So the early game was mint, and now he's just trying to figure stuff out, and he doesn't know what to do. Yeah, I kind of agree with that sentiment a little bit. I think it's the transition makes sense. If he just took a third first and then did everything he's done here, I'm totally fine with it. Look at that. He just wasted a lot of fungal, doesn't get any value for it. Ultra Cavern Adrenal, +2 melee on the way for Serral. Serral's 4th base up top, already long distance mining. Remember, in these sort of games, because your bases are mining out so early, you really need to get that 4th base up. Losing this 4th is tragic because Rogue's effectively only on 2 mineral lines. Half in the main, half in the natural, and a full mineral line on the 3rd. So losing his 4th, such a problem. You can see Serral, he's long distance mining because he's in the same situation. Rogue. Okay, this is actually so dumb and funny, and I love him for it. What he's going to do, he's going to pop up here, and he's going to double fungal the workers, but he shouldn't do it from the same area, because it takes 2 fungals to kill drones, so you can get a bunch here with one, and a bunch somewhere else with others. He's going to throw a fungal there. He's going to... Oh, he can reach that side, can he? Does throw a nice second fungal, but it looks like those guys are going to escape up top. Massling. Oh, I do like the Massling attack. Gets 8 drones. He's going to burrow his infestors and try to hide, which is adorable. That's a fun troll move, guys. It's actually not bad. He did get 8 drones. I guess he had too many infestors. And whilst they're good against Lingbane, decent against Mutas if you've got something else that fights them, he doesn't have an answer to ultras with them. Infestors will go down. Should have gone to different mineral lines. He should have done that to different areas. Just 1 infestor to each mineral line is usually pretty nice. Yeah. He's been watching beating Grandmasters with stupid stuff from Hearthstone, guys. Has Rogue. And there's some really cool style points. Rogue is always entertaining to watch stylistically. And that's one thing we've got to credit Rogue with. My big criticisms of him recently are competitively. He gives his opponents too much chance to get back in games when he's ahead. And he's done exactly that here. But he's been doing that a lot against Protoss, where he gets a lead and then just chills for like 5 minutes. Often still picks them apart in late game. But when he's playing the best of the best, he gets punished really hard. Because he's too busy trying to play the fun stuff that he likes doing in late game rather than just winning the game when he could win it. Serral, sometimes a bit too defensive. Doesn't move across the map quickly enough. Feels like he'll shave his opponent down just one little slice at a time rather than just stabbing them in the heart when he has the opportunity. It's hard to criticize Serral for that because he's so effective at it. Adrenal +2 melee Zergling's got a very quick hatchery snipe. Oh, back on the Maple Story stuff, I asked Rogue. He said he hasn't played Maple Story in a few years. I was really sad. He's like, yeah, he was like, I got sick of it. I haven't played in a long time. I asked him the other week. I was like, no, that was your #1 excuse whenever you lose a tournament. I would just say, oh, guys, don't worry. There was a Maple Story DLC or something. I don't know if they have DLC. I don't know. I don't know how that game works, but I was like, new Maple Story content is what it is. Lings for Serral. Picking off units. He can get some infestors as well, maybe. Just YOLOing in here. Fungal being used to kill some of these units. Would have liked to see a second fungal, but he's out of energy now. Only 4 infestors. It's going to be an ultra battle, guys, which is really cool. Now, in terms of ultra battle, upgrades really matter. They've both got 2/2 Kindness. 3/3 is actually a little ahead for Rogue, which is kind of cool. Looks like some Banes landed on that right side of the map. Units lost have about 600 in favor of Serral. Serral is up 1 ultra right now. I think it might be better to stay lower on drones and have more ultras than your opponent. The only thing that affects an ultra battle, guys, is just, Queen Transfuse can really help, and then just the angle your ultras fight at can be nice. Like, you want to have a concave if possible. Oh, Serral has a few more ultras here right now. Infestors and Lings aren't really going to do anything. A few ultras come down a little bit too late, but Rogue's concave is already collapsing. And even though he gets us around on these ultras on the bottom, I think it's a little bit too little too late. His transfusers come in way too late. But hold on. Actually, Serral may have overcommitted into this round. A few more ultras pop in the middle of that. The Mutas and the Banes roll in, and oh no, Rogue! Oh, okay, that could have been worse. 12 drones and a Spore Quill, 13 drones and a Spore go down. Serral is rich. He's on 5 base, man. 73 workers to 59. Ultra count is 7 versus 8, actually in Rogue's favor now. How many ultras died on both sides, guys? So that fight actually turned really good for Rogue. It looked like it was going really bad, but then a bunch of ultras popped out, came in, the transfusers started landing, and it actually was a good ultra versus ultra battle. Serral's doing so much to pick him apart elsewhere, though, that I worry for Rogue that Serral's just going to have more money, more stuff, and Lings are so good at run-bys. Ultras are going to struggle to get back on top of them, even though Ultras are very fast. Going to go after a few of these workers on the gas. It's quick enough that it's adding to the workers he killed with the Banelings earlier, which means 27 workers will go down. Muta's still dancing around as well. And Rogue, all he's got is 6 queens and the occasional fungal. Going to try and chain it. He's got 1 more fungal available, but queens just aren't the unit you need here, man. Fungal's good for stopping a Muta player that's jumping on top of your army, but it's not good for catching the Mutas out. Ultra's hitting the middle again. Rogue comes from both sides. The Ultra's on the left pulling back. Really nice pullback for Rogue. Oh, Rogue has a better position. Serral, bad fight for Serral. Bad fight angle for Serral, guys. Top side going well for Rogue. Bottom side going well for Rogue. Serral just took a disastrous engagement. Absolutely terrible ultra engagement. Oh my lord. Serral just threw away his whole army, guys. That was a disaster. His run-bys are picking Rogue apart, so it might not matter. But guys, look at the ultra loss count. 20-9. That is so bad. Serral, admittedly, he did lose the 2019 grand semifinals to REYNOR because he went ultras and had no idea how to use them. Serral barely gets to this stage. He normally plays lurkers, not ultras. He's going to try and defend here. Can he hold the high ground? He's losing his low ground base. 5th base does get ransacked. Ultras on both sides getting popped. It is equal upgrades, but Rogue's just been coming in with a better unit count at a few times. Serral holds on for now. Is it enough? His Muta's coming back as well. There's nothing that shoots up, so the Mutas will eventually clear this. And with his Lings sniping one of the last mining hatcheries of Rogue, I think he's going to be able to hang on. Yeah, I think he barely survives. With the new Ultras popping and the Mutas helping with their bounce damage, yeah, he's barely going to survive. Whew. Appallingly bad Ultra fights for Serral there, guys. Really bad. He was attacking and letting himself getting surrounded and kind of concaved on. And he got wrecked in those Ultra battles. But his multitasking, his early game defense was good. I think if Rogue takes a third, there's like a 5-minute window. If Rogue takes a third, he's miles ahead. But the nail in the coffin is going 4 gas infestation pit before taking a third. And that just put Rogue basically decided to hamstring his own economy. Huge mistake for him. Kind of unfortunate because the upgraded Zergling build with Macratch is really good against Mutas. GG, well played. Serral gets a 3-0 and goes to the finals against MARU. He even lost his Ultra Cavern. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's so funny, man. That's so funny. Hot damn. GG's, guys. Congrats on your payouts, everybody. Big thanks, Macrocosm, with $35 tingles as well. Is there a difference if I inject with multiple queens in one hatchery? So you can stack injects on a hatchery, and they'll come out one after the other. So it could be all off one queen that has energy or multiple. If you have 100 energy you put into a hatchery, that means one inject will finish, and the next one will automatically start, and the next one... So basically, if you do 4 injects on a hatchery, it's going to be injected for the next 2 minutes. So you don't assign more than one queen to a hatchery, but when you've missed injects because you've been busy elsewhere, you just shift-click it off that one queen at each hatchery, and that way they can do it. Likewise, for me, I only ever inject 3 hatcheries regularly with 3 injecting queens. But when my 4th base, my macro hatch finishes, my creep queens, they've got a bunch of extra energy on them. They'll go queue up like 6 injects on each of my extra hatcheries, so they naturally pump lava for the next few minutes. And that's something you should always be doing, especially with Zergling styles. For the late game, it's not a late game transition. It's just like, that was like literally Rogue decided to tech on 2 base. You should never be teching on 2 base. That's just, Rogue was so afraid of the Mutas. He was like, I need spores and queens and infestors. But the infestors is like the cherry on top of the cake. You don't go for that early. You go for that later. Much later. So yeah, you should always be building a solid mineral base economy first. Finals is today, right, guys? Yep. Yes, it is. Oh, they want to play third place match first? Oh, do we do Rogue versus, Oh shit, we do Rogue versus REYNOR first, I think, guys. Hold on. Me and Roddy are just sitting there on NA going, what's happening? Fuck, we might miss it. All right, guys, that was a pretty good series for Serral, though. Good to see he's back in form. He looked really solid, like the Serral of old. I think he's getting some of that aura back, hey? Thank you, everyone, for the love. I really appreciate you guys. Any questions I've been missing, now's the time to repost them, guys. A lot of people are like, I guess Pig just doesn't read comments. When I'm commentating, I miss a lot of the comments, but please repost them. Why would you ever not want to play third match first? Well, just normally we don't play third place matches because they're utterly pointless. They're not. I'm not too against. It's fine. I mean, you can have a prize pool difference. In this case, it's $400 difference. Sure, it's nice, I guess. Just most tournaments don't bother with it. But I think that the reason you would do this when you play semis and then finals is it gives you time for the finalists to strategize, think about their builds so they don't go in half-cocked, which I think is fair. I think that's fair. Kind of turns into a nice little filler. Best of 7 third place match is a choice. Oh, really? This is best of 7? Well, it's ZVZ, so hopefully it's quick. And Rogue just played some cool build orders. Hopefully he plays some more cool build orders. Yeah, if you're going actually to like late game, say you were going Infestors and Ultras, normally you'd try to get a 4th base before you do that stuff in most normal situations. Is there a break or we start soon? I'm going to be right back. Give me a minute, guys. Let's play an ad break, clear it out of the way. And Amaru and Serral are the 2 least active players in tournaments, except for Scarlet. No, I mean, Scarlet's not as active of a competitor. She takes breaks from the game. She works on game development. She comes back and grinds hard and kicks some ass. But those are 2 of the very best players in the world. Some of the most victories who for many years have only prioritized the bigger events, where often even a $10,000 online tournament they'll skip if it doesn't match their schedule. But they just try to save their builds for the bigger ones. They don't like to play all the smaller tournaments. Rogue used to be very similar and still doesn't play that many weekly tournaments. But Maru, Serral, Rogue were the 3 guys that would like only come out for big events, which I like because it makes it special when they come out and play, which is kind of cool. How do you feel about Maru recently? He's been competing again. Seems really strong. No, he's really good. Maru has like clear weaknesses. Like lots of them, and mechanical ones, and mistakes abound. But he has what I call like old man energy, where you know when like a dad knows his son is like 20 years old and or 16 or whatever, and is like way fitter and stronger than he is and more athletic, but the dad just keeps using his experience to fuck him up in whatever like sporting activity or game they play, or whatever like tricks in table tennis or chess or whatever the competition is. Where the dad's like, I know I'm old and washed, but I know enough about how to beat you, even though you're way more physically gifted than I am. Maru's in that arc of his career where his shoulder's like debilitating to the point where he can't play very fast and micro as well. Sometimes he can, sometimes he can't. He literally got an exemption from military service for it, but he has enough strategy in his brain, clever build orders, and ways of like creating situations where he can outplay kids that are triple the speed of him. And he's like refusing to let kids like REYNOR win. He's just like, I know how to beat you guys. So problem is historically Serral destroys Maru. Maru has, I don't know if Maru's ever beaten Serral in a best of 5 or greater, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Apparently, yeah, he looks terrified when he plays Serral. I think that's a good way of putting it, Thomas. He looks like he doesn't. Oh my god, go. It looks like he doesn't know how to get in there. Are you guys in a party or something? How the fuck are these guys joining the game instantly, I swear? If I could get a pop-up so I don't have to stare at this thing, that would be amazing.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
A quick ad break. See you guys in a minute. Fucking horror right there. That, I mean, wow. Did I lose any units in that last fight?
I didn't lose any units all game. I didn't lose a single unit. The perfect game.
What the fuck was he doing? Front 3-3's on the way against 3-2, so Protoss has the upgrade advantage right now. Colossus, Stalker, Disruptor staying really active. MaxPax went from 3,500 resources behind to just 2,000. So the last couple of skirmishes, he's getting some value. He's starting to kind of move the trading back in his direction. Now, Liberators will derp out on those flying walls. Does punish shift clicking a little bit, which is actually kind of nice. You could say that's a nice feature, is you need to micro your drops and air harass a bit more. Stalker cleaned up the lib though. Bio runs forward, gets rid of one of these disruptors. More disruptors come out. Oh, massive ball on the flank. Beyond's flank came around a corner, and you never want to be attacking around a corner in StarCraft. That being said, he's got a good spreading now on a lot of his Marauders. And even though it looks like Protoss is like sliding away, Stim Bio in those boosty zones is insanely fast. Every single disruptor goes down, and that's where the trade turns in Beyond's favor. 4,000 resources lost now in favor of the Terran. Another SCV arrives, which is kind of hilarious. Special, those SCVs could get in the corner and drill each other. Oh, broke back SCV there. Your allies like, oh, help me in a team game. Doesn't go well for you, the Adept. Oh, he's trying to get to the Healing Shrine. Oh, the Healing Shrine's so good here. Oh my gosh, Beyond chases to the Healing Shrine. Mana uses the Healing Shrine. He keeps the Adept alive. He gets all of them. Oh no. Beyond gets baited. That there is the face of a tilted Terran player. Oh my lord. Oh, the Adept's not finishing healing, unfortunately. He was accidentally not quite on it. Oh no. He will dig a hole in that cell wall. That one little diamond hammer or whatever it's called. Dude! Classic! Oh no! Classic loses his cool. He kills his own Nexus. Oh, Classic's mouth is open. He just turned on his own. And then keep healing up at the Healing Shrine, which would... Excuse me, which would be very amazing. You can't kill me. It's immune to a single Reaper. Get wrecked, nerd. It can't heal the shields. That probe is 100% giving the middle finger to Clem. I love how people who don't know anything about StarCraft think that MARU never beaten SERRAL. It's adorable. When did he beat him in a best of 5 plus, Macrocosm? I mean, they've played enough. I'm sure he's beaten him in an online tournament. Probably not in LAN, though, right? Because I know, like, Rogue and Dark crushed SERRAL once online each. But I don't think they ever got him on the thing. I don't have time to look it up right now. But, you know, you can just tell us when, right? You're like, no. I'm not going to tell you guys, but he dominated SERRAL in my imagination. Oh, we're going to talk about the WESG win? I mean, there's such a big asterisk on that. Everyone's like, before SERRAL was a dominant player, just before, only a few months before SERRAL started dominating, using a version of the Raven that was utterly broken. Like, literally my favorite patch as a Terran player. I was fucking people up on that. Oh, it was a good patch. Back when anti-armor missile did damage and was undodgeable. Oh, so good. Oh, right, guy. Hey, sorry, let's record this. Oh, right, guys. We're hopping right on into a series, casting this tournament live, so it's a bit chaotic. We've got, of course, Rogue in the top left, Reynor in the bottom right, going for a 4 Zergling pressure early, and Rogue trying to be very greedy, which means he's taking a lot of damage on this hatchery. Reynor might try and kill this with a follow-up Ling Bane pressure. If you let your hatchery take like 800, 900 hit points of damage like he has, ooh, that's really tempting to just morph Banes with these guys and just go. Archwarren building behind. Reynor looks like he wants to be aggressive off of this. Missing an inject right now in the main and natural though. Injects the natural but not the main. Oh, he's missed it. I think he thought he clicked it, but he must have misclicked. There we go. He does correct it. Banelings are morphing Zergling. I don't think spots that morph coming. This is a big Ling Bane pressure. He's going to go for that third of Rogue, guys. This is the third place match, of course, of the $10,000 Liuli Cup. I thought we were casting 3 matches today. Turns out we've got a third place match as well. Going to give those guys in the finals time to think through their strategies. Reynor goes in awfully clumped up, but oh my god, he can run straight past. And he gets a massive Baneling on the enemy Zergling. Rogue with a huge blunder there. There was a few Lings in here distracting him. Oh, Oh, and Reynor doing some real damage right now. You get the queen, that would be big, but look at that. Oh, he dodges. He dodges. The queen's going to go down. These two zerglings behind the natural will get cleaned up. The queen, oh, she's trying to get to the safety. The drones, they go back to mining. The body block disappears. But 10 drones go down, and Rogue is just going to tap a nice Ling Bane pressure for Reynor. Off of those 4 zerglings getting a surprising amount of damage done to the hatchery. My man. But was there any other best of... I'm sure he's beaten him a best of 3 here or there as well. Of course, MARU only beat him because of balance. He played a good game, don't get me wrong, but... yeah. Where, you still didn't answer, Macrocosm? When else did he beat him? One tournament? Come on, man. I didn't say ever. I said in a best of 5. And that is a best of 5, to be fair. And I did say it with a question mark, but come on. If you know better, list them out. Don't just, oh, no. I'm going to be, come on. List the thing, man. You could list the thing. Let's have a discussion. He won a best of 7 and a best of 5, both in online. So that's cool. Yeah, SERRAL got fucked up by a bunch of players during the online time, and they dominated him. They actually dominated him. So I know Rogue dominated him, Dark dominated him in that era, both in TSL finals, I think. I don't know what MARU beat him in, but sort of actually drops the info. So why didn't you share that, Macrocosm? You know you can open a Ligulac. I don't got time to open a Ligulac here. I'm doing it right now on my second monitor. Thank you, mods. Do we have a mod who's hosting bets? I know I did the bet for the first game. Can someone take over for the second game? It was Asus Rog and the King of Battles. Oh, cool. Yeah. You know what's better than feelings? Facts, guys. Facts. But if I misrepresent something, just let me know, man. Google search and a comment away. MARU is 19 wins and 4 losses versus MARU, 83%. Holy fudge. There are very few players. I was a pretty bad player, guys. I don't think there were many, world champions that had an 83% win record versus me. To be fair, that's just because we didn't play enough. They had 100% win records. Hi-yo! If we played enough, I might have won a series, and then it would have been like an 87, 96 or something. Good times. Thank you very much for getting the prediction going, moderator. I don't know which moderator is doing that, but I really appreciate you. Yeah. No, don't be wrong. It's one of MARU's worst matchups. I wish it wasn't, but like I said, if he plays this style, I think he can beat the heck out of SERRAL. I think this is one of MARU's best chances to take him down if he plays Ghost Mech. Because he mauled him with it 4 years ago in a single map and then never did it again. So I really believe if MARU commits to this style, he can actually take him down. All right, guys, Reynor in the top right side, Rogue in the bottom left. We were having a bit of a debate there. Turns out MARU mauled SERRAL 2017. Was it 20? So it started 2018. It was the 2017 WESG best of 5 where he did maul him with the Raven. And don't be wrong, it was a good series, but the Raven really was a big one. It's the same reason why people, and I do think it's a bit unfair, but people will say it, and I don't even argue with them about Beyond. They say Beyond only won because of Reapers and stuff, and Tankivax in 2016. I don't think that's really fair, but I'm like, whatever, if you want to believe that, you could believe that. But the anti-armor missile was pretty big, but yeah, it was massive. I mean, if you go watch those games, he's spamming anti-armor missiles on SERRAL, and it was just, SERRAL's a guy who likes turtling to late game, and that style just beat him there. Don't get me wrong, I mean, you can make the opposite argument and say, well, most of their other matchups, you could have the belief that Zerg's overpowered in late game and Broodlord Infestor's too good or whatever else, but other than that, he beat him in 1 best of 5 and 1 best of 7 in 2021 in the online era of COVID, and other than that, he's lost every other time except I think he did he take a map off him in a best of 1 in the team league one time as well, I think, because it's 19 wins 4 losses in SERRAL's favor, which is just one of the most one-sided win rates out of the top players. Like, SERRAL has very good win rates versus almost everybody. I think Clem's the best against him, and Clem's made it 50% overall all time now with his recent dominance. But yeah, SERRAL doesn't just beat MARU. MARU looks like he's a god in the previous round, and then he'll face SERRAL in the finals, and he'll look like he can't stand up to him. But if he plays Ghost Mech, I really believe it plays to his strengths. I think one of the big problems he's had in the past, and he's admitted he gets flustered against him, is that he just plays dumb against SERRAL. Like he'll play really bad build orders, or he'll try to like just commit to some early game cheese, and SERRAL will just shut it down. But he very rarely leans into the late game strength, where MARU is the best player in the end game. And he never really gets to an even end game or late game against SERRAL. He's always dying in the mid game or early game. Anyways, let's talk about this CVZ, guys. It is a third place match, but there's still $400 difference between the two. The players want to win. Queen's trying to push him back. That's a lot of Zerglings, guys. It is a massive Ling Bane attack, and SERRAL has decided to skip a Baneling nest. This is an insanely greedy... Oh, sorry, not SERRAL, REYNOR. The other Basilisk boy. He's going to lose his third. And honestly, if Rogue wanted to, he could try to bust the ramp. Probably not a good idea, though. That's a pretty narrow ramp, but REYNOR's going to counterattack. He needs to find damage. He needs to find damage. He's up 10 workers, but losing his third is a disaster. Ooh, Queens are going to have transfuse. You cannot break that ramp, but REYNOR moves down his ramp. REYNOR! Oh, my lord, REYNOR moved down his ramp. Okay, REYNOR kills the Queen, but he loses all of his Zerglings. Rogue's in a great spot if he drones hard right now. But he's got to drone really, really hard. Because he's a bit behind. He's gone Roach Warren Lair very early. Rogue's messed up his follow-up. Rogue looked really quite clean against SERRAL, and now he looks washed. He's got 9 lava, and he's going for a Lair and a Roach Warren way too early. He needs to be droning before teching, but he's rushing his tech right now, and that means he's not able to... He has 11 lava, and he's not droning properly. Rogue's production is all over the shop right now. He's not holding down the drone key. I don't know if he's messed up his hotkeys and he has a hatchery not control grouped. I think he doesn't have his third control grouped. Oh, he's just realized. He's just realized and built all these drones all at once. Oh, what a mistake. Oh, Rogue, that's so unfortunate. Rogue could be so much further ahead right now if he realized. Ling Bane breaking down the rocks. REYNOR running around the left side of this map. Rogue should have had a better setup after this opening. REYNOR, gotta be careful. There's so many Banelings on this map, but hard for Rogue to find the connections that he wants. Chat says correction. Apparently it's 15 wins for SERRAL, 4 for MARU. Oh, sorry. I thought it was 19-4. Sorry, it was 4 out of 19, was it? My bad. Zergling split, really good for REYNOR. He's got Carapace. Oh, a lot of drones are going to go down, but guess what? Your back door's open. Oh, no, the Ling Bane gets in. REYNOR thought he was finding crazy damage. And to be fair, he is. He's killing all of the Queens of Rogue, but he's got Ling Bane inside his base as well, and that's going to cause a massive disruption, but not that much damage. REYNOR with the 6 splits. The Ling Bane just did nothing. Rogue just got in and killed like a Queen, a Roach, and 4 drones. Meanwhile, he blitzed through Rogue's third base, did good damage there. Wow. And there's a big Roach army? There's no Lings. REYNOR, is he just going to shove and overwhelm with Roaches? I think the defender's advantage might be enough for Rogue to defend. Ooh-wee. Guys, don't bully Macrocosm. Macrocosm's first wording I didn't like, but Macrocosm since then has just shared some nice wins and stories, which I really like. Roaches focusing down each other. Rogue massively outnumbered. REYNOR gets an amazing start to the fight. He should go for the Roach Warren potentially. I mean, Rogue could set up a surround, but down 20 army supply. This is vicious. REYNOR has a 1-1 upgrade advantage, and that is just so hard to come back from. Rogue with some blunders today, guys. REYNOR takes a 2-0 lead. Big blunders. Blunder game 5 against SERRAL. Game 3, I should say. Massive blunder there. I don't mind game 1. Game 1 I think was fine, but that game looked very sloppy. He just forgot to drone the third. Why did he do that? Oh, why did he run out? I think he just felt he was too outnumbered and he couldn't just sit at home. Yeah, it's hard to say. There's a fly in my room, by the way. I really want to kill it, but I don't have. Guys, how do we feel about murdering insects here? Yay or nay? Like 1 for murder, 2 for let it live and chase it outside tomorrow. He's just sitting on the light. I think as long as he doesn't buzz, I might let him live and then chase him out the balcony tomorrow. Don't lay any babies anywhere, all right? Dude, one time I'd cooked some lamb and I just left it out there on the counter to oh shit, they waited for me. I was reading chat for 10 seconds. The fly distracted me. Thank you, Saber. Oh my god, I can't believe he invited me. That's crazy. I almost missed that. Yeah, I left some lamb out for like 5 minutes to cool before putting it in the fridge. Came back and there was fucking a whole bunch of fly eggs on it. I was so mad. I was like, dude, I gotta throw this out now. Oh, now he's flying around. Oh, you dickhead. What a dickhead. Spiders are respect, flies not so much. Yeah, I feel you, dude. He's gonna wait for an epic moment. He's gonna start repeatedly running into my face. Alright, guys. Reynor in the top left side of the map. Good start for him. Rogue's been playing really funky build orders today. I love the creativity. He's clearly having fun. But, oh man, that third base not being control grouped. He could have droned up so much harder in that game. If he just built like 10 more drones earlier, delayed his Roach Warren lair 20 seconds, he could have had so many more units out. Gonna go for a natural around the same time for both sides. Rogue does have the better spawn here on the bottom side. His drones are spawning a little bit closer to the minerals. Raynors have to move a little bit further. Doesn't make a big difference, but everything can add up. Mod sleeping on the job, says chat. I don't know if we have any predictions going, eh? You guys got to remind in the chat. Always. If you guys are keen to gamble, you got to try and remind me / the mods. I'm not going to do it for this game, but I can do it for the next game, if so. Hatch gas pool for both sides. Both of them leaving the second overlord at home. Now you do need to send 2 overlords across the map in ZVZ. But I think he's delaying it, Reynor, is in case there's sneaky lings coming from the left. Droning. Sorry, guys. Sorry for going a bit silent. It is very late at night. Saving a bit of energy for the finals. Okay, we're going to see our first differentiations. Notice how the link speed mining here is a bit slower for Rogue. Reynor, I think, pulled off minerals onto gas. Gets his link speed a bit faster. It's going to be quite the lead there. What was that like? That's going to be 5 seconds now. About 7 second lead. I was at a family gathering for Lunar New Year earlier today. Just remember, because I know someone in the chat just went, oh, we said it, 6-7. Even the kids think it's lame. Only the 5-year-old was still saying it at this family gathering. All the other kids going right through to teenage years, and they all like rolled their eyes. The 5-year-old was still going 6-7, oh, whenever anyone said like 6 or 7. Kind of make like a vague dabbing motion. I don't think the other kids thought it was uncool. So just so you know, guys in the chat that keep getting excited, only the 5-year-olds, and a few guys in Twitch chat still think it's cool. It had a shorter lifespan than 69. Things get spammed too much these days, so they don't last as long. Reynor's going to go for a massive Lingbane pressure, guys. So many Zerglings. 24 workers only. Rogue's also making Lingbane. Neither side wants to play a long series, man. It's go time. There are 2 Zerglings for Rogue, ready to counterattack. Moving a queen out to that third is suicidal, I believe. Very dangerous. Now, 69 has an endless lifespan, guys. That's what I'm saying. The kids don't know what that is. They haven't been able to spam it. Ooh, queen's getting jumped on. Oh, she's going to go down. Queen goes down. Zerglings at the front are trying to defend. Reynor getting some really good fights right now. The lings at the front are distracting. He's out multitasking. That Zergling distracting a ton of drones from mining. These lings will finally get overrun by the rally. Did REYNOR overcommit? Feels like he's traded a little bit better so far. See how long that lasts. 2 Banelings are morphing in reserve for him. Rogue already has 2 Banelings coming in. Can he lure? Oh, watch out, REYNOR. Oh my god, REYNOR misrallies. Takes 1 massive Baneling. Second Baneling was a single Zergling, but the first one was amazing. Zergling's trying to rotate around. Ooh, decent Baneling. Zergling's going for the third as well. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out! Rogue with some juicy Banelings. Very juicy Banelings right now. Oh, and now REYNOR's turn. Both sides have been landing some big juicies, man. But Rogue's the one with about 1 billion Banes coming in. REYNOR spotted this, didn't he? And yet he's decided to keep droning. Where's REYNOR's Overlords? REYNOR does not have an Overlord on the grass. He's about to see mass Banes coming in. Does take a 2 for 3 trade. He needs a lot more Banes. It's 2 Queens up front. Doesn't have a Creep Tumor, which makes this really hard. I do love that he's got a Ling counter that could go in and focus some drones. Roach Warren, second gas, goes down. Rogue is the first one to transition off of the 1 gas Ling Bane. REYNOR gets in there. He's going to take down at least 2 or 3 drones. Not bad. 4 drones go down for 6 Zerglings. Fantastic trade. Going to send a whole bunch of Zerglings around the left, but Rogue's Overlord sees it. Doesn't want to detonate his Banes on single Zerglings. Ooh, his Banes are very clumped. REYNOR does have 4 Queens, only 3 for Rogue. Rogue's the one who I would normally expect to hold down the Roach Key here, but I think he's chilling. He's droning up, adding a layer. I think Bane should be able to defend. REYNOR wisely pulls out. You know what they say, guys? When in doubt, pull out. Oh my lord! Rogue cleverly moved a Baneling to the high ground, catches REYNOR on the retreat. REYNOR taking some really nasty Baneling hits in this game. He's lost 53 Zerglings. And yet, he's still up in drones. I think part of this is because Rogue committed to so many extra Banelings so early. Evo Chamber's up for Rogue. REYNOR, he's building a few Roaches. He's making a lair, but it feels like REYNOR, without an Evo Chamber, kind of has to just go all in very soon or play Mutas, one or the other. 59 drones is too many, though, right? Has REYNOR just forgotten his Evo? Oh, he's going to build it now. So late. Then again, +1 hasn't started for Rogue. Both players are in a bit of a weird situation. A few Zerglings run in. Spire's on the way. Okay, so Rogue's going to go Spire. So he's got the fake Evo Chamber up. I'd love to see this Queen on standby in the door. Spire for REYNOR as well. Both sides are like, this game's weird. Let's play Mutas. Oh, you guys were afraid of a wolf spider? Oh, that's adorable. That's a great story, Ruin. Yeah, wolf spiders are cute, man. Wolf spiders ain't no huntsman. Oh, it wasn't you, it was the boys in the dorm? Ah. Yeah, wolf spiders are not too scary. Like, when I see a huntsman galloping, even though I know they're friendly, it unsettles me, you know? Something about the way it moves. Ling's going into the main base. Ooh, the queen gets behind. Okay, this is great. Rogue sees the Spire. He'll get the queen. Banelings. There's 3 Banelings detonate, so I think that's not bad at all. Rogue pulls back. He's got 10 Mutas, and he's got Flyer Carapace. Look at this. REYNOR's building 6 Roaches. He thinks they're playing a Roach v Roach game. He's gone back to droning. He doesn't have Flyer attacks, and he's gone back to wasting gas on Roaches. This Muta surprise from Rogue is going to be a checkmate, I believe. Look at this. REYNOR's going to have his heart sink. He's going to go, oh, what? You're going Mutas as well? Now, I got to ask, guys, did REYNOR even attempt to Overseer Scout? He didn't, did he? This is so classic REYNOR. His lair finished like 2.5 minutes ago, and he didn't even try to build an Overseer. Oh, no. Losing so many Roaches on the left and the right side. The Mutas are chasing him. He's trying to build more Mutas of his own, but there's no way he catches up now. He's too far behind, man. Ling's trying to run in. Roaches, Lings, and Mutas going for a timing. I think it's a good call for Rogue to commit with the Mutas. Maybe not with the ground army at the same time. Let's take out the Overlord. Rogue, 17 mutas to just 11. Oh, watch out! One muta goes down there. Rogue can't be wasting these, but oh! That's where his focus was. Goes for the drones. He's even going to waddle into the main base. Queen not going to be able to stop that in time. And we'll be able to take out another drone, damaging a bunch more. Flyer attack starts for Reynor as well as +1 melee, but the problem for him is he just doesn't know what's going on. Or Reynor didn't know what was going on early enough, and he's just playing this from down 7 Mutalisks. Ling's getting ready for a counter, but there are some Zerglings ready there for Rogue as well. Killing a gas is huge. 2 drones with the bounce damage, gets rid of the gas. Gas is everything in a Mutalisk war. Single Zergling runs in, gets 2 drones. Mutas are going to fight. Oh, but the advantage for Rogue is absolutely massive. He has so many more units. And he's got Carapace whilst there's no upgrade for those mutas. The reason you go armor in Mutaverse Muta, guys, is because mutas bounce twice with their damage. And in pure Muta versus pure Muta, that means you are getting 3 effects from that damage reduction, as opposed to a much smaller percentage increase that you get from the damage on the attack upgrade. But Rogue looks like he's got Reynor pinned. Unless Reynor can get Lings in and do massive damage, he is screwed. He's got to defend with Spores. And Queen's at home. Roachbane does sneak around the side. Trying to move Spores in here for the excellent damage. Dude, look at that. It's not quite 300% value with the armor, but it is close. Dude, Spore Crawler does get sniped down. Muta's doing some damage. Roach is trying to defend at home here for Rogue. He might want to go home with some of these mutas, but his muta versus muta fights have been going very well. Reynor bringing the Spores and Queens forward. He could also intercept the rally. Dude, Reynor's making a really good play of it, but now the muta rally does start to actually fight these roaches. Has Rogue overcommitted? No, he's still up 15 mutas, and surely that means it's enough. Spore Crawler does help out a bit. The Queens are falling, as are the Mutalisks. He's going to just target the Spore Crawler. No, he's not. Oh my god, Rogue's fighting under Spore. He's fighting under a Spore. He's got to be careful about that. Remember, he's losing a lot of drones at home. There's roaches in multiple mineral lines. Oh, the Spines on the right doing very well, though. The muta count is overwhelming. Reynor did a really good job of making a play of this from a terrible position. But as the dust settles, that looks like Rogue comes out on top. Clearing the economy of Reynor now, clearing the Overlords. Finally reestablishes control at home. Should be able to transfer his drones back to mining, which you can see him doing right now. And these mutas are going to overwhelm everything else. Each bounce does 1/3 damage of the previous one. So it's 9 damage, 3 damage, and 1 damage for the 3 bounces of the Mutalisk, guys. Ooh, Spore Crawler's going to go down. Big muta fight. It should be the deciding one. You can see 26 mutas against 5. And Reynor is going to have to tap out. GG, well played. So to explain the maths on it, guys. 9 damage, 3 damage, 1 damage. So the way it works is the +1 doesn't make it 10, 4, 2. It makes it 10, and then it's 3.33 repeater and 1.13 repeater, I believe, if I'm getting my maths correctly, which is obviously not as good as if you think about it. So let's say the other guy has that, those damages, you -1 from each of those. Now it's not quite -1 3 times. It's a full -1 damage with the armor from the first 2 bounces. The third bounce, because the minimum damage you can get it down to is 0.5, and it's only doing 1.13 damage with +1, you're only negating 0.63, I believe, on the third bounce. So it's 2.63 total damage reduction against a +1 Mutalisk's bounce, whereas the Mutalisk is getting +1.43 repeater damage, I believe. I think I got those numbers right. Obviously, off the top of my head, you guys can correct me and write it clearer in chat. But hopefully that explains the concept of why the muta bounce so much more effective. This is also why hold positioning Zerglings underneath mutas in a battle is super clutch. Because then the bounce always goes to the closest enemy target, and if there's a Zergling directly under the muta getting hit, the bounce goes to the Zergling, allowing your mutas to survive longer and obviously do more damage. So if you've both got mutas fighting, equal number of mutas, but you have some hold position Zerglings or anything on the ground underneath your mutas will win that fight quite decisively. And that's actually really cool. Great explanation. I will have forgotten that by lunch today. In SC2 health, the decimal points are fully there. You just can't see it, Black Bear. You only see whole numbers, but it actually, a unit will be at 3.026 life. It just shows up as 3 life for you, and it will round up and round down. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. They think it's only going in whole points, but it is actually like inside the code or whatever it's called, doing it that way. Yeah. All right, let's close the Ligulac. I made that. I'm actually... Oh, someone's running the prediction. Thank you, Bullia, or whoever is doing that. I appreciate you. They can't just follow or walk? Well, if they follow or walk, the moment they take a bounce damage from an air unit that they can't fight back against, they're going to run away. So if you hold position, they're just going to stay there for longer in a nice tight formation and take more bounces without running away. Yeah. Thank you very much, Slammer. Oh, shit, Slammer. What's up, Slammer? If you guys don't know, Slammer needs a bigger hammer. Slammer makes Smash. Slammer is a fantastically fun Zerg streamer. Check out his stream if you want to see utter degeneracy on the ladder. Alright guys, Rogue in the bottom right side of the map, Reynor in the top left. It is going to be a ZVZ Game 4, and I'm glad that Rogue has finally found a victory there. I do think that was a game where if Reynor went for an Overseer Scout, he'd have a much better call of it, but it was Rogue getting Zerglings in that revealed the Spire and gave him all the information he needed, to commit to Muta War, whilst Reynor just didn't have it. Reynor's got to remember, even when he has what he thinks is a clever plan, he should still be double-checking what his opponent does. Yeah, this is actually a best of 7 on Wikipedia. I imagine it's a best of 7, unless they got Wikipedia wrong, guys. There should be a hive upgrade that allows Banelings to hit air. I think it shouldn't be just like naturally hit air. I think it should just be a thing where like you shouldn't even need an upgrade. You should be able to stack Banelings like Jenga blocks. But it's like a skill game where you need to actually like balance it correctly. So you can place 4 Banelings on top of each other and it'll create a Baneling tower. So say you manage to stack them here, and then if air units fly within range, the top Baneling will like automatically detonate on them. It's not effective anti-air, but it like creates a little pillar that says, hey, if you fly over this and don't just attack the Banelings, I could blow you up. I just like that, like in the lore, it sounds cool, man. He's like, I have 4 Banelings stacked here, man. If he's like not looking and move commands over it, we could kill some Mutalisks. Yeah. Are you trying to bait the big Maru fanboy in chat, Little Lotus? Little Lotus is like, you know that guy who F's up all the Korean players? He makes them look stupid. His name is SERRAL. He F's people up. I'm like, mate, nothing wrong with Macrocosm being a Maru fan. That's totally fine. I'm a Maru fan. I actually think Maru, if he plays the way he did against Reynor, has a pretty good chance. Especially if he fixes the small mistakes and opportunities. I really think he could take down SERRAL with that style. I think the Ghost Mech style is like ridiculously good. It's the 3rd place match, guys. These 2 losers got eliminated. Carapace for Reynor. Oh, Reynor's going to take a bit of a tricky build this time. Gonna be a lightling Bane pressure, it appears to be here for Rogue. Droning pretty hard behind it. Reynor has skipped a Baneling there, so he's going to have to build a few extra Zerglings to try and keep the fighting on Rogue's side of the map. Not the best Zergling micro there for Rogue. Rogue Zergling scouts certainly aren't SERRAL. SERRAL's so good at like running them around the edges and just coming in from the sides and seeing everything. Carapace is really nice because it helps your Roaches a fair bit, as well as like Roach Ravager link timings are really strong with it. Reynor keeps getting these Zerglings shut down. Rogue not really getting any info. Rogue, he's got a Roach Horn on the way. 2 more gases for Reynor right now. Reynor really wants to see what's going on. Roach Horn gets spotted. Oh, he's going to see the Evo. He sees the Evo chamber. Sees the 3 gases as well. He goes lair and an Evo chamber of his own, realizing, oh, I am far behind on that. You got to be careful droning too far. I think going above 50 workers is very scary for Rogue. Because you very well know this could be a Carapace 3 gas timing. Off of anywhere from like, what, 41 to 50 drones. And Reynor's building 3 overlords. It could be non-stop roaches after that. He's already built 8 roaches. I think it'll be drones, though. I think the supply block slowed him down enough. I don't think he attacks. I think he just fake moves out. I think we'll see drones in that production tab for Reynor. Yep, 7 drones. Trying to get an overreaction for Rogue. Rogue is not cancelling his lair, but he hasn't started +1. So in a way, you are getting a big reaction just by delaying that upgrade. You're going to have 1-1 before he has +1. Ooh. Just trying to fight here. Baneling's trying to dance. Spy is on the way. Oh, Rogue, you tricky. I was like, damn, his upgrade's late, man. Well, it turns out he doesn't care. He just wants to make sure he gets mutas up. Rogue's playing some good tricks. Now, if Reynor waits for roach speed, it might be too late. But it doesn't look like he's going to. He's about to move out, isn't he? He's making +1, but I don't think he's waiting for it. He's building Zerglings. Reynor's about to shove. 5 more drones building. Is that too greedy for... I mean, Reynor's army looks super jank. Super jank, super jank, super janky. This is a weird push. Just pure Ravager Ling. Don't think he has a Baneling nest. Does have Carapace. He's on 53 drones, so it's not as committed as I would have expected. But my god, the Ravager count. The Ravager count is absolutely wild. He's going to 8 Ravagers, guys. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough to one-shot the Overlord, but he gets it with the follow-up shot. Ravagers come out here. Ling's going to look for the wraparound. Rogue's got to be careful. He's got Banelings coming forward, but they're a bit slow. Banelings have got to be careful. They don't one-shot these Zerglings either. The Zerglings dancing around. Reynor trying to commit here. He's got to focus those Banes with the Roaches if he can. That Baneling, it's so menacing. Good dodges on the Biles for Reynor as Carapace Ling Roach pushing in really nicely. He ended up cancelling +1 range just before it was done, realizing he was just all in on Roach Ravager Ling, and he's trying to overwhelm right here, right now. Rogue greedily trying to go towards Mutalisks. And Reynor commits to a bizarre timing attack. Spire is finished in the back, but building Mutas when they're already on top of you is too late. Because Mutas don't do enough damage. They take forever to build. They don't do enough damage. He'll kill all your drones. You need to just defend with Roaches against this sort of attack, but Rogue just did not have enough. Too much money in the gases, the Spire, the extra drones. And he's going to be overrun here. It looks like Reynor is about to take a 3-1 lead. Filing down the Roaches before they can pop as well. Massive move. A bunch of the Ravagers do get focused. Nice move there for Rogue. Big Roach pop out. But he's lost every drone on his natural. And that'll be that. Rogue's going to have to tap here. GG, well played, man. Really well played by Reynor. I know Reynor, whenever I ask him about ZVZ, he says it's miserable. I hate it. I honestly think outside of SERRAL, Reynor's favored versus every other Zerg in the world. I know he finds the matchup frustrating, but he's looking really good right now. I shoveled snow a bit. Gonna go back after SERRAL MARU. Nice. Shoveling snow. Is it a good workout? I guess it depends how much snow you have to shovel, right? He probably finds the matchup frustrating just because of SERRAL. I think you're absolutely correct. Yep, the finals of ZVT, SERRAL versus MARU. This is the 3rd place match. Earth? Yeah. Giving the MARU and SERRAL time to, like, think about what builds they're going to do. Is that the final game? Oh, is Wikipedia wrong? Oh, everyone's logging off. Okay, that's it. That's it. It was a best of 5 the whole time, guys. All right, back to the Americas. We'll be right back. Let's clear an ad break really quickly, guys. There is no game 5. Sorry. Apparently that's it. They Wikipedia was incorrect, which makes sense. Best of 5, I think, is much smarter for a thing. Someone was saying it's best of 5. Is that because you checked the mainstream? How did you know? Because Wikipedia was wrong. Maybe the mainstream listed it as a best of 5. Yeah, maybe Wikipedia was just updated wrong by mistake. Everyone was just logging off to go America's server. So it is what it is. All right, quick ad break, guys. I appreciate it. Shoveling snow ain't no joke. Old people commonly have heart attacks doing it because of the workout combined with the cold effects of the heart. Oh, really? That seems like a kind of cool way to like go though. Kind of badass. Shoveling snow. It's a good workout. Move to a snowy area this winter. It takes a lot more energy than expected. I mean, it's probably not as dense as like dirt, but it's still going to be pretty friggin' heavy, right? Using a big shovel, man. Got to do a lot of it, bending over and stuff. Yeah, that'd be a good workout. I mean, not bad, not bad. Keep you active in the winter. Because you can use that big ass shovel for it as well, right? Typically with those huge, really big headed shovel. Snow shovel, probably is what it's called, I would imagine. Huge back-breaking snow. I was gonna say much like I broke your mom's back last night. I gotta be careful though, guys. I gotta be careful. I got up to date on that killer pigeon drama in Age of Empires. Do you guys get that? To be fair, I don't think I make mom jokes quite as visual as that, right? I hope not. But I was like, damn. Gotta be careful with my my mum jokes. Gotta make sure I don't go too deep. Yeah. I couldn't figure out though, just from delving in. Some people say he doubled down and refused to apologize and said fuck you, and other people said no, he didn't. That's fake news. Seems like the moment something gets drama on it, there's a lot of like parasocial people who just make stuff up and spread it. Yeah. Oh, the new DLC is out for AoE 2, Potato Wizard. Oh, that's cool. Have you tried it yet? Is it any good? All right, guys. Quick 3-minute break. Let's go. Grand finals. MARU, SERRAL. This is the match we've been waiting for. A SERRAL that recently people have been saying is washed because he lost 2 tournaments in a row, including dropping some games and series to people we wouldn't really always expect him to lose to, not in a big tournament. He's come back and looked very good this tournament so far, though. Let's find out who wins. See you guys in 3 minutes. Grand finals starting up in a sec. Love seeing both of them crack a big old smile at that interaction. They're like, well, not too often a probe can just stare at a Reaper giving him the middle finger, can they? Oh, I love it. That's a beautiful moment right there. Very technical way to finish the game. Trying to finally click these changelings. He's like, oh, it's just not worth clicking on everyone, is it? Because the lings are in the left. Night Swim tried to go up. Looks like it's back up on that left side. Lings focusing down anything they can get their claws on. Their grubby little claws. Oh, he's gonna catch him. There we go. The moment he was waiting for. Corruptor's dive on top. Double parasitic bomb. SERRAL smashes the Liberators. The Banelings chase into the bio. He was such a patient hunter, waiting for the moment to present itself, and he finds him, stumbling into him. He caught him. Came from upwind or downwind. Came from downwind of Cure. Cure did not smell him coming. Clem hitting a super oddball timing. Remember, he needs 5 wins to 5 games to win the whole series, guys. You have to give up your third. You want to buy time here as possible, and you want to give up your third. I like that hallucination. I do think energy recharge should be used here. Clem is like, what the hell? Oh, he buys it. He buys it. He could win the game right now. He literally could push it and win the game. He runs away. It was halluc. Oh no, it was halluc. Oh. No splash damage again. Phoenix picking off even more Widow Mines. Oh, dude, the Widow Mine pickoffs are pretty good, though. Does lose more Phoenix. Oh, if you can get the Cyclone, be nice. Gonna try and pull back. Here comes the big push. Zealots could be okay against this, but the SCVs are going to be annoying. Clem's so good at screwing up. Remember, if the SCVs hold position, they won't be a target priority. So if he can get them in between the enemy units, it could be good. The Phoenix picking up the tanks is pretty nice, but the anti-armor missile is slick. The probes are trying to fight. Hero has to pull back. Hero has to pull back. He's going too deep. He's got to have pulled back after killing the tanks. He goes for the kamikaze. Oh my lord, the kamikaze Phoenix. He drags the Widow Mine into the center of the Marines. Is it enough, though? He's got to pull back. He got an Omega Mine. That Phoenix took one for the team. That was the guy from Independence Day who flies into the sphincter of the mothership. That Phoenix pilot was an absolute crazy conspiracist, crazy alien conspiracy theorist madman, but also a superhero. He took one for the team. Eat my ball sack. I gotta remember to get Frenzy and Hive finishes. If I wanted to gobble dickies, then that's just like, that's cool, you know? Like, I'll fucking gobble those dickies right up. And if I don't want to, it's not true. So, like, you understand this only works on people who are, like, in the closet, right? Like, it's not offensive to anyone else. They're like, I fucking love gobbling dickies. I'm one of the best dicky gobblers in the entire world. Like, you guys don't even... like, you don't even know, man. Like, I'm really good at it. It's just like, you know, I don't think they've thought through their insults very well, guys. You just like... Gets an Archon, needs to give up the fourth, run away. Oh, those force fields. Those force fields were so good. I'm renaming them Fap Fields, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to need to Fap later to a picture of those as a Protoss player. Immortal Archon Zealot coming in with the sentries. He needs Ravages. He needs Roach Speed. He doesn't have them. Hal's actually played a really good game. He's way up in supply, but without Ravages and without Roach Speed, I don't think he can handle this. Oh, those Immortals taking those roaches to Dicktown right now. Holy shizzle fizzle. That queen, she gets smeared. And more Zealots coming in. A great timing for No Prat. I think he should pull the Zealots away from the left there. Hal's doing a really good job of rallying on the left side, but oh, the force fields! Round 2 of the... It's happening. Zealots, Zerglings, Marines, dickheads, virgins, and losers everywhere. Guys, we are about to start the game. I'm going to close the prediction in like 30 seconds. I'm not going to let you guys see much build order or anything because I've got to close it manually because otherwise it's going to go for 7 more minutes. I had no idea how long they would take to start the finals. So please get your predictions in pretty much right now. You know it's Tourmaline. You know it's these guys playing a best of 7. That's all you know. Get your predictions in. I'm going to close it by 15 seconds. Apparently the Chinese guys are very hungry, by the way, guys. Saber was saying, I'm going to eat my keyboard. Rex was saying, Liuli, please order me a hot pot. I do enjoy the Google Translate there. Pig, did you hear any news about Battle Aces? Battle Aces, David Kim and a few of the core guys have formed their own studio. Probably going to make a similar game, I would imagine. Streamlined, fun battle RTS, which would be really cool. All right, predictions are closed. 29% on Maru, 71% on SERRAL. Cool. All right, guys. Vitality's Maru in the top right side of the map with the Barracks Car. SERRAL in the bottom left. It is the grand finals of the Liuli 2025 season finals. Played, of course, early here in 2026. Well, I say early, halfway through February as I commentate this. And Maru has just shown some excellent Ghost Mech play. Even when he opened Bio, it was a special form of Bio into Ghost Mech late game, and it looked unstoppable. And I've been waiting for him to play this style again for a long time. Now, SERRAL, was this a 15-15 build, guys? That looked like a pretty fast spawning pool. Went down 15 seconds ago. 107. No, that's not a 15-15. It's quite a fast spawning pool, though. What is the purpose? A succulent spawning pool timing? I'm not sure. Interesting build order for SERRAL. I'll keep my eyes on it and see how it evolves. The spawning pool would be faster than that if it was a 15-15. But definitely an earlier pool than we normally see. Perhaps just hoping to get a Zergling across the map or something like that a bit earlier than usual. 2 queens start. 2 Zerglings, 155. And this does feel like a 15-15, doesn't it, guys? I'll have to go back and rewind this game later on. Maybe I'll get time to do it at the end of this game, but it's kind of going lobby to lobby, which is difficult. SERRAL's looked a bit more human, a little bit more mortal than he had for a long time recently, guys. Some people were saying he's washed, he's too old, he's done, his passion's gone. As always, people jumping to conclusions far too early, as he's looked very clean this tournament. But Maru, a guy who he historically has bullied. Maru's gotten a few big series of him over the years. I was admittedly dismissing, saying I don't think he's ever even won a series. Maybe a best of 3 here or there. And then, chat did rightfully point out that there was the domination of Maru against SERRAL at the very beginning of 2018 at WASG. I always mention the asterisks, and people get mad at me. They go, oh, it's cope. But the anti-armor missiles were a very big part of that series. There were spammable Raven anti-armor missiles that did actual damage and were undodgeable. And it was, if you got to late game, Terran was kind of unbeatable. You'd have a pack of Ravens just spamming these missiles. Oh, look at that. He gets a drone, but he does lose an SCV. 2. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. Dude, you should not be losing 2 SCVs to that. Also, where'd the Reaper go? The Reaper died? This queen. Oh, Brenda. She's got a kill there, guys. She's killed the Reaper. It's a good start. 2 SCVs. I mean, he loses a drone, but killing the Reaper makes that super worth it. He's going for a delayed third. Quick lair, roach speed, 3 gas. SERRAL is playing one of his classic 15-15 openings. I know I said it wasn't 15-15. I think it in fact was. Just for whatever reason, the spawning pool was a few seconds late. I'll double check the build order later. Arky says it was 15 Overlord, 15 Hatchery, 17 pool. Oh, really? Wow, I haven't seen that. Oh, that's a very cool variation. So it's not quite a 15-15, but it's close to it. But because he goes Overlord before Hatchery, that's the adjustment. And to do this, obviously, and he can still get the queens out pretty early as long as the as long as he doesn't take the gas until after with the pool. Oh, apparently Sort of and Scarlet are both playing that a ton right now, says Peruby. Oh, thank you, Twitch. I love when you guys are sharing this little bits of knowledge. Way ahead of the meta for me. I did not know about this build order. Very cool variation. Carapace is on the way with Roach Speed. SERRAL would love to do a Carapace timing off this. I did this build for a very similar build to what SERRAL's doing here for the better part of a year. You guys know I was big on either shoving all in with the Roach Ravager or rushing Infestors off of it, but that early Carapace is just such a big boost either way. And usually you don't commit that hard with the Carapace, but sometimes there's an opportunity to just win the game. Now, Maru's played 3CC, and he's going to chill and just turtle, because he knows how scary these Roach timings are. He's lost so much to them back in 2023. He lost so many series. And oh my god, it's the Queen Walk. Oh my god, he's Alpha Starring it. It's the Alpha Star build. He's even walking the 2 queens across the map. The one where he walks queens, I call the Alpha Star build, because it was literally a build that was invented by Alpha Star, the friggin' Google DeepMind AI. It's the only good build that came out from it. All of its other builds sucked, but it would do this really efficient opening to 2 queens and a roach shove. He's not going to go all in, unlike Alpha Star, which would have headbutted in and died to the tank in the bunker. He's just going to try and harass, contain. He's going to drone hard behind it, and not just that. He's going to spread creep outside your base. This is the nastiest part of this build, is he's going to keep you contained, and by the time you get out to take a third, there's going to be creep on your third, and SERRAL is going to connect the tips. If you connect the tips from your opponent's side of the map to the tips of your creep back there, it is what I call the alternate win condition in StarCraft. It is ridiculous. Oh, look at that. He's trying to fake SERRAL out into going home by sending empty medevacs across. That also might prompt SERRAL to headbutt in, thinking, you moved out with 16 Marines, you can't defend an all-in right now. Oh, he's trying to get rid of the creep, but no, it's not worth the scan. 2 Hellions, not enough damage to kill those. Didn't Alpha Star unleash 10 disruptor builds on the world for a while? I don't think so. I think a lot of people claimed it would do good stuff here or there, but it kind of just did a one of everything build with Protoss. It would just micro like a lot of individual harassment units really, really well. Double drop's finally going across. Transition off of the Roach Ravager into Lingbane now. The lack of Infestors is disturbing me. Imagine if he had a Fungal right now to catch these. That's an easy snipe on the 4th base. SERRAL not in position. Tries to instantly rebuild. He goes for the double cancel, but the drone gets sniped there. Good value for Maru, whose 3rd base is blocked by creep right now. Much to his chagrin. Look at this, guys. He's baiting so many scans. For those who don't know, creep is actually a ridiculously good mechanic, and SERRAL getting so creative right now. This is so cool, dude. And he's like, oh, you're going to clear my creep? No, you aren't. He's finally got 3 Infestors and a Hive on the way. Oh, man, this is such a cool build. Alpha Star was kind of disappointing. Well, because they didn't want to completely tell it what to do, it just never understood how to scout. So it just kind of figured out a one-size-fits-all build that's pretty good. And of course it could execute really well because it never misclicks or anything like that, and it doesn't panic. And yeah, it just would do that build basically every game, every matchup, and just have some slight variations tactically, but it was like, yeah, it was okay. It wasn't the worst thing ever. Dude, he's got Infestors and a Viper, and Adrenal, and an Ultra Cavern. Only 69 workers, though. Losing that 4th. I think with this sort of game, with how much creep control he got, and look at that, finally the creep gets found. But how many scans are you going to have to use? He does find both of those, but there's still a self-replicating creep tumor up there. And there's one here he can spread with as well. The Zergling's in front. He can spread this in front. And how many scans has Maru had to use that haven't been mules? So even though Serral's only on 69 workers, he's actually massively ahead on the army. Massively because of this creep. Serral's bought himself a lot of map control. He's got +3 carapace. He's finally up to 74 workers, and he's kind of waiting for Maru to step out so he can just jump on him and win the game. Busting Maru in a defensive position will be hard with this army, but if Maru moves out and gets fungled, he could just get overrun. I think Serral probably goes with ultras, but he's only got 1 ultra building so far. Fungal is there. Careful, Serral. Goes a bit deep. Oh, but he lands a massive fungal on the right side. That was like 30 Marines. Guys, he's killed 26 Marines this game. Most of them just went down. Does get a Widow Mine. Siege Tank takes a bit of damage, but Serral is replacing it with more Ultras. He's got the Baneley Nest there. No Spire just yet. I do love an early Spire for Corruptors because you know the Terrans are obsessed with Libs right now. And they are a very good answer to the Ultra. Am I remembering Alpha Star wrong? It beat Serral. It beat Serral playing on the convention hall of BlizzCon, where Serral was playing with different settings and hotkeys and a different mouse and keyboard. He might have even been standing, and he purposely tried to play straight up macro just to see how it played. And the Protoss was able to, I think, beat him 2 games. I don't know if it was 2-1 or what, but it was like many of the tests. We were like, it beat, like the first time it beat TLO and Mana. They were playing, like, you know, TLO was off racing and it was playing with uncaged APM. It had like 3,500 APM Blinkstalker micro because it would bank its APM and then use it all at once. So all of the headlines of kind of Alpha Star beating top pro players was, don't get me wrong, it got pretty high on the ladder. Ravager Infestor coming forward. Nice fungals. Very nice fungals. Beautiful attack there. Is it enough to break through, though? Those libs are causing real problems. Ravagers can't quite get the biles on those libs in time. He gets rid of one of them, but only one. The planetary holds. Maru holds on. Absolute legend. APM was hard capped. APM was so in the Mana TLO match, the APM was they could bank it. So basically, it saved up APM, and it would micro with 3,000 APM. It wasn't like that when Serral played it at BlizzCon. That was the version that was on ladder, one of the versions. And it was it was like equivalent to like a rank 50 GM Protoss. Its Terran and Zerg were probably equivalent to like 5-8, but it did kind of the same sort of thing every game. So if you knew you were playing it, you could obviously hard counter it. Yeah. I'm sure the Serral games were decent. I can't remember them very well, but it definitely wasn't the best version of Serral and the best setup, you know. And that's like there's a lot of headline grabbing things with Alpha Star, but I don't feel they gave the fairest representation of actually what it was good at. All right, guys, Maru's got a 5th base up. Does he have a 2nd armory yet? Still only 1 armory. Sorry for going off book here. We've been casting all day. I'll try to focus a lot more on the games and be a bit more detailed in the commentary. My bad. Gonna deny the top left base. Alpha Star was really good at execution, pretty bad at strategy. That is all, says Bouncy Bucket. That's a good summary. That's a good summary. It never actively sought information. Part of the reason it was best with Protoss is it would harass a lot and see what was going on. And it would react once it saw something, but it wouldn't actively seek out that information. So it often just died to mutas showing up. If you didn't show the mutas to it early and you just came with 50 of them, you could do well. Serral's killing his own roaches, guys. Roaches are garbage units this late in the game. It's going to replace those with more Lings, more Banes. Very clever call. Where's the Spire? He's got the Spire, he's got flyer attacks. Corruptors are very good as the game goes on. I think Maru's getting to the stage of the game where he's nearly unstoppable, and I think he can beat SERRAL at this stage. I said if Maru just plays to late game against SERRAL, I think he beats him, especially if he plays Ghost Mech. The only thing he's missing right now is a second armory, so he can get vehicle weapon upgrades for his Hellbats and Thors later on. He's got a nuke, high-sec auto-tracking, building armor. So many commands on his... Okay, taking the top left is a mistake. That's going to give SERRAL an attack angle. He's already in trouble. It's a massive Banelings. Tank's getting jumped on. Ooh, SERRAL could break that base. SERRAL pulls back there. That is oddly conservative. If it was anyone but SERRAL, I'd be like, what are you doing? But that's just SERRAL. He doesn't like chasing too far because he sees it as a big risk. In his mind, there could have been 8 ghosts waiting here to snipe all his ultras. So he backs away, even though we know he could have got that planetary and the command center building next to it. Going to use Nidus Worms to evacuate drones to the corners and try to cover these bases. Alright, Nidus Worm in the back of the main base. Carapace is on the way right now for SERRAL. Nidus Worm shouldn't do anything. There's nothing inside that, I don't think. Find out in a moment. Nope, it's empty. This is a... I might as well distract you with the threat of Nidus Worms. SERRAL's just chilling, man. Just going to mine out the corners and say, I have 2 more bases than you, and I'm going to win on efficiency. This is the most SERRAL game ever. And you know what? I've really wanted to see Broodlords against late-game Terran. So, come on, SERRAL. You've got a big bank. Second Spire. Double upgrades. Because he's going to have 3 mech. Second Armory goes down. 3 more factories. I mean, we're gonna see Broodlords against mech inevitably, right? I've really wanted to see this. I do feel... SERRAL beats almost anyone with Broodlords in late game since they do shoot a bit faster at max range now. Maru's not anyone though. And I think Maru should be the favorite. I've always felt if Maru got to this stage, he would beat SERRAL, but he just never would get to this stage in this good of a setup. His goal right now needs to be to deny one of these corners. If he can just deny one of these corners from mining without giving SERRAL a big, good engagement, then it can be really nice. And he just needs to like slowly build command centers forward. Like he should build a planetary here. He should land a command center here and make a planetary. He's got so many orbitals. What is this? 10 orbitals. Plus 3 vehicle weapons, plus 2 plating. He's got nukes coming in. Looks like he's decided he has too many medevacs, so he's just sending those around. This nuke does get dodged. SERRAL might ignore these medevacs, realizing he wants to throw them away. I feel like you should still kill them, though. Second Spire's on the way. SERRAL is thinking about that Greater Spire. Pig, this is the second time he starts with +1 flyer carapace? No. He went 1 attack, 1 armor, then 2 attack. He's just going for the quick, cheap upgrades, that's all. The reason he went carapace earlier is because he was playing ZVZ Muta versus Muta. You could go carapace against carriers, kind of makes sense. I think in this matchup, usually you'd lead with attack. I don't know if there's an argument against it. I mean, you could argue armor against bio because they tank well against marines. The creep spread's very nice for SERRAL. Greater Spire should be going down. Oh, SERRAL's killing his own... attacked his own ultra. I think he attacked the Baneling as well. I think he just wants to get rid of the roaches. He's still got 2 roaches in his army that are kind of trash. Greater Spire has started. Ultras are going to pop out to defend the top. SERRAL, one of the few players who will use Nidus Worms to defend these 2 corners. Maru, of course, willing to throw that bio away, realizing it's not good. And he is going to start trying to do this planetary creep to the corner that I was talking about. Still most of the gas remaining, and more than half of the minerals. Oh. Maru's middle map and north side is actually wide open. SERRAL might be making a mistake committing to this base. Movement is usually the Zerg's friend, but SERRAL is one of the rare Zergs who likes to lock horns with his opponent and beat them front on. It's usually the worst way to play ZVT. Maru, very good at holding this position. SERRAL's a god at it normally. The nuke doesn't really find much on the left side. Trying to just bait Maru in. The Viper's going down. Viper falls to the 2 Vikings. There's just no anti-air here, and Serral's finally going to have to abandon ship. He's 5,000 behind in the resources. Ravagers are really trash supply as well in endgame. It's 3 supply per Ravager. The Ultras will clear the double planetary. 9 SCVs go down to the Banelings. Does get rid of them. I mean, you can find some efficiency earlier on, but this late in the game, you're going to need Corruptors to deal with the Libs. Definitely want to see Serral rotate his army a little bit. Now that he's attacked up here, forces a bunch of army there, maybe dive the bottom right, deny this one time. Still no Broodlords just yet. There's only 8 siege tanks. There's 2-3 upgrades on the mech. 3-3 on the bio. More tanks are building. It's still a more mobile army. Serral doesn't want to go Broodlords and give up mobility yet. He's just going to attack this northern base again, but look at this tank positioning. Maru's really just setting up layers to make it costly, and he can lift the orbitals and run away. Scans go down everywhere. Maru is hunting for the army. He needs to know if there's Broodlords coming. He's going for a fusion core ship weapons plus 3 vehicle weapons. The Widow Mine's trying to target down those. Serral's going to dive the top. Command center cancel already. Corruptor Overseer dodges the turrets. Ultra's running into the natural might be nice. He's just going to force the lift, leave some Zerglings on the turrets. He can clear the turrets, then maybe the Corruptors could clear the orbital, but the Ghosts will be here soon, and he cannot stay here. This is an untenable position once the Ghosts arrive. He's going to have to back away. Maru has a planetary going up in the bottom side. It may be off position. He does not care. As far as Maru's concerned, as long as he gets this base up and mines a fair amount of it, he might even be able to eventually deny some mining up here. Serral banking 23,000 resources. He's waiting for Maru to make a mistake. Ultraling Bane's a very good army in the mobility, in the open area. If Maru goes too far forwards, he could suffer to that. Maru's one of the more relaxed Terran late game players, Twitch chat's pointing out. I agree. Most players panic. He very rarely panic F2s his army. Just sets up these layers and he's just going to poke at you and try to bait you into his trap. Endless tank line. The Lings come from the right side. Nice Ling spready. Very nice Ling ultra spready. Oh man, Corruptors will clear the Viking lib. A couple biles take out the 2 libs there. A few medevacs going down. The Banelings do not want to be rolling into those tanks. A couple snipes trying to go down, but the Overseers get out of range, and Serral shockingly close in the trading. Only down 4,000. And you might think, well 4,800. You might think that's terrible. If the game goes long enough and Maru hangs onto this base, I don't know if it's good enough to win. You got to remember, Terran spends a lot more money on all these orbitals, all this infrastructure. Zerg just builds a few cheap hatcheries and gases around, a couple spores. All the creep tumors are free. Nidus Worm gets up in the main. Should be dealt with pretty promptly. Zergling on that side will go down. Good scans. Cleans it all up. The issue that I'm kind of getting at here is that you sometimes can trade, what, 10, 15,000 worths by the end of the game as the Zerg and still beat Terran because he's built like 50 orbitals, 1 billion planetaries, 4,000 turrets and sensor towers. You can kind of see that reflected in the bank a little bit, but also remember the Terran tends to have more minerals to mine later in the game. Lingbane Ultra Corrupted diving the south side. Turrets will fall relatively quickly. Planetary is going to go down, and that's a good snipe. If you lose one corner, take the other one off the Terran. So is this the correct choice or the bad choice for Maru? Normally I say Maru makes a mistake when he gives up a base to take a base. I'm not convinced this is a huge mistake, but I think it might be a mistake. Oh, it definitely is now, because look, now he's losing this position as well. Oh, no. Oh, should have finished that off. That's costly for Serral. So the problem is going to be if the game gets a bit too much movement in it, that's where Serral's quick remaxing Ultraling Bane, very mobile army, that's where it really succeeds. Lings go in, finish the planetary, take out a tank and a few buildings. It's 3/3/3 plus adrenal glands. Plus 3 fly carapace about to round out those upgrades for Zerg. Both sides very good at remembering all their upgrades. Ooh, he does land a decent fungal. You don't want to chase too deep. Those Banelings could take some big tank shots. Serral loses a base in the middle and the top left. Trying to retake the bottom right. Oh, I think he's got a lot of Lings in the Nidus. Maru's army, 140 supply. Maru has a lot of money and he's not maxing out right now. He's finally building advanced ballistics. Things are going to pop in this main base. Maru shoving the middle right now. Is Maru overcommitting? Surely Maru should just slow down. And yet he's finding Serral kind of caught off guard. Tanks are dying. Drones are popping out. That's a mistake. He was using drones to run away into the Nidus, but he accidentally unloads them in Maru's base and quickly sends them back to the Nidus one. The bio tank here trying to push forwards. The Lings do good damage and distraction. But has Maru pushed too deep is the question. Medivacs will be going down to Fungal Corruptor. Ultra Bane runs forward. There's not much bio for the Banelings. The Banelings are getting ravaged by the tanks, as are the Ultras from the snipes. That looked like a pretty damn good fight for Maru, who's now ahead 8,000 in the units lost. I don't think Maru needs to accelerate this game, though. I think he can put the brakes on this game and slow it right down. Remember, he made it much harder for himself on Winter Madness against REYNOR by accelerating when all he needed to do was slow down and max out. He stopped building Marines, tanks, Marines, Marauders, or Ghosts, and now his army's getting caught in the middle. A bit of a blunder here for Maru. Maru is not using his barracks at all, and despite that, he's still going to maintain position. Serral leaving money on the table right now, guys. I feel like Maru, he's only building mech units right now. He's stopped building bio. He's not got that many factories. He's only got 5, so he's not remaxing that quickly. It's kind of dangerous to not remax here, isn't it? Maru's like, I've got 140 army supply. I don't care. Serral's getting pushed into his corner. Gonna unload drones from the Nidus, retake the middle. He's got the bottom right mining. Surely Serral should have dived this side. He saw Maru's whole army in the top left, and he didn't pounce on the right. He's also on Mass Baneling. Guys, tell me what Mass Baneling beats from the Terran here. I mean, it can clear the Hellbats and the Ghosts. That's predicated on Maru running his Ghosts and Hellbats towards the Banelings instead of away from them while the tanks kill everything. Scans catch every Infestor as well. Dude, those 12 orbitals doing the Lord's work for Terran. One Changeling does sneak through. It's going to take out the hatchery yet again. Massling will come through on the right side. The Widowmine's doing really well, though. No Overseer here to clean up those Widowmines after they fire. And look at that. Cloaked Ghosts as well. Another problem if you don't have an Overseer. Zergling's trying to get in deeper. Kitty, 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 kitty. He'll find himself another tank or two. Good micro for Serral. Lings are cheap. But he's still down 11,000 resources lost. That's a real big problem. At least this distracts Maru. And hey, even another tank there. Good value. This base is still denied in the top left. This base is still mining for Maru. Maru has too much map control. Serral has tried to engage him here in late game. He still has a big bank. 18,000 resources to the 13,000 of Maru. And these are very good trades with these Zerglings, actually. Forcing those tanks to friendly fire each other. We'll save that one with the Ghosts and the Unsiege. And Bane Ultra trying to get vengeance for losing that hatchery in the middle. Mass Baneling is good if you have the lava to kamikaze, then remax. If you catch Maru on the move like this, the Banelings will work. But if he's perfectly pre-spread with the number of tank slibs and mines he's building, I don't think so. I think 20 Banelings is always good. 30 maybe, 40 max. He's got 54 Banes. And what those are is free money. These are targets. Wherever those Banelings are rolling in that ball, that's a target for the Siege Tank and Widowmine shots. And that's where there's going to be crazy value lost for Zerg in the fights. I get he needs the Banes or the Ghosts are a real problem, but this is a really hard spot to still be playing Ultras at. Acrobial Shroud could actually be really good in this game just because there's so many tanks and libs. He's pulling to this right side. He stayed active, but he's got to clear these Widowmine fields. Maru's really good about keeping map control with Widowmines. Scans everywhere. There are no secrets in this game. Zerglings will find the top left. He's going to burrow a Zergling under the base. Tank will go down. Thank you very much, says Serral, as he kills his 24th siege tank in this game. Roddy is in REYNOR's chat right now, guys. Oh, hold on. Banelings go for the roll. Maru a bit slow to pull back his Ghosts, but does it matter? He doesn't get hit by the fungal. The tanks do get wiped. Oh my god, the Ghosts are in trouble. Planetary saves the day. The Banelings have to roll away. But Serral clears a position. He's still keeping it within 10k resources lost of each other. And he's mining the corner. Maru has not been able to mine the top left, which means Serral still might get a chance to mine that later. Infestor sneaks past the scans. Here comes another tank. Hellbat goes push. Maru pushing with a non-maxed army. Might be a bit too dangerous. Snipes landing on the Ultras. Banelings and Lings starting to land on top of a few of these Ghosts. Corruptors chasing the Medivacs. About 4 Ghosts go down. The rest do pick up to the high ground. Maru's supply is worrying. For a guy who has been floating a fair bit of money, I feel like he's got to be maxing out a bit faster. And on 5 factories, he can't do it on his own. Finally, he builds some more Marines and Marauders, which I think is a decent call just to get some more units in there to add to his maxed out army power. I mean, look at the banks. Serral might actually be sandpapering Maru to death. For those who've never watched The Mighty Boosh, there's a bad guy called Sandstorm. I often liken Serral to him. He's made out of sandpaper, and he's very frustrated because he grinds himself down whenever he tries to pleasure himself. But he also attacks his opponents by grinding them down as well. That is what Serral does. The Banelings, oh my god, the Banelings! Massive Banelings hit under the libs. A lot of Ghosts and Hellbats just got cleared. That was a massive hit. The Corruptors going after the libs. They're going to take so many of them down. Ultras going after the siege tanks. The Ghosts do snipe those, but so many Corruptors fall. 2 Ultras in the north. Can they get on top? No, they can't. Oh, pop, 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 pop. Tail end of the fight always looks really good for the Ghosts. But you got to realize how much Maru lost there, guys. Yes, it's 13,000 or 12,000 in favor of Maru. It's a 2,000 resource swing, but Serral had like a 10k bank advantage. You need better trading than what Maru's getting in this game. And whenever he goes out to take this base, he's in trouble. The Infestor's underneath. I would love to see Neural and make him EMP as other units. Neural Parasite has not been upgraded in this game. Serral just thinking of these as guys to try and unburrow and fungal the Ghost. Another scan goes down. The Infestor gets popped like an overripe pimple. Serral is more patient than anyone else, guys. No one else could have played this game like this. They would feel like they're losing. Serral happy to just slowly grind him down with that fine. It's not even a high grit. It's a low grit sandpaper, but over time used with the perfection of a craftsman who knows his craft so very well. You will be able to grind your opponent to dust. And that is exactly what's happening here. Yes, the Ultras are getting sniped, but the Ghosts are getting finally caught by the Ultra Baneling Infestor. And even then, when victory's within his grasp, Serral backs off, waits for more Lings and Corruptors, clears the command center, resumes mining, because Serral is the most efficient player in the world. Everyone else goes, I can win, go for it. Serral goes, I know that regrouping and doing another planned, organized, coordinated attack is the best way to win as efficiently as possible. And that's all Serral cares about. A lot of people get excited by all the different details in StarCraft. Serral always keeps efficiency at the very top of his priority list. Corruptors coming in, Masslings, Infestors from down south, gets a nice fungal. Ultras are on top, the Corruptors are clearing the libs. And the Ultra Lingbane Corruptor, not a single Broodlord was used in this game. And Serral still does it. I did not expect this. One could argue those corner bases are quite far spread. It's hard for Maru to get there. I thought Maru would win if he plays this style to late game. I thought he was in a good spot. Serral is just a patient wizard, and it is so hard to get practice against this caliber of Zerg. It's a terrible turtle map. Maru losing is expected, says Order. Really? I don't think it's terrible. It's not good for turtling. What's the best turtle map? Tydo? Is Tydo the best turtle map? That one probably gets vetoed, right? Guys, I'm gonna have to put all the energy towards casting. Do we have a mod who's able to do predictions for the whole thing? If let me know. What the fuck was the Ultraverse Ultra game of Serral versus Rogue? Basically, 2 boys were standing next to each other in the urinal, and they got weird, where they both were kind of side-eyeing each other's junk, and then they decided to be so manly, they both started, like, pulling their junk out and, like, starting pissing on the wall to see, and the other guy's like, oh, you can piss high on the wall? So then the other guy started pissing higher, and then eventually they just ended up crossing swords, and Rogue actually, he was fucking Serral up with his sword. His sword was way better. Even though his sword was smaller, he used it much better. But Serral went and like nipple crippled him in the midst of the sword fight, and Rogue wasn't expecting it, and then he splashed some of the piss water into Rogue's eyes, so he beat him despite having a much worse sword fighting ability. That's how I think that's a fair description of the Serral Rogue Ultralist game, right, guys? That game was like Rogue to give you a more accurate summary, Rogue won the game with upgraded Zergling hidden macro hatch against Mutas, but then he decided to not take a third base for like 8 minutes and let Serral back into the game. It was kind of disappointing that he did that. And you guys are running it? Oh, Eon Blue, thank you so much for running the predictions. I really appreciate that. All right, guys. Maru in the top left, Serral in the bottom right. And guys, I don't think Serral's going to do that same 15 hatchery after Overlord build, because he's getting down here and he goes an extra drone. So this is a more standard 16 hatchery where he's going to go for the gas here on Taito. Game 2 Taito, very big map, very good defensive map, guys. I would say a lot of Zergs like to pick this map normally because it's so good to defend. Problem, Maru's the turtle god. This map's probably pretty good for turtling on, right? Maybe, maybe not. These corner bases are pretty hard for Terran to get to, maybe. Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know because I feel like this normally gets vetoed. We'll find out. This is a normal hatch gas pool, guys. Serral, of course, wants to be ready in case it's 2-Rax Reaper or something. Wants to have his Ling speed this game. He's not going to play those like those 2-base Roach builds all the time. Really good at mixing it up. Chat was asking about the Serral Rogue game earlier. Yes, to give you guys context, Serral lost. It was Ultra versus Ultra. Serral had more Ultras, I think, in every fight. At the end of the game, Serral had lost 20 Ultras. Rogue had lost 9. Just to give you an idea of the trade. Maybe not the end of the game, but at like some point in the middle. Almost 30 Ultras had gone down, and Rogue had a better than 2-to-1 KD. It was kind of sick. I once again stand by the fact that Serral does not know how to use Ultralisks in ZVZ. I think I don't think he uses them. I think it was a good choice to go Ultras, but I don't think he's had... I've actually had like maybe a few dozen Ultra versus Ultra battles in ZVZ many years ago, so I kind of remember how important setting up the Ultras in a good formation, trying to get a bit of an arc with the Ultras is. All right, so Serral sneaks the drone out that left side. He didn't get them stuck in the wall this time, thankfully. I think he learned his lesson from that BlizzCon. All right, good extractor trick. Third base starts, but Ling speed immediately. Which will give Serral a potential run by stuff. And notice Maru's playing safer. 2 Marines, because those 2 Zerglings did good damage for Serral in that last game. So some guys in chat were saying they actually think Tourmaline's so terrible for turtling, and it's expected for Maru to lose on Tourmaline. That's really interesting. So if that's true, let's just play with that. I don't know how true that is or not. I really don't know, because I don't really see Tourmaline go to late game that much. I watch so much like Clem and Beyond trying to just murder people in the mid game, where I do think it's quite hard for Zerg to hang on. But is there a meta if Maru keeps playing late game like that, where actually this sort of turtley map, maybe a Taito that's normally good for Zerg is actually good for Maru, whereas a Tourmaline that's normally good for mid game Terran is actually good for Serral, as the guy who's playing more of a mobile aggressive army? Or is after game 1 Maru just going to say screw playing late game, like I'm gonna play different? Or maybe even just go straight mech so we can start pushing with like Ghost Mech a lot earlier rather than just turtling. Zerg can usually mine out the gold pretty fast on this map, which simplifies the late game a lot. So that's interesting. So I've noticed on this map, REYNOR makes this map much harder against Clem than it needs to be because he's obsessed with taking the gold. And it gives Clem a really easy attack angle, which means like I've seen REYNOR almost throw this map multiple times obsessing over the gold. Like trying to force it. I think taking the gold is good, but you also need to expand in the other direction along the north here to make sure, like, if the Terran commits hard to that push, you just have to give it up. You cannot be fighting in this area over and over again unless you've got a really good setup. Yeah, there's a bunch of people debating it now. Like I think there's a good point from Dynaman saying, well, actually, like, it's really hard to rotate your ground army around on Tourmaline, around that middle base. And Terran Air is like much stronger than Libs and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. The corners are kind of hard to get to for Terran. But there's a lot of things going for Terran on Tourmaline as well. So that's one of those maps we see a lot because I do think it's relatively balanced overall. Third command center goes out. This was quite a few Hellions and a Banshee, but it's a cloakless Banshee. So it's kind of a minimalistic commitment. Baneling Nest, extra gases. 4th hatchery's just now started. Good queen split here for Serral. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Banshee will fly in. Spore Crawler's not quite ready, but with no cloak, that's A-okay. Top Zergs have gotten really good at delaying these spawns to the last possible second. And oh my gosh. Oh my, like, what's that? Guys, what is it? I don't know. I can see there's like a little lump throbbing on the left, a lump throbbing on the right, but a spear ray? I've never seen this before 15 minutes. Are we going to see Mutiling Bane? Good choice against Hellion Banshee. Unfortunately for him, it's not Cloaked Banshee. If it was 2 Banshees with Cloak, that would be especially good. But an early Spire. Wow, 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 wow. Spire is 50 minerals, 50 gas cheaper these days, guys. And it builds 5 seconds faster than the previous patch. Here we go. Marines going after the Overseer on the high ground. It's going to pull away. Gets out. Now, is there any tells for Maru that this is happening? I'm thinking about what he's seen. He's seen a lot of Queens. Some Zerglings. Did he see the Baneling Nest? Nope. He has no idea what he's up against. He's already down 20 workers as well. I mean, his upgrades are way ahead, right? He's got 1-1 finishing. I don't think there's even 2 Evo chambers for Serral. He needs to start those pretty quick, man. You are meant to be about 2 upgrades behind as Zerg against Biomine, Biotank when you play Mutiling Bane. Oh, it's Siege Tank production. That's really good for Serral. Mutas are very good against Mutas. They're a bit weak to immediate Widowmine pressure. These Mutas, which angle do the Mutas take? They're going to go down the south side. He's got an Overseer in front making sure, and a Changeling. Doesn't want to get spotted by these Mutas, man. By these Hellions. Marine Tank pushes the right side. Looks like he's going to try and push these edges. These Mutas are going to show up as a surprise and do crazy damage. 1-1 has not been able to start just yet. There's already 14 Speed Banes ready. The Ling Bane's going for a bit of a counterattack. The Queen's way too far forward on their own. And this is a crazy situation. Serral was not expecting a commitment to this push. He's just going to A-move. Not a very elegant engagement for Serral. This is a fugly engage for Serral. What is that? Oh man, Maru with a nice hot pickup. The tanks focus almost all the Banes down. If he focuses that last Baneling, that was a disastrous engagement. He panic pulled his Mutas home and then panic engaged there. Serral did not see that push coming and was completely blindsided, and he panicked. That was a bad response. Serral went in with the Mutas, he would have been fine. Or if he set that engagement up a bit more patiently, now he's desperate. Banelings need to connect with these Marines. Can he get on top? Banelings getting through. A few of the Marines do go down. The tanks are falling. So many Lings, Banes, and Mutas have already gone down, and it's 1-1 against 0-0-2-2, well underway. 4th command center building. I dare not look at it, but I must. Oh, actually, that's closer than I thought. I thought Serral would have had a much worse units loss tab. He loses another Mutalisk there. 4 Mutas have gone down. Another one's going to go down, potentially. Barely survives. It's a really big, sloppy opening. I think Serral had such a good start. Good setup. But he didn't see the push and he panicked. He didn't want to lose the hatchery, so he just kind of jumped on it and he attacked around 2 corners, guys. His army was here. He attacked kind of around this ledge, around here, to try and get up there. And you never attack around a corner. If he split his army halfway up here and halfway down here and then engaged from 2 sides, different story. But attacking around those 2 corners was, ugh. Especially around here was just so bad. The Mutas are just chilling right now. Very passive Muta play. Thors are out. Widowmines. 2-2 upgrades are done. Maru can afford a +3. I think Serral's in a world of hurt. Do Mutas regen health faster than other Zerg units like SC1? Wait, is that a thing in StarCraft 1? Is that really? I'd have thought that was a StarCraft 2 exclusive. They added it in Heart of the Swarm. 2013. 2-2's on the way for Zerg, but Serral is stuck. And he's taking a middle base, which is so easy for Terran to push. But look at this. Huge counterattack. Lings and Mutas fly in. The Thor will go down pretty quickly. There is another Thor, but the Lings are on top of the base. Hatchery does get cancelled. Mutas trying to pick off units on the rally. He's got a few SCVs down in the natural. He's going to pick off a depot there as well. Lings trying to go for the turret, but not quite able to get it. The upgrade advantage also really helping the survivability of these SCVs with +2 armor. It's actually really well done here. Maru loses only 4 workers, but his whole army does pull home. Serral's buying himself valuable time while he makes Burrow and +2 flyer attacks. Units lost tab, 1,500 in favor of Maru. Maru's fourth is established. He's got 3 more tech labs. 3-3 is on the way. No infestation pit in sight. I think it's only a matter of time until Serral feels like he might have to tech up, but who knows? He might figure just mauling Bane is better. Just don't fight head-on. You cannot fight head-on with Mutiling Bane against Biomine Thor. Maru's going to try and have to force that fight, but look at that. Lings find a bunch of Marines. Very nice. Widowmine does fire on just a few Zerglings. Nothing too crazy. Mutas in the main force the Marines out of position. Gets a reactor, flies away. These units are going to pull back on the front as well. Total of only 5 mutas have died this game. Serral's efficiency is starting to climb up there. I'd love to see him expand along this top right side of the map. This is the exact same mistake that I talked about REYNOR making, where he'll expand to this base and this base, which are both very easy for Terran to reach. I think you should always take this and try to go up here at the same time as taking the gold. I think, like, especially with Mutiling Bane, where it's all about mobility and not fighting front on. He's got an infestation. Serral knows he'll eventually need 3-3 Ultras Infestors. All sorts of different units. Widowmine does try to fire. Baneling's trying to roll forward. Thors and Marines trying to pull back. Look at this, though. The mutas have grouped up in the north. 1 turret, no match for that. That's going to go down, and this pulls the Marine army home. Maru tries to go forward at the same time, tries to split. But he doesn't stim backwards. He's kind of getting a bit disorganized. The mutas go into the main base. They're going to wreak havoc there. Going to try and jump on this army as Serral. I think he should counterattack. He's going to go front on, though. Crazy choice. Absolutely wild choice for Serral. Kills the barracks in the main. He's going to take out 1 or 2 turrets, but the Marines are on top, and he's got to get out of here. Back at home, Banelings roll in. Looks like he did roll forward with a giant army there. Still a pretty good Terran army nearby, though. Just not many Widow Mines with him. Widow Mines and tanks a little bit further behind. Maru wise to back off creep spread after killing that hatchery. 4,000 resources lost difference between the two. 3-3 is now finished for Terran. Hive has not started. Serral is poor. Can't quite get the gold up. Can't get this hatchery up either. Drone gets sniped. Mutas could have gotten the tier 3 upgrade, says chat. Oh, they might have been able to. That would have been a game changer. Now he's down 2 upgrades. His hive has finally started, but it's going to be a while until it pays off. Serral has to run circles around Maru and avoid the frontal engage. Lings on the 3rd could be massive. Mutas fly in, but there's 2 Widow Mines and a few turrets there. Lings are going to go for that 3rd worker line. Nice move. Serral finds the main base mostly undefended again. He's been clearing these turrets very quickly. Only a small army here. Serral can clean this for once, but he does lose the hatchery. Maru only able to save 3 Marauders. Mutas in the main. Some of them get cleaned up. The Lings do as well. He's up to 12 Mutas sniped in total this game. Maru trying to trap him here. Marine saying there's no way out, mate. Puts a Thor here and a Thor over there. Those Mutas might have nowhere to hide. The main base is wide open, though. My voice is starting to go. And I'm out of water. That is a problem. Mutas taking out another bunch of SCVs in the main. Maru's struggling with the multitasking. There is pressure on him. He can't give Serral too much time. Serral needs to just keep running drones away. I mean, he hasn't got a lot of hatcheries up, so I think Maru should be fine. Maru pushing through the middle. Where are the Widow Mines? No Widow Mines. Oh my gosh, his Marines just moved commanded forwards towards the Banelings to try and get in the medevacs. A really derpy fight there for Maru. So distracted behind it, he loses another 8 SCVs. The Mutas are forcing mistakes. Maru's supply is not that good. Banelings trying to roll forward. Serral trying to defend this. If the Banelings clear the Marines, the Mutas can clean up the Marauders, but oh no! The Banelings roll back and the Mutas stay there and get wrecked. Mutas in the north, though, do take out the Planetary on the 5th base. Serral loses a hatchery, but he's going to get the Planetary, and I think that makes it okay. 2-1 upgrades now done for these Mutas. A little bit more survivability there. Serral's got the gold base back up and mining. Maru's struggling to deal with the multitask of these Mutas. It's a big map, Taito. It's hard to deal with Mutas and push at the same time. Maru's still up 40 army supply. Serral still needs to avoid fighting front on. There need to be more Ling counterattacks, honestly. I kind of want a little bit of REYNOR style. I want Mutas and Lings constantly backstabbing. The Muta count's just not that high, though, is it? Only 20 Mutas now. Feels like only some of them are here. Hard to group the rest of these Mutas and get them across the map altogether. Oh, he gets the starport! There are 9 medevacs on the map, but that could really matter later on. 26 mutas have died this game. 5,000 resources traded in favor of MARU. SERRAL needs to keep rebuilding this base, preferably top right as well. I don't think MARU can get to the top right. So far away, he's probably not even going to scout it. Gold base is going to go down. SERRAL's got to give it up. Oh, I don't think your frontal fight's the way. The Widow Mines are there this time. The Widow Mines. Oh, good splashies on the mutas. Tries to go forwards. A wall of Marauders with Widow Mines behind it is not what Mutiling Bane wants to face, especially if there's a Thor or two in the mix. MARU got to keep that Thor away from creep, though. Double starport begins. No fusion core just yet, so no Caduceus reactor. You just could maybe engage that, but 3/3 Marines are a menace. +3 carapace and adrenal glands. Mutas decide to fight. There's not that many Marines, so it is a good one. Forces MARU to try and chase. A lot of these Widow Mines got left behind. That one does fire, though. Could pick off these. SERRAL. Whoa. Too busy in the middle. Lingbane still trying to defend this middle hatchery, but it's such an easy push path for the Terran. Baneling's trying to connect, but MARU... Oh, a lot of his Marines do actually stay on the front line. Good pullback for SERRAL. Clears a bunch of the Marauders with the Zerglings, and now he goes forward when MARU steps too deep. MARU with a blunder, but he's got reinforcements coming in. Will that be enough to save the day? Maybe, just maybe, that Widow Mine scaring SERRAL away. So many Marauders and a Marine, making it so difficult for SERRAL to fight. Dude, this is such insanity. Widow Mines move in on the left to deny mining. SERRAL can't get a 5th base up. He's on his first 4 bases still. Banelings are finally going to commit, hoping MARU's not watching. MARU does take some pretty big Banelings, but the Marauders are just too tanky. SCV's going down to the mutas. This is why I was saying I think he needed to be countering with Zerglings as well. I think SERRAL's whole game needed to be 80% of the army counterattacking, 20% slowing down the advance with Banelings, and just scaring MARU from diving in. Because in this sort of game, you're down on upgrades for so long, you're so desperate, you need to distract and get these edge corner bases up, and eventually one of them should be able to survive, and then maybe you can run away with the game. But MARU looked really good here, and I think beating SERRAL Biomine against Mutiling Bane is a massive confidence booster. Oh, Widow Mine's hurt, man. Widow Mine goes down before it can fire. +3 carapace being done does really help. If your SCV's getting focused on the way out with these mutas, they're going to go north, but there's 2 turrets there. Can't really fight those. SERRAL just going for the rally, picking off Marines here, there, and everywhere. Gotta be careful about getting caught. He knows MARU's army might come back. Catches a medevac. See MARU trying to come around from different angles. SERRAL's wisely going to pull away. He's trying to get a Marauder on the way out. He knows he needs every bit of value he can get, but he loses an Overseer for his troubles. He's going to go back up to 24 Mutalisks. Zergling Baneling count, not bad. Ooh, Lings and Mutas together is a really nice combo, so they're so fast. He can just engage and then disengage whenever he wants. 4 stims. The medevac count is at 9. There are 2 starports. So we can, of course, build 2 medevacs at a time. Where are those starports, guys? Ooh, Banelings try to roll in. I don't know if SERRAL ever ended up using borrowed Banelings in this game. If he did, I've missed it. You just catch the rally. The hatchery gets cancelled yet again. They are behind the natural, says chat. Oh, there they are. Lings and Mutas get in. Lings will go after the SCVs and the turrets. Mutas going after the Marine production. Barracks count is not what it used to be. It's 7 barracks, about to be 6. Some of them without reactors that used to have them. Contaminate on the factory. A few Zerglings going in here. Not much burrow usage, shockingly. Shockingly, very little burrow usage, especially against the Terran who's only got 3 orbitals. Burrowed Banelings and burrowing Zerglings in the bases whenever you do this sort of run by actually could win SERRAL this game. It definitely could have earlier, but 62 drones and almost nowhere to mine from. A few mineral patches here, a couple here. Natural's almost gone. Long distance mining there. And oh, the Marines find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mutalisks. A massive victory for MARU, who's already looking like he's got this in the bag. I'm not convinced this game is over, says chat. I am 90% of the way there. I see burrows some Banes, which he seems to have just forgotten burrows even in the game. It's going to be hard. SERRAL had an excellent opening with the surprise mutas this game, but he panicked against the Marine tank push. Ooh, Lings. Oh, the Lings drag the Widow Mine onto the bio. Dude, what a dive. Really nice trade there for SERRAL. But a Zerg with no income just can't hold up. 47 workers might not seem like a lot, but that's plenty. Look at all these minerals. Maru's still mining. SERRAL just needs to... He keeps taking this middle base. You guys, I'm not crazy, right? This middle base and the gold base are both so... They're like the easiest bases for Terran to push. SERRAL's going to tap out. Can't get an expansion up. Maru's mining too much. And he will GG. I feel like he only tried this once or twice. I feel like these two bases, this and this, are the easiest bases for Terran to kill, especially when you're playing Mutiling Bane. I think that's a base placement error from the Basilisk Zergs. I'd go out on a limb and say that. Alright guys, quick ad break. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Making sure they don't play during the games, because these games are epic. Down in each base. I could probably just kill him here, right?
Kamikaze!
Oh, feels good, man. Oh, shit.
Absolute mad lad. Oh, but he's not throwing them all at once. They're going in piecemeal. You need to throw the Locusts all at once or they get gunned down. Remember, they're very fragile, high damage units. Hero tries to go in there, but the Locusts did not engage all at once, and now they're stuck. Oh my god, the Swarmos can't get back up the ramp. They've got to squeeze through one at a time. Dark, what are you doing, mate? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think maybe what about it's time to talk about next game. I don't know what happened. The test.
Dude, chase me. Hey, your mum's fat. Your mum's fat. I banged your sister. She's ugly too, but I banged her anyway. Ha ha ha. I'm not gonna pay child support. She doesn't know my last name. I got her prego. Get wrecked. That Zergling just spent so long luring the Zerglings of who cares around the side of the map. Neuro just trying to do anything he can to distract and screw with his opponent to get back in this game. There's only 2 drones for his opponent. Look at the split. These 2 Lings, they're now taking over as the distraction. Your mum's fat. You're ugly. You're stupid. You're going to amount to nothing.
Honestly, you might assume that Stimpack is not done yet because the green light kept on.
Oh, he's too far outside. Maru caught with his pants down. And that means the door does not get raised. Banelings are going to walk in, but Maru's got some pretty good focus fire. He's taken down 4 or 5 Banelings already, but the Lings are getting the surround.
Grenades from the Reapers would be fantastic at this point in time, as well as the Banelings are trying to hunt down whatever they can. Very good control though here by the Terran player, only losing a handful of SCVs so far. This is very respectable, because keep in mind, there's a third CC on the back of this.
Oh my lord, Maru, you crisp god of micro. How did you pull off this defense? It's not over yet though. The wall is being torn down. Those Reapers are so low.
Yeah, the supply depot, right? That one has to be raised here if he wants to keep all of these units out. Now Solar, though, is really starting to get the damage done. Oh, it is actually down.
Ramp with this Zergling.
Had a few tech camera issues yesterday with Clem disconnecting his matches. Oh, showtime. A bit of a yawn there. Okie dokie. We saw Beyond let out one of the biggest yawns ever. All right, guys. Sorry. Let's get in. All right, guys, it's tied up 1-1. Celestial Enclave, Maru in the top right, going for that 1 Rax expand blind. Would not be surprised to see that 3rd command center on location. And SERRAL, bottom left side, looks like a... Is this a 15-15, guys? It's a gasless build. Ooh. There's only 1 easy entrance into your 2 base. And he'll take the backdoor 3rd. All right. Very cool, very cool. This is a nasty map for Mech in terms of where they can siege off, but I think it should be a good map for Nidus Swarmhost as well. So we'll see how this goes. Oh, sloppy for SERRAL, doesn't get the extractor trick. Almost loses a 2nd drone, and his inject's a little delayed. This looks like it was a 15-15, but I'm not 100% sure, guys, as we did miss the very start of the game. Pig, did you get more water? Water or water? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to speak American? Oh, it's water. Oh, look at me. I speak American. Get out of here. Take your oregano. Sorry, not oregano. Your oregano. Take your bloody bell peppers. Get it out of... Get your weird American words out of here, mate. Bloody... Oh, wait. Are you, what's like a small thing Oh yeah, you know, StarCraft is my niche. Are you gonna say niche? Bloody Americans. Go back to the library and learn some friggin' words. All right, get out of here, you guys. You say words different to me. How you doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you. That's our daily rant about Americans being confused that people speak different to them. I appreciate you guys. Is that a... What the fudge? Oh my lord. Speaking of America, Maru's going for the late stage capitalism unmitigated greed build, guys. That's a 4th command center on location. This is his 3rd. That's his 4th. On the low ground. Into bio. Maru is going to do the greediest mass bio build you have ever seen. And do you know why? Because he's like, oh, you're doing like a kind of no ling speed 3 base build. Cool. Now, argument against this, Serral's build is kind of optimized to stop at about 55, 60 workers at most and then make a giant army and then kill you, right? So that, I don't know if there's going to be time for the 4th command center. So, I'm not sure if that's going to have time to pay off. I don't know, man. I feel like Serral... Do you guys think he attacks with this or just full macros? I mean, Serral has a quick 4th. He doesn't know. This is the problem. Serral doesn't even know about the 3rd, though we can probably infer it. Let alone the 4th. No ling speed to scout. He's going to have to wait for an overseer to figure out what's happening. Maru's gone 3 barracks. He's got double upgrades. 4 command centers, double upgrades. Dude. This is going to be such a friggin' cool build order from Maru. This is why I love watching Maru. His build orders are really smart. They're special. They're unique. They're tailored to the map and the situation. Serral quite oversaturated on his main natural 3rd right now, so he does need to transfer a bunch of workers over to this one. Carapace, roach speed on the way. Like I said, stop at 55 to 60. Just kidding. Serral's gone 68 workers. He's oversaturating. It's going to be an orbital, of course, which he can always lift and pull away. Serral's Overlord goes down. Serral's building some roaches, but he has no idea the level of greed he's playing against. And I really think Maru is going to go for one of these mass Marine Marauder builds. I don't know if he goes Widow Mines or tanks with it, but I think you're going to see just so much Marine Marauder. He might even go like 11 barracks. Was it 11 barracks that he was playing against REYNOR back in the Thunderfire Invitational, guys? I think it was 11 barracks. Aliens trying to poke in. Find themselves a creep tumor. Nicely done. Roaches going to trap these boys. Aliens do go down. I think that was only, what, 1 worker, yeah? Yeah, he got 2 earlier with the Reaper, so just 1. Mass Roach is still building here. Serral has not been building anything else. There is a tank making, which is crucial. Because Serral's got 30 roaches coming out. He's got 22 out, 11 more building. Carapace is almost there, as is Roach Speed. He's making Ravages. He wants to go. Serral senses that there is some big greed. And he probably sees that there's no tanks yet. Can't contaminate, unfortunately, on the factory. Otherwise, he absolutely would. 8 barracks coming up. Serral's going. It's a big Carapace Roach push. And I don't think Maru can defend it. As I was saying, is the way Serral's playing, I don't know if you're going to have time for that 4th command center to pay off. I think Maru needs another minute. And yet he's moving out right now. He has no idea what's happening. Oh, he has no idea. Maru. You can hear it. You can hear the roaches attacking if you move your screen over there. It's in vision. He's realized, but he might have realized a bit too late. The tank needs to siege far back. Good tank siege. He's got to pull the boys. Good SCV pull. Great SCV pull even. Oh, that tank is huge. Dude, that tank is so good. Oh my god, that tank is ruining Serral. Oh my god, that barracks wall off is actually guarding it so well, but there's still so much Roach Ravager. It's not over till the Fat Zerg sings, and the Ravagers are in range. The tank goes down. Did Serral sacrifice too much to take out the tank? He's already killed 15 workers. He's still got a big pack of Ravagers here. He can kite against the Bio using Bile pretty well. Roach Ravager just rallying in here with +1 Carapace against the 1-1 Terran Bio. Still 62 workers. 4 orbitals of mules means you can afford 18 worker losses and still be in a good spot economically. Oof. Roach Ravager rotating around left. The tank, as long as he keeps high ground vision denied to Serral, that's good. The Overseer's arriving. He's going to try and get in range. 1 Bile will land on the tank, but only 1. Oh my god, Maru holds. GG. Oh, dude. Oh my gosh. That barracks wall off with that perfect tank positioning was actually like exactly what MARU needed. Complete shutdown. Well played. Should SERRAL have just ran into the main? I don't think so. I think he would have lost so many units on the way in, right? Maru gets 2-2 without losing the fourth. He wins 100%. Yeah. SERRAL was correct to GG. Good point, Dio. I wasn't really questioning the GG, but especially when you put it that way, because 2-2 was about to finish, right? I don't like him going for the rocks. I think he should have just attacked the front. If he attacks the front, I think he wins the game. Uncharacteristically poor scouting from SERRAL. Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't make an overseer with it, but I think he was kind of like, look, this is just kind of the build I'm going for, and without link speed, it's kind of hard to scout. I think the fact that Maru scouted it so late and put the tank in that perfect position, pulled the SCVs to block so they couldn't get biled, that was very nice. Am I the only one who saw Maru try to fly over minerals with a Reaper? Oh, what happened, Faceless Prophet? Did he try to go through the worker-only path? He tried to like Reaper grenade himself across or something? Oh, he tried to Reaper grenade across. I don't think you can, right? Sorry, I wasn't even paying attention. I must have been reading chat. The Forbital and just leaves. I think he breaks him because the tank wasn't quite out if he just goes for the front and doesn't break the rocks. At the very least, he makes the fourth evacuate and kills a ton of the SCVs leaving the base kind of thing and just pushes up and yeah. I love Maru's build though. Unmitigated greed. All right, guys, get your predictions in for the next game. Let me take a look, actually. How are the predictions going? 60% SERRAL, 41% Maru Ghostmat King. Is TVZ Maru's favorite matchup? I think TVT is Maru's favorite matchup because I think it's the only one that he thinks is balanced. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you guys weigh in. My read on Maru is he thinks Protoss and Zerg are grossly unfair. And TVT is the only matchup that he thinks is fair. He's like, look, when it's two boys building Ravens and tanks, just using their interference matrices, it's the only time StarCraft is truly honorable. All right, guys, Maru up 2-1 in this grand finals. And yeah, it's online, but dude, it's a best of 7. And if he could get the monkey off his shoulder, he hasn't beat SERRAL in, is it 4 years, guys? 3-4 years, something like that. I think it was 2021 the last time he beat SERRAL in a best of series. I think he might have taken a map off him in a team league maybe since then, but basically, you know, in World Team League. But in actual series in tournaments, it's been many years since he took him down, and he's not just not taking him down, he's looked worse while playing against him. To see him now turn this tail around and already just look like a good top competitor, even in the map he lost, I think this is fantastic. Because, I mean, he himself said he would get nervous against SERRAL and his brain would go blank and he'd play like an idiot. And to see him actually play up to his level is just so exciting because we've been robbed of this for so many years. It's been 8 years since we've been dreaming against, like, ever since SERRAL started winning everything. And we were like, oh, we want to see what happens here. But yeah. He's not really played his best much in that time. I need to go back actually and look at the online series. I don't know what tournament. One was King of Battles, someone said, and one was there was 2 in the online era when he took down SERRAL in really good games. I'm trying to remember them. I'm sure I cast the games. It's a while ago. What happened? I went and took a poo. Thank you. That's got too much information, guy in the chat. Maru pulled off a 4 orbital on location. Was it off 1 barracks, guys? I think it was like 1 barracks into factory 3cc, 4 orbitals and enclave. SERRAL tried to do a very quick 3-hatch, no Ling speed into a Carapace Roach timing. And MARU had a very clutch hold with a single siege tank just doing some heavy lifting. I think if SERRAL didn't go for the back rocks, he wins that game, guys, or at least makes it much closer, but that positioning with the barracks just turned into an amazing wall-off for MARU. I don't think it was planned necessarily, but boy did he quickly recognize where he needed to siege that tank when he saw where the roaches were coming from through the rocks. Protected with the SCV pull. If he didn't pull the SCV straight away, SERRAL might have got on top of the tank. Third command center. He likes this third CC on the natural. Why do you think he does this, guys? Is that just because he has extra SCVs on the natural? Does this wall-off actually help him against some all-ins? Because he can like build a depot here to kind of create a semi-wall where the units have to go all the way around. I don't mind it. I'm just curious. Obviously, he doesn't care about hiding it. I've missed most of the cup. Is SERRAL back on his level? SERRAL's looked very, very good. I don't think he's looked his best ever. But MARU has looked fantastic. MARU's played the best series of the tournament. Against Clem, against REYNOR was kind of dominating. Against Clem was like the best series of the tournament so far. I have a feeling the Clem MARU series will probably be better even than this finals. No matter which way this goes from here. Alright, so SERRAL's got 2 bases up. He's rallying to his third now. He's got a few Zerglings for safety with Ling speed. You'll see he splits his queens. 2 queens on the left, 2 on the right. He'll spread creep everywhere. MARU's going to start poking with the Hellion Banshee, looking to deny the creep if he can. Pig, do you and MARU have chats? MARU's a bit hard to get a hold of. Occasionally he'll answer some questions and stuff. We will interview him during Pigfest, no doubt. I usually find his answers a bit interesting. I feel like MARU kind of thinks he's winning when anyone else would be losing in that situation. Got very big confidence. Lings come in, but the Hellions are right there. 4 Zerglings, damage a Marine, nothing else. This is a really typical build order so far, right? I mean, it's once again 1 Cloakless Banshee. But other than that, it's just... Oh, actually, he went eBays before Barracks. Okay, very upgrade focused for MARU. This is a big, tough map to play against Zerg. Very curious to see what MARU tries to pull off. SERRAL goes for the top left. Okay, so the Basilisk, I thought SERRAL went for this base. Looks like he's changed his mind to that top base. There's a nasty ledge up there, but that doesn't necessarily allow you to kill the hatchery. It just allows you to siege a position, and it's so far out of the way in the corner of the map that I guess he figures that's worth it. Oh, he's doing the Hydra style. Oh, we haven't seen the Hydra style against MARU. I do think if you play 6 gas Hydra, you want to get a few infestors and delay your banelings so much later. I was talking about this with REYNOR the other day. I'm not sure if he passed on the info to SERRAL, but me and REYNOR think you should not be playing banelings early with 6 gas Hydra Rush. 6 gas Hydra Rush is all about the Hydras, a couple of infestors. You can mix a few Lings in, but not too many. It's all about the ranged damage output. Look how early that Groove Spines is. I like to go for a very early Carapace, even when I play Hydras, but SERRAL's just saying, no, just get the Hydra range, have the ability to build those Hydras, and it's really hard for a guy building Marines and Medevacs to pick away at you. Now, MARU's been very tank timing focused, which, honestly, he should be down 2-1 in this series, because SERRAL on Tydo went Mutas, complete surprise, and a tank push is not great against that. But SERRAL panicked, pulled his whole army home, took one of the worst fights ever, and really gifted the advantage in that game to MARU, right? He's going to do the Baneling tech again. I think this is trash. Don't get me wrong. So many players have been getting away with this, but the problem is the Banelings don't help you at all against this Marine tank timing, which is the whole problem Hydra builds have. So we'll see if SERRAL can pull it off. Are me and REYNOR wrong? Or is SERRAL, Rogue, and Solar, who all love doing this quick Baneling transition off of it, are they wrong? Let's find out. Basically, Zerglings, the problem is you're mostly reliant on a big line of Hydras here. And if you don't have enough Hydras, that's all that matters. The Lings could flank the tanks maybe, but Hellions, which will soon be Hellbats guarding them, not going to be able to do much. Clears some of the creep, but not all of it. The Hellions should go up here and morph into Hellbats, I think. Kind of guarding the flank, but not fully. Hydras and Queens are in position. Oh, MARU! accidentally drops a mule. I don't think that was a BM mule, guys. I don't think that was him being a D-bag. I think that was just him misclicking. Hydras are going to take out the tanks from the low ground. That's big. He's got to pull back now, though. It's not that many Hydras. The Ling counter goes in. It does find plenty of Marines and tanks there. And if this Marine Hellion can overwhelm him, he's in huge trouble. He's already trying to go Ling Bane. I think he should have been building a few more Hydras. SERRAL going 81 drones. Oh, God, he's been a bit too greedy. If he can survive this, he's in a good spot. Oh, a bunch more Hydras come in, and I think he's okay. Beautiful pullback on the Hydra. 2 more Hydras pop out from behind. And he will push the medevacs away. SERRAL survives. That was a good hold. Even though he's down 1,600 resources, he's got 81 probes. His 5th base survives on the right side as well. And he's going to start melee. Plus 2 carapace is really crucial. Something SERRAL's forgotten for the moment. And there we go. Plus 2 carapace kicks up. Now, MARU already has a 4th finished. How in the heck? And he starts a 5th. Wow. MARU's macro is so good. Who made this stuff possible? This popular, says REYNOR. Scarlet. Scarlet invented this build. Oh, the Hydra into late Bane? I think Rogue. I think Rogue was the first one I saw do it. I think it's really dumb. I think if he had a few more Hydras, he holds that attack a little bit easier. But it's fine now. Now that he's gotten away with it, it's an amazing late game transition. It's all if you survive the greedy part, it's fine because you're instantly into Hydraling Bane and you can just roll his 4th base now. All you need to do as SERRAL is A move his 4th base and then it's game over, I think. But it's SERRAL, so he's not going to do that. He's going to drag the game out for another 20 minutes. I mean, this is one of those moments where you have to go. You've got such a good advantage. Surviving that push on 80 drones. Surely you max here and go. No, he's going to go Hive. 7 more drones. SERRAL's going to chuck a SERRAL, guys. Sasha goes Infestors, which is good, says REYNOR. Yeah, no. Sasha invented the style. SERRAL just killed his own Hydra there. What the heck is that? Bit of a derpy misclick there. Oh, MARU gets a bit excited. Loses a full medevac. He can't attack into MARU because he has 2/2. Oh, you think? I guess Carapace is a bit too late. And this 4th base was a free kill. The upgrades didn't matter there. Trust me, he had enough momentum. He could have gone. He also didn't know MARU had 2/2. Maybe he did. I don't know. I think he should never let MARU get that 4th. Look at all this money he's banking on max supply. Sorry guys, REYNOR's in chat, so we're kind of talking to REYNOR because he's got that expert insight. Burrow, plus 2 range, plus 2 melee, Lurkaden, Nidus Worm. Alright, so he's going to play the Lurker transition off of this and try to Nidus the backdoor. Interesting. Very interesting. 10 siege tanks are out. Have you guys just not talked about Broodlords, REYNOR? Like, MARU's massing tanks every game this tournament, same as Beyond does. Broodlord's hard counter a guy who's massing tanks. You go early Broods off this. Very powerful. Ooh, gotta be careful. This is a no-go zone for Zerg. This middle area with those tanks set up like that, you cannot fight here. You gotta give this base up. SERRAL a bit too slow to counterattack, though. He's still trying to roll in and buy time on this base. SERRAL, he's going to go down the left, but there's a planetary. Oh my god, there's a planetary and 4 tanks. No, SERRAL. No. Run away. SERRAL does run away. He's holding onto the middle base for now, but I think it's only a matter of time before it goes down. MARU bleeding him dry. And SERRAL. Ooh, he can't. No, you can't engage this. No, even if you come from the left, you need to wrap around from this side. But I think the tank line goes too far back. You cannot fight here. Oh my god, he's going to try and break it. SERRAL going for it, but I don't think this is going to work. SERRAL is at double the units lost tab. He's finally making the decision to abandon the base. Trying to make Lurkers, Niduses. Does have 2 Vipers, but can't abduct those siege tanks. And the units lost tab is absolutely delectable for Terrans and disgusting for the Zergs watching. This is interesting. Like, the whole point of this map is always you're never meant to fight in the middle. I really thought SERRAL would have been a bit further forward on the map, but he's trying to beat MARU very front on, and MARU's positioning is a bit too good. Where's the abduct? Oh, he couldn't quite get an abduct range. The map's a bit big. Broodlords would make you feel slow. I don't know, man. Feel like killing their bait, killing their tanks is pretty good. If you get there before there's a lot of ghosts, that'd be really good, man. Command Center is taking big damage. Oh, watch out. Marines come back along with the ghosts. Fire on the top left as well. Broods are never very powerful. When they go heavy tank, they're really good because the tanks kill their own units. Really good. Oh, Serral stumbling into this. I don't think this is a good fight. His Banes are mega clumped. Dude, Serral's getting mauled right now on White Rabbit. I've seen Reynor win so many games against Clem on this map now that I started to believe it was a Zerg map. I was like, I was wrong. What have I said? I've said this literally yesterday. I was talking about, I'm like, this. I used to think this was a really good Terran map. Bad for Zerg in this matchup. I've watched Reynor kill Clem a bunch of times, and because it's so big and it's hard for Terran to push, I think it's actually good for Zerg now. Watching this game, and I'm like, this map's terrible for Zerg. I think Serral's in a really bad spot now, guys. He's got 2 Spires on the way, and there's some nasty tank positions and ledges on this map, man. So many good corners, choke points, little pockets to hide your siege tanks in. Really hard to engage as the Zerg. Maru's TVZ is looking so good today. The fact that he's not playing mech either, and yet he's bullying Serral. This was not on my bingo card for 2026. Serral's going to try and clean up the Marauders. He gets a few Marauders, but the Marines will finish the hatchery off inevitably. That tank shot clearing 12 changelings. Oh my gosh. Trying to buy time on the hatchery, but you're taking tank shots every time you do it. Lurker's coming on the left, but there is a siege tank there, which takes out one of them already. Clearing depots and turrets, though, is a nice start. You can clear the turrets, and Overseer could get down the left side, get into the main, and start popping Niduses there. I'm a big believer in the Broodlord Infestor. Massive believer in it, especially against guys who build a lot of tanks. I think against Clem, it's really weak because he don't build many tanks. I think against Maru and beyond, Broodlords are severely underrated. Marine Ghost trying to pull back. This time Serral finally finds a good fight. Very nice fight for Serral, but there's a lot more tanks out here. There's a lot more bio as well. The Banelings, oh my god, they get a big hit on the Marines. Maru messing up his control a little bit there. Serral finally gets some good connections with his Banelings. His Zerglings clear out some tanks. He's down 7,000 resources in the units lost, but he finally just gets like the one punch lands, and you see Maru stagger back a bit and go, oh yeah, Serral's still got some power in his fist. And I think that's the confidence Serral needed. Because now he can maybe drag this out. If he can mine these middle bases out eventually, if he can play this out like he did back on Tourmaline at the start of the series, I think it's very hard for Maru to stretch out into these side zones of the map. But maybe Maru should just keep pushing the middle, because that was a really awkward area to fight there. I'm not sure it was actually good. He just gained a lot of stuff. I'm not saying it was game winning or anything, but it actually killed a lot of stuff. It was one of the best trades he's had. Not saying it was game winning, but he pushed him back, and buying space is important because Maru was super bullying him. Got to do a lot more. 1-1 upgrades coming in for the Spire. Ling Bane rolling over the top. Where is the support? Not as many tanks as there was before. Maru EMPs the Overseers. You don't see that every day. He's sniping Overseers rather than fighting Banelings. That's also an odd decision. Maru figures sniping Banelings is not worth it, so he snipes the Overseers while the Ling Bane's closing on him. Serral trying to run forwards. Serral does have a big bank. He's on 90 workers, so as bad as his trading's been... Oh, the fungal whiffs. And I think now he's chasing too far. Those tanks getting some really good value. Lurkers on this side doing decently, but one of them will get sniped. The other ones should escape to the Nidusworm. So Maru's on how many bases is this, guys? 4, 5, 6. 6 bases. I mean, that's still 6 bases, man. That's still too many. I think, Serral, if you could bust this middle base, maybe, or this bottom right. But every second that goes by that he's mining the right and left base is also really good. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Twitch chat's just explained it. Someone's complaining about how Vipers can't abduct sieged tanks anymore. So what happened is the Terran, you guys know those little suction cups to stick things on like glass and whatever? They've added those to the siege tank. So once it's stuck there, you just can't unstick it. Makes sense. Good innovation from the Terran. Another planetary reinforcing the left. Huge play for Maru. And look at that. He just abandons the right. I think a bit of a mistake to pull so much of his army to that top left, but a good breakthrough for SERRAL. Like to see him leave a few lings, try to pick off maybe the gas, sensor tower. Just be a bit of a nuisance. Siege tank shelling from across. Oh, SERRAL, it might be time to give this one up. Look at this setup. Look how far back those tanks go down there. You cannot chase into that SERRAL. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my god, SERRAL's going to go. He loses the hatchery, drops a parasitic bomb, the medevacs, the banelings, the hydras, the lings run forward. He realizes, oh, I don't think this is going to work. And he does turn around and run. At least he kills a few of the units with the hydras and the lings. But dude, he's still in tank range. They just don't have vision. Oh my god, get those banelings out of there. The infestors will pull away. The hydras try to bully back, but so many of them go down. Units lost tab still only 7,000 in favor of Maru. And SERRAL still has a crazy bank. He's fully mining the right side, starting to take the gases. Dude, is he actually just going to... These fights are not terrible for him. Anyone else takes these fights, that units lost tab gets worse and worse. For SERRAL, it's just like... It's just fine. It's like he pre-spreads everything, casts the spells, and pulls the banelings back at the perfect time. Every single time. No one else does that. No one is this good at judging fights. Lurkers picking off quite a few SCVs. Nicely done. Hatchery killed on the left side. No cancel. Finally, the Lurker will go down, but it's done some good damage. 10 SCVs. And look at that. Lings from this side. Oh, these Lings are going to find these tanks on the high ground. Very, very good move there for SERRAL. It's going to leave some Lurkers there to try and deny the base. The Hydra Ling actually finding really good fights in the way. SERRAL's now rotating his army around the map is really big. And guys, I noticed Maru doesn't have center control. Not only is SERRAL mining this, but he doesn't have center control. Don't you guys think Maru should have put a planetary here? Had like a tank here, tank here. So SERRAL can't rotate through the middle of the map. And that way he could only move around with Nidus Worms. Oh, he does get a bunch of extra Zerg there. But still only 7,000 resources between them. SERRAL's trading evenly in these last few fights while having a much bigger bank. That's very scary for Maru. I think Maru should try to move through and cement this middle area. Oh, nuke on the right side. That ain't gonna last. Oh! Splits his army. A few drones over on the left. Long distance mining. Do get taken out. New siege tanks here. So I was gonna have to keep sitting those there. Look at the Marauder. Took one for the team. Runs up to the Banelings and lets them blow up on him so they waste as many as possible. Lings and Banes rolling in. Banelings kill a lot of the SCVs. Quite a few of the... Yeah, all the SCVs go down to the Ling Bane. Good move, man. Chat says SERRAL's gas bank is a bit iffy. Well, I actually think most of his army trading should be Zerglings at the moment, so I think it's okay. He's trying to get ready for the 3-3 Broodlord swap. 3-2, I guess. Nidus Worm on that left side as well. SERRAL is going up to about 45 Banes, 100 Zerglings, very few Hydras, just 2 Lurkers. Of course, the 2 Infestors and the 2 Vipers. Units lost tab up to about 9,000 in favor of Maru. Those Lurkers get blasted. Ooh. Finds a few tanks with only a little bit of Widowmine support, not much else. We get a bunch of siege tanks yet again. I'd still love to see these Zerglings go on top of that tank. Festa somehow does not get scanned. Oh! Oh! He gets a fungal. Can he catch the ghost? There's no medevacs there. Oh my gosh. He only saves one ghost. He only saves one ghost. Maru with a blunder. Tanks caught in the open as well. And SERRAL pounces. Dude, his Banelings weren't even ready for that, but the ghost just waddled in. And that was absolutely massive. That could be a game-winning move. Those ghosts going down are so expensive to replace. 4 of them building at a time. Maru's very low on cash. SERRAL is a rich boy. Left side base is up, though. That's bad for SERRAL. SERRAL has to go bust that. Look how many friggin' tanks there are. MARU, the tank abuser. Oh, he's doing this so well, isn't he? And the Widow Mine's firing on Changelings, which is not the best. Viper's going to go in. Got to watch out for these Widow Mines. Oh, my gosh. A Widow Mine just killed like 40 Zerglings. Oh, man. But Zerglings are getting on top of the tanks. The Planetary is going down. I think it's an okay trade for such a rich Zerg. I think it's absolutely okay. Planetary's great. 10,000 resources lost between the two of them. But SERRAL's still got 10k in the bank. MARU doesn't have as much. I thought mass tank would always be efficient, even on a map where it's this big. If you got tank spots like this, you'd always be efficient, but he just doesn't have enough units guarding them. There's no 3-3 Hellbats. There's a few Widow Mines. There's no Marines. He doesn't really have many Ghosts. He's rebuilt 9 of them now. I think SERRAL just needs to keep sending Zerglings in like this, right? Over and over again. And a round of Broodlords would be amazing for breaking these positions, right? He's building 11 Corruptors. I think he's finally going to give in and go Broodlords. Only has 1 Infestor, though, to guard them. Can we confirm not washed? I mean, SERRAL's definitely not washed, guys. He's polished. Polished is like when you're not even dirty, but you just want to look extra fancy. Ooh, watch out. Lots of Widow Mine this time. Oh, and the Biotank. That was a prepared Terran. That was not a good one for SERRAL. Lurker tries to run in the left. It goes down. 12,000 in favor of MARU. MARU's like, I cannot keep taking bad trades. I've got to clean this up. He's going to push through and take this area. I still wonder if holding that middle earlier would have simplified this whole game by making it so hard for SERRAL to rotate his army. MARU going for a crazy push here. I think it's the correct move. I don't think SERRAL can defend this with this army. A lot of his broods are over on that left side. And these drones just going to need to run away. The ghosts are mostly on this right side, which means those broodlords are going to find an undefended left side. He tries to kind of engage on this right, does SERRAL, but maybe goes in a bit too early. Oh, you know what would have been sick? If his army went and he ambushed him here. If he came down out of the Sensor Tower vision right here with a fungal. Because you know the army's going to cross through the middle. And if he caught him with the Lingbane Hydra and maybe a fungal, oh, that would have been brilliant. Libs coming forward, Queen Viper Infestor defending. Lots of Broodlord damage on that left. The Orbital does survive, though. The Broodlords are going to come back and try to defend. Infestor pops out, dies immediately. There's spores here for anti-Azar Corruptors. Marines go forward. Broodlords deal with that. Hatchery in the middle does go down. Maru's still mining the bottom side, and he's going to float another command center forward on this right. SERRAL hasn't been able to mine as much out of these middle bases as he would want. Doesn't care about losing a handful of Zerglings, but, I mean, he's going to have to start caring about it because his bank's almost gone. Maru's gas bank is a real problem, but Maru's mineral bank's similar to SERRAL's now. And in the game where you're tending to trade inefficiently, that's a real problem. Oh, where are the Infestors? He doesn't have them! Where are the Infestors? Oh no, the single Overseer, I think, was with the Corruptors, and he accidentally pulled it back. The Infestors land a few fungals, but they get hit by EMPs, and the Broodlords get slaughtered. A blunder for SERRAL, leaving those Broodlords without an Overseer. I don't know if the Overseer got sniped, or if he pulled it back with the Corruptors in panic. But you really need fungal or something else to interrupt those snipes. Oh, that is nasty. You've really got to babysit those Broodlords. They are vulnerable. They are slow. And that should be game over. I think MARU might be dominating this grand finals, guys. I don't know. I don't have proof. But I have a hunch that MARU might just be unstoppable in this matchup right now. And you know what's impressive? I thought he'd have to play a bit more turtley. And even though, yes, he's doing really good late game, he's actually bullying SERRAL in the mid game. And that has not happened in 4 or 5 years. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I mean, if he wins this tournament, guys, think about the run. Clem's Protoss, REYNOR, and SERRAL. Snipe's trying to land. The Broodlord's not covered by the Infestors. SERRAL's trying to rotate these fungals in. He doesn't have enough Broodlords anymore, so the Thors just bully him. The Thors can just beat the heck out of those Broodlords. Lingbane Hydra tries to roll forwards, picks up, pulls those Thors away. And SERRAL has to tap out. Ooh, that was nasty. Let's check that. Did the Overseer get sniped, guys? That was super nasty, man. I can't check it. We might miss the next lobby. GG's. I think Broods are pretty decent against these tank styles, especially if you go them early. At that stage, harder to make work, but odd to see Serral get caught off guard like that. Maru remembered he's allowed to camp, and now he has the OP Ghost. The OP Ghost. The 25 hit points are insane. Oh, that's a bit rude, Wild Shooter. Wild Shooter says Hero Ruffle stomped Maru in the grand finals of a tournament recently. It's factually incorrect as well. So what actually happened in that grand finals is give Hero the respect he deserves. He waffle stomped Maru in that. It wasn't a ruffle stomp, it was a waffle stomp. If you don't know what a waffle stomp is, think about the shower grate and how sometimes accidents happen. And then you really don't want to scoop it up and take it to the toilet. So that's what a waffle stomp is. For anyone who didn't know, I hope you enjoy that mental image. I hope that never leaves your mind. Someone described it to me a decade ago, and now you have to have it in your mind as well. They say the best thing to help with trauma is to pass it on. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, no, Serral's getting mauled, man. I think this is the reason he doesn't go Broods. No, the thing is, I actually think there's a timing you can get Broods when there's like barely any ghosts out, and it's actually like kind of potentially a checkmate. I do think Serral could have A-moved the 4th and won that game, even if he was fighting 1-1 versus 2-2. I think he could have got in maybe even before that. I don't think he at least could have denied the 4th. I think he should have been much more active on that map. Raynor says no shot. Dude, if someone's that tank reliant, I guarantee you, man, Broods are god tier. We'll do a resume from replay. All right, who plays Terran? We'll get like you and Clement. Oh, attacking the 4th? Okay. But I mean, look, his army wasn't even there. Like, Maru literally took it with like 2 tanks and a Widow Mine. His army was all the way on the left on his 3rd. He was way out of position as well. And you're up like 30, and Serral was up like 30 supply. He could have been up more supply if he was actually committing to the attack. Because he was like slightly supply blocked on 180, I think, as well. Yeah. I think there was definitely a window on that 4th. We definitely should go check it out, the replay after. But, yeah. While we're sharing, when you flush the toilet, it sprays droplets of water up to 4 feet away. Oh, guys, who here leaves the toilet seat up in their house all the time because they're a manly man and only women put the seat down? Who? Type 1 in the chat. Admit your savagery. Admit your savagery. Animals in the chat that leave the seat open all the time. IP sitting down. IP sitting down at home almost always. I'm at a urinal. I'll be sitting up. You know why? It's because I used to clean the toilet. I haven't cleaned the toilet in a while, to be fair, but I used to always clean the toilet, and fucking there is way too much spray back when people be standing up pissing. But it's actually crazy because if you leave it up when you flush, do you know what happens? The piss and shit goes everywhere. In the like, you guys literally, especially if you have an Australian toilet, some American toilets do that like passive swirly thing, probably not as bad. But an Australian toilet has like one of the most violent flushes. So yeah. Oh, we better cast because this is going to end really quickly, guys. This might be it. This might be a 5-minute final game. You got to put the seat and the lid down before you flush, guys. Otherwise, you're an animal. All right, guys. Serral in the bottom right side of the map. Maru in the top left says, let's finish this. Proxy 3 racks Marine SCV all in. He's like, I got Serral on life tilt. Serral's going to be like, how do I beat the late game? How do I break the Terran player? And Maru is going to get him with the 3 barracks Marine. You know, it's interesting, guys, because I was thinking that the 125 hit point ghost might be super, super crazy and like borderline unstoppable for TVZ as well. And I was saying we need to really wait till we see SERRAL play some late games. Part of me is like, SERRAL, like, because we already knew it was really good in TVP, but we're like, maybe TVZ as well. A part of me is like, well, maybe SERRAL's not at his final form. Maybe he needs more late game practice. The other part of me is like, I mean, I don't think we ever needed 25 hit point buff for the Ghost, while also taking it from 3 supply down to 2 at the same moment. I do think last patch was a little bit bananas in that regard. But honestly, the way Maru's been bullying him, I kind of feel like the scoreline would be exactly the same, even if that 25 hit points wasn't there. I think it just, yeah. I don't know if anything changes in this series. He sees it. All right, SERRAL needs to pull the boys really quickly, guys. This is a massively committed push. SERRAL needs to surround with drones, but he also needs to pull back. He's already pulled a massive, that's so many. Guys, he's already pulled like 14 drones. If he can't surround these Marines, he's in big trouble. He's already lost one. SERRAL trying to get the surround of these Marines. Nice stutter step. Beautiful stutter step for Maru. But finally, 2 of the Marines get surrounded. And now the drones disengage. But 6 drones already go down for just 2 Marines. He can't let the bunker finish. He's got to kill that bunker. But he's going to lose a few more drones. Oh, he doesn't. He keeps the drones alive. Beautiful control there. Beautiful control. There are 2 queens out. 1 in the natural, 1 in the main. No injects going down. So he won't have the money to use those. He needs to save for transfuse. And 2 queens. Now you've got some ranged firepower. The SCVs starting to repair each other. There is an Overlord inside the Terran base. And he sees if there's going to be an SCV pool. Oh, I like that creep tumor. He's going to try and spread to the right, maybe. 8 more Zerglings on the way, but they are slow Zerglings. No Spine Crawler, I think, is a very controversial decision. I would dare say a bad decision. He has gone for an inject and a creep tumor. Didn't save transfuse, which is a mistake. Link speed's on the way. No Spine Crawler is crazy. Oh my gosh. If the Marines come in, he wants to flank around and stop them escaping. But the creep is now a little bit further out, which is nice. Ooh, this is so interesting. Maru has classically always been one of the best proxy barracks players. The Overlord has seen the SCVs coming. 14 Zerglings are building. Does SERRAL give up the natural and go to the main? Oh, he does a lava inject. Did he not notice the SCVs coming? Did he not notice with his Overlord? I thought he saw it. I thought he saw them leave. But he does a lava inject. Completely unnecessary. He's going to try and run away with the drones and Zerglings. Looking for the correct angle. Can't find it. Oh, he's going to go. Okay, he's going for it. The Marines, though, in a big ball. The Zerglings going for the surround. Can the Zerglings get the surround? The SCV is body blocking so very well. And I think Maru has it with the 3 racks Marine SCV all in. He takes SERRAL out with the nasty cheese in game 5. And Maru beats him in pretty much every different stage of the game throughout this series. Game 1, he did get ground on Tourmaline. But pretty much throughout the rest of the series, he was bullying SERRAL. Even the Muta game, where he made SERRAL panic by sneaking that tank push across, made him bring the whole army back, take the worst fight of all time. And from there, Maru just ran over him. SERRAL absolutely should have built a spine there, but I'm going to explain to you why SERRAL didn't understand what was going on in this game. So, SERRAL thought this was a 2 barracks, guys. He had no idea this was a 3 barracks Marine. Even though he sees no gas. SERRAL is not washed, but he's definitely not in his best form. I mean, there's no gas. It can't be a command center. It can't be a 2 barracks. Why would you not build a spine? Spines are amazing against Marines and SCVs. They have 2 armor. Marines do 6 damage. SCVs do 5 damage. They have a... And you can also transfuse. I definitely didn't notice the SCVs getting pulled, right? I mean, he sees it. This is crazy, man. I don't know why SERRAL didn't build spines. If he has 2 spines, he holds this. Especially if he saves transfuse. But he either kept lava injecting as the SCVs were arriving at his base. He stacked another lava inject. SERRAL was tilted. I don't know if I've ever seen SERRAL full tilted before. I've seen SERRAL look tilted 1,000 times playing StarCraft, guys. But he usually plays superhuman, even while looking really angry and tilted. This looked like just SERRAL being tilted and just... Even if he doesn't see the SCVs, what else could it be? There's no gas. Terran goes 2 barracks. They take a gas on 18 supplies so they can go factory into command center. It's either 2 barracks or it's a 3 barracks. And if it's a 3 barracks, it's always the Marine SCV and you've got to check out for. That's crazy. The guy who called MARU garbage has been real quiet the last minutes. No one called MARU garbage. The guy was saying MARU was god tier. Or was someone making fun of Macrocosm? No. Macrocosm was cheering for MARU, guys. He was cheering for... Maybe someone was trying to bait him by saying MARU was trash. If so, yes, that guy's real quiet now. No, Macrocosm was cheering for MARU. Yeah. Dude, that was sick. Sick play by MARU. Really well played. SERRAL seemed to severely misread this, because I think that 6 drones is acceptable, right, guys? Like, I know his work account's not good at 15, but I think you got to build 2 spines and a few more drones there as well. I doubt MARU wins in a best of 100. I think if they keep playing to a best of 100 today, I think MARU beats him like 69. At least the first 69 games go to MARU's way. I kid you not. Like, look at MARU's just playing good organized StarCraft today. SERRAL's like not sure what to do. Like he's at a loss. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a few crucial mistakes SERRAL made in this series. This final game, he should have at least had 1 spine by the time the SCVs arrived, right? Number 1. The Muta game, pulling his army back was a disaster. There's no other way to say it. I can't believe he pulled his Mutas home. I get he was surprised by the tank push, but do you know what that reminded me of, actually? So do you guys remember that game? Do you guys remember when Bunny beat SERRAL in Atlanta? 2022? Bunny, SERRAL, DreamHack, Atlanta. Because that was one of the few other times I've seen SERRAL completely shit the bed and make a terrible mistake. I actually included a clip of it in a video about pro gamers making really stupid mistakes. And it was just kind of reminding people that even pro players do really dumb shit sometimes. It was this game here on Tropical Sacrifice. And this is one of the few other times I've seen SERRAL massively shit the bed on an engagement in a high pressure moment. So what happens, right, is... And I broke this down in the replay. He sends changelings out and ling spotters. So you see on the minimap, he's just put ling spotters and he's got a full ring of vision. Changeling here, ling on the bottom, ling there, ling there. What he doesn't realize is the army just got past, like a second before the Zergling got vision there. So in SERRAL's mind, and I always talk about, like, the most stressful thing is when you think you've got a ring of vision and there's no way Terran can get to your side of the map or Protoss or whoever without you seeing it, right? And then, like, 5 seconds later, there's just an army in your base. And you go, because it doesn't make sense with, like, your idea of what the game state is. In your mind, the Terran is definitely in their base with their army, and then he's at your base, and, like, your brain kind of breaks in the moment, and you go, what? And this happened back here in 2022, where he had no idea. There's 2 tanks and, like, a bunch of Marines and medevacs that are sieging just on the cliff above his 4th. He has no idea. And watch this god-awful reaction. So the Marines stim down. He's like, whoa, where did that come from? 4 queens die before he even can react. Doesn't get a single transfuse off. And then he A moves, chasing into the Marine tank. So he not only loses a few queens, which would have sucked, he also throws his entire army away. And that was like 5 seconds of catastrophe. And he's just miles behind from there, and Bunny mauls him. And this was like a really crucial kind of throwaway of a situation where an army snuck across. And he just got surprised by Marine tank coming out of the fog. And this happened exactly the same in this series right here, where I don't know how MARU hid that army coming across the map. I guess I'll show you guys the replay. But that army sneaking out on him on Tydo, he was so caught off guard. He had no idea what was going on. Crazy series, guys. Hats off to MARU for an incredible win. Kian, K2, KT, K2D, thank you very much for the gifted sub there. Jake Made Cake, thank you for the sub. Wittgenstein, Pank, Vicissitude, thank you everyone who's been supporting Pigfest. Thank you for hanging out while I stay up super late and ruin my sleep schedule on these days. That was awesome. My man. In Korea, Hero and MARU cheese regularly. International players don't practice against cheese. Yeah, Clem very rarely does. I actually used to always say Clem's weakness as a player and why I always thought he would struggle back in the day to get to the MARU level is MARU will mix in really dirty proxy barracks and cheeses and all these nice builds, and Clem just wouldn't do it nearly as much. And I always thought that was a big weakness because I'm like, well, you're too predictable then, aren't you? That's a problem. It is 3:15 a.m., guys. But yeah. My man. Couldn't it be a second command center? I mean, you could. It's a crazy build order to do second command center straight away there. Because if the Zerg gives up the natural and goes roaches, they kill you with a 1-base Ravager counterattack. Because there's just nothing you can do against it with unupgraded Marines and like a bunker. Because your tech will be too late. So that's one of the big reasons. We're talking about the proxy barracks still. People are asking about that. So don't get me wrong, at low level it could be a command center, but at pro level, Maru's almost always going to open 3 barracks or 2 barracks and an 18 gas. Either way, he could go 3 barracks into command center after, but you already know it's a 3 barracks. So even if it could be command center after, you still need to build a spine crawler there to be safe. And yeah, and then you see no gases, you see no command center building in the natural with the Overlord. You saw no command center, you saw no gases. There's a pretty high SCV count, but yeah, it's just knowing from this, the moment he got in the main and saw no gas, he should have dropped 2 spines and he would have been okay. So this is the attack, which made him panic. So let's look at this, guys. So the mutas are grouping. Serral's in this amazing spot. He's got Bane speed. He's got a good army. He's in a good spot here. And then he starts pulling the mutas home even before he sees the army, which in my opinion is nonsensical. These mutas absolutely should have committed. I know he doesn't want to lose this base, but honestly, I think it's well worth losing your 4th because he could take the gold at the same time. Mutas could run circles around killing 15 workers. I think Serral's a much better multitasker than, or maybe not much, but a bit better multitasker than Maru. So I think that favors him. But look at this. So he's like, oh, I got to go out here. And then he's like, wait, no, I don't. So he goes to take the watchtower and then the army's here. And he literally put his army in the worst possible position. If half of that army moved north to go up there and then come in from both sides, it's fine. But look at this positioning. He tries to split it, but then he F2A moves and it goes back in the same direction. These units are just clumping around the corners, struggling to get on top. And this is such a bad fight. Such a bad fight here. He loses so many Banes, Mutas, and Zerglings. 1,300 resources behind. And what should have been a Muta surprise, getting him momentum, turns into a really close, hard-fought game where Maru just butchers him from there. Maru had no idea this was mutas. He just said, hey, let's just do a good, solid tank push. Why? Good way to put pressure on your opponent. Could catch out some greedy builds. A lot of Zergs like to play the fast Hydra build on this map. This beats the Hydra build, or at least does well against it. Can beat the Hydra build. There's like a lot of good reasons for Maru to just do this build and mix it into the series on this map. But I think Serral really messed up in how he handled that, and then he had to play the rest of the game from quite far behind. So GG, well played, man. Hats off to Maru. Amazing games. Serral played pretty good today. Especially shaving Maru down in Tourmaline was crazy. But dude, Maru is a god. Takes out the series, redeems himself, and I'm so happy about it, guys. Like I know I crap on Maru against Serral, but it's because I try to be accurate in my commentary. And if you look at Maru in the last like 3-4 years against Serral, they're some of the most disappointing matches we've ever seen. Finally, Maru has put an end to that, and I hope this continues at LAN. I hope this continues all the tournaments for the next few years. I'm not saying I want him to dominate Serral, but I want him to make the games close. This is the sort of series that we always have wanted from Maru against Serral, and he finally delivers. So hats off to Maru. GG, well played. And I will very accurately say, hey, Maru got the monkey off his shoulder. He should be confident again. Any future series of Maru versus Serral is so much more interesting. Is Serral going to figure out Maru? Is Maru going to keep delivering this form? Now we don't know. Now there is hype. Whereas if it wasn't for Serral being a little bit shaky leading into this, I would have been like kind of uninterested to see Maru Serral. I would have groaned. The reason I was saying, I think Maru can win. He looked so good against Reynor. He looked so good against Clem. Serral's looked a little shaky in recent weeks. That gave me a bit of hype. But if it wasn't for that lead-in, and we just had this match like 3 weeks ago, I'd be like, ugh. That's a shame. This is going to be so disappointing, isn't it? You know, it's going to be like really sad games. But it's not now, and that's why we have another hype rivalry, which is so awesome. Do you know what else is awesome? All the commentators say Maru is washed. It's BS. Maru had a period where he was playing way below his level for a few months. But it was a period, and I think he's definitely put that period to rest. He's been really active now for like, from what, a month before EWC until now. And I think he's in a much better position. I don't know if his shoulder's doing better, but he played a lot of good bio multi-prong and good micro as well. So hats off to him. Guys, can we slap some bacon down? For the one and only, the biggest, the man that goes whole hog. That's right. What sound does he make in the chat? Zogga! Guys, Zogga just dropped 50 gifted subs. Can we say thank you? Slap some bacon down and say thanks to Zogga. The subs have been relatively light today, but we want to say a massive thanks to Zogga for basically hard carrying the support on the stream, along with a few of those people like Math and Macrocosm and Tingles who tipped earlier. We really appreciate all of you guys. Kai Sarrigan with the 5 gifted subs. But dude, I mean, 50 is just wild. Thank you so much, man. Hot damn. How you doing, dude? We love you, Zogger. Appreciate the love, mate. I'm waiting for SERRAL to go SSJ. What's SSJ? SSJ. Oh, man. Oh, thank you, Macrocosm. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. A Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Oh, Super Saiyan is SSJ. Okay, nice. But in Japanese. Oh, we got the weebs in the chat. Cool. So do you guys have any like hentai recommendations for me? Let me know. Anyways, I'll stop. I do make a lot of fun of weebs. I know you guys all have like Pokemon love pillows and shit like that. You bunch of fucking degenerates. Bunch of degenerates. I appreciate you guys. What kind of millennials pig? He doesn't immediately flood it. So no, I'm a weirdo, Peter Pie. So I was born in '88. All of my friends were into Pokemon. I thought it was, I believe the word we used back in the day was gay. I wouldn't use that, but lame is probably a better word. Lame, silly. I tried playing it once, and I was like, this is a shit card game. There's better games out there. I'm more interested in Warhammer. Yeah, basically, I was mad as a child that I had to go to school and hang out with other children my age for like primary school. I enjoyed high school. High school was fun because that was when we had like alcohol and girls and I don't know. We played funnier pranks on each other and things were just a bit more interesting. But primary school was basically me just playing video games, reading fantasy books and playing Warhammer and being really annoyed while everyone else was like, Dragon Ball Z is so cool. And I was just like, is it? So I switched on the cartoon because everyone kept talking about it. And it was two guys going, like literally taking a shit for 30 minutes. Only episode I ever watched and it just turned me off. It was one guy and he had the spiky hair and he was going, ugh! And I was like, oh, he's constipated. Okay, so like he's been eating like a low fiber diet. And then it went in the other guy and I think he was the bad guy and he was like, ugh! And they literally were taking shits for like 30 minutes. And it was the whole episode. And I was just like, what the fuck did I just watch? And admittedly, I came in partway through. And as an adult, part of me realizes I probably should watch the whole show rather than, I guess this is the middle of like a multi-episode fight arc or something. But it was just two dudes taking shit. They were just screaming at each other and like they were both really constipated trying to squeeze one out. And part of me wants to watch the whole show and learn what it's about and discover the glory. Another part of me kind of loves that that's all I know about Dragon Ball is this vague memory of two guys taking shits. So I kind of... What the fuck? Guys, Zogga, $250. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the love, Zogga. Thank you. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Guys, we're at $6,235 prize pool for Pigfest. 100% goes directly towards the players. Thank you so much for your overwhelming support. You guys have been a bunch of generous freaks. I'm going to finish up the stream now. Guys, I meant to play a show match in 5 hours. I did not think this would go that late. I did not think the games would go this long. I think maybe I should cancel the show match. Oh, hey man. The Liuli thing went super late. I'm wondering if we can push back the show match. Sorry for the late notice. Thought it would be done like 2 hours ago. I didn't realize there was a third place match as well. I was meant to play a show match with an extra ball on Patches mod in like 5 hours. I don't think I'm going to make that, guys. I think it would be really bad games. Casting MARU TVZs, thinking you won't be here for 12 hours. Not gonna lie, I thought it might be a ZVZ finals. Reynor's ZVT's been so good recently. I was like, Reynor's gonna do Reynor things. We're gonna have like a Reynor Rogue finals or something weird. I should have realized there's a good chance it was gonna be a MARU SERRAL or a MARU Rogue. Oh, V-Day stuff like a loser? No, that's cool. That's not a loser thing at all, Zogger. Like, I really think these days we have too much of a promiscuous society. And I think what really upsets me is there's almost like a glorification of like, you know, people getting out there and being loose and spreading STDs and stuff and being unholy. But I think the fact that you celebrate your virginity for an entire day is like actually a pretty cool thing to do. So I appreciate it. I'm sending you love, Zogger. I wish I also too was as pure as you. That's definitely what V-Day stands for. It's Virgin Day. You're a virgin. I'm an adult, guys. What can I say? Low-hanging fruit, as always, does get taken by me. I'm such a fucking idiot. Much love, Zogger. What do I think about the games? I think MARU looked really good. I mean, SERRAL had a few moments where he looked at, like I said, I think the final game, SERRAL was a bit tilted. I think Reynor looked a bit tilted the final game against MARU, so I don't think they played their best in the final games. But the other games, I think they played pretty good. I do think the turnaround and the panic fight on Taido was a very big unforced error and a turning point in the series. Because if that doesn't happen, I'm pretty sure SERRAL starts to run away with the game. I think the Enclave build order matchup was really fascinating, where that also could have just turned into a victory for SERRAL. It could have been a 3-0 lead for SERRAL, right? There is a world where SERRAL doesn't panic and bring the mutas home and take that terrible fight on Taido. There's a world where he doesn't go through the back rocks and just shoves up the front ramp, not giving time for the tank to get ready, and just overwhelms Maru's 4 orbital build on Enclave. And he lost 2 drones on Celestial. That is a good point. Yeah, fair. That slows down the build a fair bit as well. I mean, the barracks positioning in that tank, like, I have to give credit to MARU. That was so sick. But there's a world where SERRAL just comes up the front ramp, and that doesn't get in such a good position. Maybe he doesn't die, but like it's a much better transitional position because you can then go Infestors, 85 drone Infestor, and transition Ling Bane, where the upgrade disadvantage isn't as big of a problem if you're using like Fungal and Banelings and stuff. But yeah, there is a world where SERRAL leads the series 3-0. And is MARU able to bully him on White Rabbit as hard? If he's down 3-0, maybe not. Maybe the momentum goes the other way and SERRAL plays like a god on White Rabbit, you know? But I think MARU just played like really good, like I said. And yeah, there's a small mistake here or there, but like nothing crazy. And I think his builds were good. I think like the most disappointing MARU SERRAL series was Dallas 2 years ago, when literally SERRAL came in with the sickest snipers EVT specialist builds that are so well thought out and planned, and MARU was just playing like he was playing a ladder game. that was the series where I was like, I was legitimately upset that Maru looked like he was not even trying. I was like, you're going to do ladder builds? Like, it was literally, I'm going to play a Hellion Cloak Banshee, 3cc, 3 barracks, double eBay. And it's like the most generic, but Oliveira was very critical of it as well. Oliveira was like, these are terrible builds. He's like, I can't believe Maru gets away with doing builds this bad. And he didn't, of course. But yeah, I think that was peak kind of trough of Maru's confidence, 2024 against SERRAL. I think his confidence is back. He's remembered he can turtle, and he's the best in the world at it. He's remembered how to play ghosts off mech, which is god tier. Like, the fact is, his mech is so scary now. His bio was good. His tank position, his tank timings were super solid. He's always been good with his tank timings, but he did those really well. There was a lot of things he did really well in this series, man. Yeah. No worries, Prod Bish. Yeah. Favors mech versus REYNOR. REYNOR doesn't know how to deal with mech. Yeah, REYNOR is like the best micro player against mech, but REYNOR is a bit shy to pull the trigger on all-inning the mech before it gets up to a good spot. Is the main thing. And then there's some other weird shit that like SERRAL would do against mech and was probably done against him, but I don't even know what it is. See, I would just try to play like Solar and just all in the mech before it gets going, because I'm a dumbass. I think REYNOR should probably mix some of those in, but I'm sure SERRAL would have some like special Nidus Swarm Host neural parasite insanity that he does. Yeah. All right, guys. Zogger, guys, what a friggin' Chad, man. I'm gonna just once again slap my bacon for him. Guys, who's washed?
SERRAL, his name is Juna Sotala.
Sorry, who's washed? No, I'm kidding. I forgot we have the Joe Rogan SERRAL soundboard.
SERRAL, his name is Juna Sotala. He's from Finland and he made 1.8 million.
Yep. Juna Sotala? Takes too long to get to anything good compared to other races, says Quintus. Zerg do have a lot of upgrades. They have insane production as well. Hard to balance that. Hard to balance that. Sarah would say he has to pay so many taxes on that, so it's not 1.8 million. Yeah, I really wish more places. So Australia has a law for sports income, which unfortunately I don't think applies to video games yet, but it really should, where they let you spread your sporting income out over a wider period. So to not get as high a tax bracket, because basically the way sport works is you grind for like 5 years before you make any money, usually, sometimes longer than 5 years. But then you win like a ton of money over a couple years when you're at your peak. You have to pay a ton of tax on it because like you're making so much money, and you're like, well, I earned zero money in the other. So they allow you to actually average it out. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but someone told me about this many years ago. And I looked it up and asked about it, and I was like, oh, gaming doesn't count. And I was like, Ree. But I thought they should definitely have that sort of thing, which is pretty cool. All right. Who are we rating, guys? Roddy said he's going to play some Mecha Ballon. Cool guy. You know what? I might send you guys over to a different stream. Who should we raid, guys? Oh, there's so many cool people playing games right now. Oh, let's raid Dave. Dave's casting some Age of Empires. Viper's playing Dark, AoE 2, guys. Dave is my favorite esports commentator. A Canadian lad who loves AoE 2. And is just a Chad. Have some fun with him. Dude, what is this map? Quarry. Oh. Oh my god. The mango's gonna ruin those fills. Oh my god. What is this? Oh. The catapult is ruining all of his villagers trying to build a castle on the front. What has happened in this game? Composite archers and mangonels up against scout skirm. And there's no way that forward castle gets up. Right? Right? Dude, if that castle gets up, that's going to be crazy. Have a good night, guys. Dave's a legend. He's laughing his ass off at this castle. All right, we'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Much love.